Our first outing for the BRSCC this season at Snetterton circuit, and what a fantastic 2 days of racing action we've got for you here. We're going to see a lot of Mazda sports car racing. We've got the Mazda MX-5 Cup, we've got the Clubman's Cup, we've got the SuperCup, we've got the ZEO sports prototypes which are coming onto the grid now, and we'll talk more about those in a minute. We've got the Clubsport Trophy coming into action as well. We've got the Mini Miglias and the Mini Se7ens, but just look at this machinery, sports prototypes in their second season with the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and a series at the moment. They've got 4 dates racing with us this year, so we should see them in our live coverage over the course of the season. Jason Rish over there. We're not going to talk to the drivers at the moment, possibly for race 2 as these cars join the grid, but where we are is the hub of activity for the course of the day. I'm just trying to think whether I've left anybody out, so let's go and have a quick look. 2 classes represented in the sports prototypes this weekend. Haven't got any Class A's, but we've got the Class B's, 1 Class C. You don't need to be in a Class A or a Class C to take an overall victory, but the B's have done some of those. I think we've just had a whistle, which means I might be directed off the grid here. So Jeremy, if you come with me, we'll get off the grid and let the cars go on their rolling flag lap. So I'm going to try and do the difficult bit, walk backwards, go through the pit gate, and we'll talk a little bit about the people that are here. That incidentally is Mike Genvy on pole position in his self-engineered Genvy gun. Here we go through the pit gate, thank you sir. And into pit lane, which is obviously a little... I still feel nervous being on the racetrack. Now, the one thing you might have seen on the track, and indeed if we look down pit lane, if I come here, you see the way the garages go down, and that's because we've got this hill that Snetterton's built onto. The track is called the Senna Straight, named after the late great Ayrton Senna, who was based here for his racing activities. It's very slightly uphill, so the cars have a lot of work to do when they come past the pits, going uphill, then slightly downhill into turn 1. Turn 1 effectively a 90-degree bend, so we're going to see tons and tons of action as they go down into that turn 1 downhill off the start line. So a quick recap of what we've got for you today. Loads of Mazda action, sports prototypes going out in a moment, and I'm going to hand you over to Scott Woodward, who'll do the honours for the commentary for that. We'll be based here in the pit lane, and we'll be doing Parc Fermé, talking to the winners, seeing what any problems were as they come into pit lane. Mazdas, multiple classes as we've already mentioned. The Mark 1s, we've got the Clubman's racing, they'll just race today. We've got the Minis tomorrow, we've got the Se7ens C1s. Now, it's a bank holiday weekend. I know what you're thinking, the weather is wrong, isn't it, for a bank holiday in the UK? So we've got a bit of sunshine here. So if you're watching today on the feed, thank you for watching, welcome along. If you're in the vicinity of Norfolk, come down to the track tomorrow and watch the racing for real. You can still watch it on your phone. If you're on a bit of the circuit that's not being, that you can't see, then you can watch that on the coverage. That's the great thing about live streaming. You can come to the track and watch it. It saves those big screens that we have. So quickly before we hand over to Scott, this is, for me, the hub of the racetrack. It's a very exciting place to be in pit lane. We'll swing around this way, Jeremy. We've got race control, real key building there, race admin at the bottom. The danger area where you don't want to go is the first floor. That's where all the clerk of the courses are. Difficult job for the clerks. Effectively, like if you're into your football and sports, the referees get a bad name, they get a bad stick. But these guys are all human, they've got a very difficult job to do, and they've got to police the racing today, the safety, as best as they can over the course of the racing weekend. But the one journey as a driver you don't want to make is up those stairs into the clerk's office. So that's a real centre. The circuit commentary is up there. We've got Josh doing a great job for everybody on the circuit commentary. And then here in pit lane, a plethora, a sea of orange. Our marshals, the best in the world, the British marshals. Can't go racing without them. A massive, massive thank you to all of our marshals who are here and ready, keeping an eye on what's going on. Start line officials as well. I'm being hurried up because we've got to do a bit of build-up for the first race. So from me, Richard John Neal, a big welcome to Scott Woodward, who is in the commentary box. Scott, over to you, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Over to you for the ZEO Prototypes.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Yes, good morning everybody, and well, good afternoon everybody. Welcome to our two-day race meeting at Snetterton, where we've got some fantastic action all the way here. First race coming up is the ZEO Prototype Series. Slightly smaller grid than normal, but of course it's going to be bigger for the next 3 rounds. Quickly run through the grid for this first race. It's Mike Genvy, former OSS champion, who starts on pole position in the Genvy Gun TS6. Graham Charman alongside him in the Juno. Then it's Jason Rishover and Richard Chamberlain, who's showing the CTR 01 with his son. Then it's Andy Chittenden in the Juno and Alistair Smart in the Radical starting on the 3rd row of the grid, and then Robert Gilman and Dominic Landon down in a pair of Radicals. So the first of 2 20-minute races today to kick off our Saturday action here in this beautiful weather at Snetterton for the ZEO Prototype Series. It's Genvy and Charman on the front row of the grid. Watch for the red lights to go out just on the centre of the shop. They go out now, and we are sports prototype racing here at Snetterton as we get Saturday underway. It's side by side down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and Genvy slots into Miglia as they turn in through Ritchie's for the first time. Field makes its way through. There goes number 6, which is Robert Gilman, just slotting in behind Dominic Landon down. They started towards the back row of the grid. So now as they head in towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. There's Andy Chittenden in the ex-Duncan Williams Juno. He's holding station at the moment in its 6th position. Now, as I say, it is a slightly smaller grid than we would normally see for the ZEO prototypes, but there's just a few factors that prevented a few cars from coming out. But they will be having quite a bumper grid at Silverstone in a couple of months' time for their round at the Grand Prix circuit. They've got a few cars joining from the Revolution Series as well, so good entry so far. I've been told of around about nearly 30 entries, so should see some more regulars for ZEOs back in the mix. But now as they come up towards the hairpin for the first time at Agostini, and now up towards the left hand at Hamilton and then Oggies. Now out of it, there's Mike Genvy. I think we'd anticipate him to be one of the favourites here today and this season. First race of the year for the ZEO prototypes. They debuted last year. Much better weather conditions for their first race today than it was at their first race last year at Silverstone. Quite murky, quite overcast, and it was actually a really good battle that day between Duncan Williams, who was in the awesome Norma LMP3, and he was scrapping away with former British GT champion Matt Manderson, who was in a Radical SR8, and it was Manderson who won the first race after battling race long with the Norma, and then there were problems for both, which then gave Mike Genvy the victory. But Mike Genvy's no stranger to racing a sports prototype on the BRSCC. Oops, that's Andy Chittenden's off the road. Neither he's overshot himself or simply just had an issue and locked up, but back he goes. Is that a piece of bodywork flapping on that? So either he might have had contact with somebody. We'll have to see if there's another car limping around on circuit to see if that's possibly an issue. But cross the line to end the first lap of racing for today. And it is Genvy who leads it then. Graham Charman in 2nd place. And now we've got this battle going on here between Jason Rishover in the car number 28, and then it's Alistair Smart in that very bright Dayglow and black ZEO Radical in 4th position. So we've seen Andy Chittenden with a little bit of an issue, but battle being drawn here between these two. There's the timing screen on the left-hand side, so we've already had around about 2.5 minutes in this first race of today. And Andy Chittenden's car, either it hasn't come through yet, or it's in the pit lane. It hasn't come up on the timing screen just yet, so I suspect possibly whatever the issue Andy Chittenden had, sadly seen him resign to the pit lane. So here's a battle going on for 3rd place now. Jason Rishover did make an appearance last year, I think I remember right, at Donington Park, and Alistair Smart is a regular racing sports prototypes with BRSCC as well. Good to have Mike Genvy, of course, back on the grid too. He used to race that car in Sports 2000s, but then it used to be just a regular Gun TS6, but then he developed it so much it's now become a Genvy Gun TS6, and he's had plenty of battles racing on weekends like this where he's gone up against all sorts. The MCR, plenty of MCRs. He's battled against Duncan Williams as well. Graham Cole should be back out once again. He used to have a turbo-powered Jade, which used to be incredibly quick in a straight line, but he's now built a new car which has been in development and should be out, I would have thought, with a few more cars that we're expecting up at Silverstone. So through the bomb hole for the first time on this beautifully sunny afternoon here at Snetterton on the Saturday. As they turn their way up for this very fast part of the course at Coram, all these cars produce quite large amounts of downforce, so you'd anticipate them to be taking it pretty flat, if not totally flat, if you're that brave. 2 laps in the books here at Snetterton. Mike Genvy sets the first proper flying lap, if you like, and it's a 1:52.066. There's Graham Charman in the white and blue Juno. Good to have him back out on track. He's in 2nd place. Gap is almost 3 seconds out at the front of the field. As Genvy turns his way out through Wilson hairpin. But this series it has its roots a little bit, if you like, in some way, loosely, with what used to be the OSS Championship. You remember that back as recently as 2019, and unfortunately, after its very sad demise, it was Duncan Williams who decided to bring sports prototype racing back by creating his own series, and did a deal with the BRSCC to bring it back for 2021, and had some pretty unique cars coming through the mix. They've had all sorts of different machines that have been taking part throughout the season. Last year, we even had one of the Pragas racing, which usually races down the Praga Cup racing last year. That was Chris Chippy Wesmail that was in that car last year. So that's the kind of cars that can compete in this championship, in this series. It's not a championship, it's a series. And anything from a variety of different radical models, like Jason Rishover's car here in third position, to more specially built cars. You can have LMP3 cars like Duncan Williams did in his Norma, which I believe is now up for sale these days. So if anyone wants to pick up Duncan Williams' Norma, I'm sure that one of those price on asking situations. It's Duncan's daughter Grace that oversees the coordination of the series, and it's great to have some of these very fast sports prototypes out there. Rishover a little wide through the bomb hole there, and his pursuit of trying to chase after Graham Charman. There is Mike Gemby as they turn up onto the pit straight once again to complete their third lap. I think that's possibly Andy Chitton has just left the pit lane, so whatever issue we had for Andy, we did see some bodywork coming off on the left front. There he is, just going through shot in, that is, as I say, the ex-Duncan Williams Juno, which Duncan has been a former class champion in OSS before, but that car's now been sold on, and Andy now at the wheel of that car, still in the X-Cool livery, which it's raced in so many times. Little sluggish out of the Wilson hairpin up towards Palmer for the third time, and the reduced pace of that car suggests that still not all is well with that number 48 machine. But there are several different classes which the ZEO prototypes can accommodate. There's plenty of cars, I believe, in the same class for this weekend's action. There goes two Junos, and there's Jason Rishover. Now I need to look at lap times between these two, because it looks as though it's going to be quite close between the two of them. I'm not sure how much the lapped back marker Andy Chitton's going to play a part here, but Jason Rishover, if he can try and shoot up the inside into Oggies, which he does, which should certainly help his course try and close the gap. Gemby has a gap, as you can see, of about 5.3 seconds at this point, so as they turn out of Williams, not this long Bentley straight where you get plenty of action to slipstream, plenty of action to stretch their legs with these very powerful cars. He's going to try and keep up that pursuit where possible. There goes Mike Gemby. He's a former OSS champion, of course, himself, both in class and overall. See Graham Charman back out in the number 5 car as well. Jason Rishover. This is one of the newer spec radicals. I believe that's like a new spec SR8, if not an SR10. But it's one of the more contemporary radicals. A radical, of course, been going for quite a few years now, since the early 90s, I remember at least. Small manufacturer based down in Peterborough, but they've built some very popular sports prototypes. Mike Gemby lowers the fastest lap time to 1 minute 50.447. Average speed of about 95, 96 miles an hour there, so not far off 100 miles an hour in these sports prototypes around Snetterton, where you've got the two parts of this circuit, the long straight sections where the cars can stretch their legs, they can slipstream, they can overtake down the long straights, and it makes it really exciting to see lots of battles, and plenty of categories are fantastic on these long straights. But then you get this technical infield section that was built about 2010, 2011, which has these technical corners, these tight sections around here, which really does test the car's handling. So no wonder it's a good testing circuit for many teams and drivers and cars in development, because it gives you a little bit of everything. Some long corners, fast corners, slow corners, the quick little sort of left, right of Brundle and Nelson, lots of different types of braking zones here, so it really does give a proper workover to any car that goes around here, and certainly makes it worthwhile. 3.2 seconds is the gap between Graham Chalmers Juno just here and Jason Rishover in third place. Arthur Smart still holds fourth, and Rishover has pulled away quite a lot. The gap is nearly 9 seconds at this stage. And then we've got Robert Gilman in fifth position, Dominic Landon down in sixth, and Andy Chittenden after his problems, after he had that small off, whether there was contact or not. He's down in seventh place and a couple of laps down on the leader. Arthur Smart, the only representative in his class as well, so the rest are in the same category. So 11 minutes to go in this first ZEO Prototype race. Then we'll have another one later on this afternoon after lunch, fourth race after lunch, but of course amongst that we've got some magnificent racing alongside that with Mazda MX-5s. We've got the Mini 7 Racing Club, which we're very excited about. And on top of that as well, we've got the 45-minute BRSCC Clubsport Trophy, which finished its qualifying session just before we got racing underway. Traditionally on a Sunday is the Clubsport Trophy, but because we've got some other endurance racing this weekend from the C1 Endurance Series making their BRSCC debut tomorrow for 5 hours, we've put the Clubsport Trophy onto Saturday on this occasion, and that will be out later on this afternoon. So approaching half distance in this first ZEO Prototype Series race of the year. Jemby's lead now is into double figures. It is over 10 seconds now, whereas the gap between second and third is about 3.3 seconds, so keep an eye on that one. Quick shout out to everyone watching in the live stream chat. We've got the official account from the race watching with us, so it's good to see you guys on having a gander of these sports prototypes. Good to have you in the chat, and thank you to everyone that's watching on Facebook and on YouTube as well. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the subscribe button and also to hit notifications, because we'll be going live tomorrow for more action from Mazdas and Minis and C1s. But we've got the sports prototypes right now heading their way through another lap. 9.5 minutes still to go. I can see a couple of fans of these sports prototypes in the chat here as Mike Jemby continues to extend his advantage. I will stress again that the grids definitely are not normally this small. There were several factors such as other commitments or people having illness or cars not being ready, etc. So normally there would have been a bigger grid than usual, and you had consistent grids of about 15-20 cars of these sports prototypes of all different shapes and sizes, and it wasn't just a grid for the radicals, as there are some series to tend to be, including radicals themselves, but it's a great home for more uniquely built sports prototypes like the Jemby Gun TS6. Of course, we've got the CTR01, which I thought was going to start the race, but it looks like it didn't. So the bright green CTR01, which I think has been driven by Richard and Matthew Chamberlain, that hasn't made the start. So probably should have figured that out by now, but I've only just spotted that we should have had 8 cars starting the race, but it was only 7. And as I say, Andy Chittenden, as you can see, is in pit lane at the moment with a problem. So the legacy of what happened on the opening lap seems to be coming back to haunt him at this stage. Jason Rishover. The gap is now just eked out a little bit. It's now about roughly 3.5 seconds still, so it's keeping pretty static. Pace-wise, they're looking fairly evenly matched between these two cars here, the Juno and the Radical. There's Graham Charman then turning his way into Agostini once again. We've got just under 8 minutes to go in this first race of the day. They now make their way up into Ogate. It's a pretty decent circuit to test a sports prototype here. These cars, of course, produce quite a lot of downforce, and typically with downforce cars you have to push them harder in order to get more grip out of them. It sounds a bit ironic in terms of you have to go faster to get more grip, because of course at lower speeds sometimes these cars lose a bit of it. The aero tends to stall a little bit in some cases, and therefore you don't get as much grip as you'd like to underneath these cars. So it's good to see these cars looking pretty confident. These are essentially the fastest cars that you'll see all weekend. There is Dominic Landon down in 6th position in his Radical SR3. Lap time so far, there's a personal best that lap time, 2 minutes 6.644 for Dominic. So we've got, in terms of the cars that race this weekend, we've got 6 cars in Class B and then 1 car in Class C this weekend. The only Class C car we have is Alistair Smart, so he's right towards the middle of the order there on the timing screen. It's the first visit to Snetterton for the ZEO Prototypes. Last year their calendar consisted of 3 very popular circuits. They were on the Silverstone National Circuit back in June, and then they had an outing at August at Brands Hatch Indy. There was 2 quite thrilling races there, and then equally thrilling at September was a pair of races at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, and we had some wins for the likes of, as we say, throughout the season, Matt Manderson, Mike Jemby, Charles Hall, who still races sports prototypes, and I'm sure he'll be heading out at some point in the wonderful Chiron. It's called a Chiron LMP3, but I think he's just called LMP3 by name rather than an actual class of LMP3 car. It's definitely more of a front-engined, open-top sports prototype. It's a bit reminiscent of the Paynos LMP race cars that we used to have. starting back as 1999. Of course, then went through to around about 2003, 2004, but doesn't quite have a Ford Roush V8 underneath the bonnet. It has more of a four-cylinder engine underneath it. So I think it does either that or a V6. As the Smarts car definitely has a bike engine underneath it, so that car is continuing on in his own race in 4th position. There is Rishover. Now he's closed the gap down to 3 seconds, just a fraction under. So since we last saw them, he's taken half a second out of that gap. But if he wants to close it down and try and pinch 2nd place from Graham Charman, he's going to have to get a move on a little bit more in order to try and make that happen. Turn their way out through Brundle into Nelson. Very tricky braking zone for Brundle because you have to rely a lot on trail braking there, so you have to kind of trust the car not to start skittering around on the rear. And then that corner there, the bomb hole as it's known, can be often misheard to sound like something else, which I won't mention out loud, but that is one of the corners of this circuit where I remember when they were developing this circuit, they said under no circumstances can you touch and alter that corner, because if you do, there's going to be consequences. So they kept the corner as it was. It's such a legendary corner of the original Snetterton circuit that's been there ever since it was constructed, that it has become quite a staple of Snetterton, and therefore it has stayed on. There is still a layout of this circuit which they do use for the 200 circuit, which is very much still reminiscent of the old Snetterton layout, where you had back in the days when the corners were called Ritchie's, then Sear, and then the Revit straight down towards the S's. But they've got a slightly slightly different version of that, where instead of the Wilson hairpin, you do a full 180 degrees out of the hairpin. You then quickly flick left on the exit, and that takes you back down what's known as the Bentley Straight now, to take you back towards the complex of Brundle, Nelson, and then the last few corners. Just how it used to be before they started making modifications right at the turn of the 2010s. So now, as they come up to the end of another lap, it is now 4 minutes to go on the clock. Across the line has gone Robert Gilman in 5th position. New personal best for him, 157.548, so he's now starting to find a little bit of pace. And again, good to see a few more people in the chat having some conversations. So you can see Dan Blake in there, who is a regular MX-5 racer. And of course, there's MX-5s coming up after this race shortly, but still 3.5 minutes to go here. And in terms of the rest of the season, of course, coming up in a couple of months' time is going to be the essentially centrepiece race of the season for the ZEO Prototypes. They'll be on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. As we mentioned earlier on, they've got quite a decent entry built up for that, because that of course incorporates a few of the cars from the Revolution race car series, which are doing quite a lot of races over in Europe. But of course they are joining the ZEO Prototypes grid, where there of course will be an equally as varied grid, and there's still time for more cars to join in also. Now, lap time wise, just keeping on that tabs on that scrap that's going on for 2nd place, and Jason Rishover last time lost half a second on that lap, so the gap is now up to about 3.8 seconds between these two. This is without doubt the closest battle on circuit, and Rishover, you can see he's pushing, which just carried quite a bit of speed into the apex at Wilson, and then gets back on the power towards Palmer. And you have to be careful through Palmer, because if you're going side by side with somebody, you're looking to make a move. It's a corner that starts to go off camber on the outside line just as you exit it. So you often see cars running wide and going off onto the grass more than once. Now into the hairpin of Agostini, named after Giacomo Agostini, the multiple-time world motorcycle racing champion. And of course he was also a dab hand in a Grand Prix car as well, because he used to race in the Aurora AFX British Formula 1 Championship. For those who don't know, there was such a thing as a British Formula 1 Championship, and he was one of the drivers in it amongst many. And he used to frequent circuits such as not just Snetterton and also Alton Park, places like Mallory Park as well, which you can imagine Formula 1 cars today around Mallory Park. I'm not quite sure there'd be the same experience. It'd be thrilling, but it was certainly something quite unique. So, minute and a half to go in this first ZEO Prototype Series race. Jason Rishover takes the number 28 Radical into the bomb hole for what might well be the last time, because Mike Genvie, I think, has just gone on to start the last lap of the race, which he has by the looks of it. So, and he's just crossed the line now. So starting the last lap now. This will be the last time around the 300 circuit for today's first race. And just as he does that, pumps in a new fastest lap of the race for good measure. 1 minute 49.86 to 97 miles an hour average speed around here. So now quite thrilling machines, these sports prototypes. There is Mike. Just saw him briefly yesterday, said he was excited to be back racing again for 2022, as are many people, of course, as things are starting to essentially get back to the kind of sort of a normality that we've had compared to the last couple of years. And it does feel like a bit more of a normal season start this year. We started, of course, in March at Silverstone. We already had quite a busy meeting weekend last weekend, where we had Alton Park on the Saturday. There was 2 days of racing at Brands Hatch, and the National Formula Fords are up at Knock Hill as well. So all guns blazing so far for BRSCC, and it's a little bit of a few weeks break before we get to a couple of strong events, including the C1 24-hour weekend at Silverstone, and we'll see C1s tomorrow for their first 5-hour race. But into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Mike Genvy has pretty much taken this like a very casual early Saturday afternoon drive here at Snetterton. It's out of shot, and then we wait, and we continue to wait, and still wait. And Graham Charman will appear any second now. There he is, and the gap has gone up now to nearly 5 seconds. There is Jason in the background in the silver and blue Radical. But Mike Genvy has taken it all in his stride, and he will come towards the checkered flag to win for the very first time in 2022 here in the ZEO Prototype Series. Checkered flag flies. It is a comfortable win for Mike Genvy here in race 1 at Snetterton, and he does it at an absolute canter. That's probably one of his easiest victories he's had for a while. Second place then, just see them coming to the back of shot are Graham Charman and Jason Rishover. As Charman turns his way out of Murray's, Rishover is still in hot pursuit, but he'll have to settle for the final step on the overall podium. So as to come towards the checkered flag, Charman will take second place in the Juno, and it will be third for Jason Rishover in the Radical. 3 different manufacturers, all on the top 3 steps of the podium. Fantastic. So that's a Class B 1, 2, 3. Alistair Smart will come across the line next, and he will be the sole representative to essentially win Class C. And then we'll have Robert Gilman and Dominic Landon Down will finish off the runners. There is Alistair Smart. As I mentioned earlier, you can't really miss his car. It's fluorescent yellow and black. And he turns his way up onto the pit straight, so he will confirm his finish of the race as sole Class C runner. And there he goes. Checker flag, cross the line, and Alistair brings it home in a very strong 4th place overall. So, nice, easy, simple run for him. 5th place goes to Dominic Landon. So 6th goes to Dominic Landon Down. He crosses the line, but he's a lap behind, I think. So we're still waiting for Robert Gilman to cross the line too, unless he kind of has already. And of course we did lose Andy Chittenden in the end. So as the cars make their way around towards the park firmly, Richard will be down there to have a chat to our top 3. As across the line will come our last contender, and that is Robert Gilman. He confirms 6th place. No, 5th place, excuse me, on the timing sheet, and 4th in Class B. So that's race 1 of the day here complete at Snetterton. And here's the provisional result. Mike Genvy then a fairly comfortable winner in Class C and B and overall. He wins by 20.7 seconds from Graham Charman in 2nd place, who held off advancing for Jason Rishover, who finished 5 seconds back in 3rd. Alistair Smart, the sole Class C runner, finishes 4th overall. And Robert Gilman and Dominic Landon Down, with Andy Chittenden complete, who had these problems earlier on, being the only driver that failed to finish. And of course we lost, sadly, the Chamberlains, who did not get to the start. So we're just waiting for the cars to make their way through into Parc Fermé. We'll just quickly run you through what's coming up for the rest of the day whilst we're waiting for the cars to come through, for Richard to grab the drivers, fresh out of the cars. So the next race coming up is going to be the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperCup Clubman that are already forming up onto the grid. So we might have to be quite sharpish with the interviews, I suspect. But then after that, we've then got a lunch break for around about sort of 40 to 50 minutes. And then it's racing all the way in the afternoon, starting with the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Then one of the first of 4 races that I think myself and quite a few people are very excited to get to see today, because we've got the Mini 7 Racing Club here with us this weekend, and they will be having the first of their 2 races today. That's Mini 7's first out. That's coming roughly around about 2 o'clock, 10 past 2. Then the first of 3 races for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, and then we've got ZEO Prototypes, more SuperCup, Mini Miglia, Clubman, and Clubsport Trophy. Right, down for our first set of interviews here for the weekend. Down to Richard, who's down with winner Mike Genvy.
So only a quick word with the technical guys at the moment, and let's see if we can get the driver of the Juno. Very steady race for Graham, but had, as you heard Scott say, a little bit of cat and mouse on the timing screen with Jason Rishover in the Radical. So we'll see whether Which thoughts are still discussing things at the moment. Now the winner, Mike Genvy, I can tell you that was his 4th overall win in the series. They had 3 rounds last year, 5th class win for him. He won't be worried about the class wins, of course. It's more about taking the overalls. Are we going to be able to get a quick word with Graham, our championship coordinator, is there as well, still just trying to sort bits out. We've got the circuit comms want to have a go as well, and I'm guessing you've lost Mike Genvy as well, have you? Down the pit lane, and the mic's not going to stretch that far at the moment. Graham, can I butt in and just grab a quick word with you? How are you doing? We're on the live stream, so Graham Charman, 2nd position. We'd have caught up with you anyway, but you're nicking Mike Genvy's thunder with the interview.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a surprise to be here actually in 2nd, to be honest. It's been a massive rebuild on the car over the winter. A lot of stress, a lot of heartache, a lot of sleepless nights, but we're here. Yesterday was a shakedown. Nothing literally fell off. But today we do have a problem, which is I've through. So now I've got a problem with noise, which is a bit of a problem. So they want to check the car for noise, but it went well. I mean, I could hear the car making noise unusually. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge to beat Mike, but I mean, that's first time out this year, 2nd, that's good going. So.
That is good, isn't it? And in terms of that race, Jason Rishover was getting closer at some points, and then you were getting away. Were you responding to that, or were you just having your own sort of practice times to get your head down and get away?
Struggling with being starving hungry, if I'm honest, and concentration. It was a bit of a rush before that race to get the car out. I didn't get a drink, I didn't get to eat. I did get the exhaust manifold welded, but I think that's cracked again. Yeah, I think probably it was the driver that was the problem there. I did see Jason coming at me, and that made me focus and concentrate a bit more on the infield section. Pulled a gap on him again, and then I was clocking him in the mirror, coming onto start-finish straight, and depending where I saw him in the mirror, I thought, okay, I'm doing all right, keep that going. And then I had to tell myself, it's not the checkered flag yet, just keep your head down, keep going. It was a stressful race, to be honest.
Sorry to keep you here a bit longer and deprive you of your food, but was the technical problem the reason that you're in here, just to get that checked over?
It is, yeah, they're not happy with the noise. So I think cracked exhaust manifold, it's making a bit too much noise for UK circuits. It's a noisy car anyway, so yeah, this is going to be a problem, certainly for race 2, because although we found a really friendly guy in the paddock who had a MIG welder, and he did his best trying to weld it, but it's a big crack. So I'm half expecting this to be game over for race 2, if I'm honest, because they want to check it again now at 6,000 RPM, and it struggles to pass at the best of times. So with a cracked manifold, I think that might be it for the weekend, unfortunately. Go back to the drawing board with a new exhaust manifold next week.
Graham, thanks for chatting to us. The circuit lads want to have a word with you as well. Hope you get out, but thanks for entertaining us in race 1.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It was brilliant. Good to see you.
Thank you, Graham. That was Graham Charman there. Took 2nd position in the race. We didn't realise that there wasn't going to be a Parc Fermé podium celebration. We'll get that sorted out for race 2 for you. In the meantime, we've got cars on track again, so very little time to hand over to Scott with the build-up for the first of our Mazda races. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Richard, and yes, slightly contrary to what the bumper just said there, it's in fact the Mark 3s that head out for their first of 3 races this weekend, or at least first of 2 for one of the 2 series championships in this grid, because it's now time for the ultra-competitive BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, incorporating for the first time on their grid for this weekend, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Clubman Championship. Now, if some of you probably sat in the chats thinking, does that mean another MX-5 champion from the BRSCC? Yes, it does, but there is good reason for it. We'll go into that in a second because we've got the grid coming up here. Let's run through that and show you who we've got on screen then. So, grid for race 1 was set by the fastest times in qualifying, runs as follows. So as they're on their formation lap now, Adam Bessel took a superb pole position. He will start on pole from Lee Britton, who's one of the 2 Tom Luke Herbert Racing Cars. Fantastic effort from Lee Briston. He was last year's Rookie of the Year. He starts on the front row of the grid. Massive improvement from him. Colin Bysouth starts on the second row of the grid in car 88 alongside the second of the Luke Herbert Racing Cars. That's Tom Selden in Luke Herbert's X3-time title-winning car. He starts in fourth. Then it's James Cousins and Michael Nibbs on the third row of the grid. James Cousins, a former race winner himself. Michael Nibbs also getting up there in the Super Cup ranks. Then it's Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths, ex-BMW Compact Cup racer, who starts on row 4. And then it's Richard Amos, who was essentially the points winner of two of the races earlier on. He will start on 9th on the grid alongside a newcomer to the championship, but not to MX-5 racing, and that is AB Motorsport boss Ali Bray. You might remember was racing as an invitation driver, as a guest in the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, but he's now bought, of all cars, the race-winning car from SuperCup last time out at Silverstone, driven by Aidan Hills, and he's now running that car for the whole season. There it is, just there, the white and purple car going through shot. He's on the 5th row of the grid for his SuperCup debut. He's on ahead of him on row 6 is Declan Lee, Alex Miller from Will Morris and Will Blackburn Chambers. Then Jack Brewer, former Mark 1 contender, starts 15th alongside John Langridge. Then Nick Rutter and Christopher Richardson ahead of Kelvin Sylvain, who was last year's Club Class champion, alongside Simon Fleet, who's the first of our Super Cup Clubman runners, and they round out the top 20. Then it's Braden Fletcher and last year's City Car Cup champion Nick Reindrad, who starts on the 11th row of the grid, ahead of Simon Baldwin and George Grant, who have Golf Clapham North and Downforce Radio. Then it's Xavier Brooke and Martin Tolley, who's a multi-time Masters champion in Mark 1s and Mark 3s, from Scott Wright and Seamus Heaney. Then Stephen New, who won both races, all 3 races in the Club Class last time out at Silverstone, alongside Kevin Brent, his teammate. Bruce Robinson and Daniel Parron-Smith start on the 16th row of the grid, this mammoth grid of Mark 3s. And then it goes to Christopher Ginn and Matt Pickford. Welcome back to him after he missed out on Silverstone. And the rest of the grid forming up is Clive Chisnell and Andrew Flynn, Robert Way and David O'Reilly. Both those cars on the 19th row of the grid are Super Cup Clubman drivers. And then Alexander Jones and Liz Walton, followed by Adrian Burge and Reginald Vincent, who is also Super Cup Clubman as well. So in total, that is a 42 car grid for the MX-5 Super Cup and Super Cup Clubman combined, 38 of which are Super Cup, 4 are Super Cup Clubman. There is a club class but within the MX-5 Super Cup, along with a Super Cup Pro class, but we'll try and explain those as the race goes on, provided but then again, the action that we might have in these races might not give you too much time, because given how competitive the grid is, and where some of the drivers who are at the front at Silverstone are a little bit further back in the top 10, it may well be quite a frantic affair out on track. So, quick colour check. It's Adam Bezel on pole in the black car with the silver headlight covers. Alongside him is the red car with the white wheels. That is Lee Brisson. Colin Bysouth, who's in the zebra and pink liveried car number 88. And then it's the blue, black, white and red car just to the right of shot there is Tom Selden. And James Cousins is just in the shot there behind Bysouth in the blue, orange and black car in 5th. And then Michael Nibbs is just behind Tom Selden. He's in black, red and blue. But watch out for other cars, including Richard Amos back on the grid, as well as Will Blackwell Chambers, Jack Brewer, and so many more top drivers here. 42 cars on the grid here, all set for the first of 3 races for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup and 2 races for the MX-5 Super Cup Clubman. Revs are up, the red lights come on any second now. Red lights are on. Who's going to win the sprint down towards Richie's corner? They're away. Decent jump from Adam Bessel. Looks like Lee Britton reacts a little bit later as they charge off the line. Look at the pack as they head down towards Richie's for the first time. So up towards the right-hander, it will be Adam Bessel who'll get the whole shot. But up to second place from a great start from the second row has gone Colin Bysouth. They turn in 2 and 3 abreast. This is going to get very packed and very congested, but they're all going to try and get through. There's dust being kicked up everywhere, but it looks like, touch wood, everyone appears to be getting through just about okay. There's a little bit of argy-bargy going on between the top 2. They're 3 abreast on the exit. Michael Nibbs is sideways. I told you it'd be action-packed, and they've kicked off already after 2 corners. Now out of the Wilson hairpin up towards Palmer for the first time. There's going to be a big braking duel here down towards the Agostini hairpin to try and fan themselves out. So, Bezel leads it. Bysouth in second place, side by side between the 2 Luke Herbert racing cars. The teammates, it's Selden on picture right, it's then Lee Britton on picture left, it's then Britton looking to be overtaken by Tom Selden with James Cousins. He's up to about 6th or 7th place already, so a cracking start from the AB Motorsport boss. On his first race at a Mark III, he's up there now to 6th or 7th position, but he's now scrapping, I can see in the background, with Richard Amos, who was the championship leader. someone with their hand out of the cockpit. That red flag has been shown, so race has been stopped. So, haven't seen the reason, but red flags here at Snetterton. So, what looked like initially quite a clean start. It looks like someone in the mid-pack has had a problem. I can just see over the top of the fence, there is a car that's stranded just in the background of shot there on the camera we're just looking at here. There's Tom Griffiths, but there is a car just on the exit, it looks like, on the straight between Ritchie's and Wilson that's come to blows and had to stop. So I'm not sure if more than one car's involved, but we can see there's one that's had a problem. So for what we saw, at least, it was quite a clean start for most people, but it looks as though whatever's happened down at the Ritchie's and Wilson complex has prompted enough for the clerk of the course to throw the red flag and to re-grid them for another start. So Adam Bessel had the good start, as did also Colin Bysouth, as they come back around. Now Patrick Fletcher had just taken, and Richard Amos, both had just taken Ali Bray for a couple of positions. There's Ali Bray there in car 14. And a good start from Will Blackwell Chambers. He was up inside the top 10, having started in 14th. So few movers and shakers in the pack. Looks like Tom Griffiths, who started 8th, is now was outside the top 10 at the time of the red flag. So cars shuffled around. The blue car there with the pink roll bar, that was Simon Fleet, and he was by far the leading car, it looks like, in the SuperCup Clubman Championship that's joining the grid. Ah, there's the problem. Two cars that have gone off. One is number 20 on the left, Christopher Ginn, and the other one is 112. That's one of our SuperCup Clubman drivers. That's David O'Reilly with a... Well, I don't think that's a fact. The shape of that bonnet is factory spec, I'm afraid. So that's had a bit of a bump, as has also Christopher Ginn. And that's the trouble. That's the thing with such congested grids, that there is always that chance that someone's going to misjudge a line or a braking point somewhere, and it all starts to stack up a little bit. But it's just all about awareness in the pack. And with 42 cars on the grid, it's always going to be a little bit tricky. You always have to have your wits about you in terms of what's around you on the circuit. So unfortunately for a couple of drivers, it's come to blows. It looks like at least 3 cars are involved. I haven't seen what happened to the third driver, or at least who the third driver is, because the car was parked behind the barrier and wasn't really clear sight on a number. So we know at least 3 cars are involved in that. And it looks to me as if there's been a bit of a stack up. So one car's had an issue and had to stop and back off. One's gone into the back of the other, and another car's come in and hit the back of the second car. So it looks to me as if I think Christopher Ginn has hit the back of possibly David O'Reilly's car, potentially, and David O'Reilly has hit somebody else who had to brake or avoid something that was going on in front of him. So an unfortunate red flag here at Snetterton. There are the 2 cars that have had that problem. Christopher Ginn is just on the left, observing the back of his car. And that's a real shame for that car, because that's one of arguably the best looking cars to the grid. Ah, there's another car to the left here. Now that is, can't quite tell the number yet. That's one of the Go For It racing cars, the team run by Martin Tolley. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. The number is 65 that is. So 65 that was involved in that one. If I look back on the grid, 65 was Kevin Brent. So that's another car involved. Looks like there's possibly 4 involved in that incident then, which is a real shame. So Kevin Brent, we know, is out of it. So is Christopher Ginn. So is David O'Reilly. And again, a 4th car, unless it's one of those cars that's been moved away from the barrier, is also involved in that as well. So there'll be a little bit of recovery effort here to get this incident cleared up. And once it is clear, we'll be able to get racing back underway. Now, because the race has only just done barely a lap, the cars will restart in the original grid form they were going to go. Whilst we're waiting for that to get cleared up, we're going to quickly hand back down to Richard, who I'm sure is going to have 1 or 2 stories from what happened on that opening lap down on the grid.
Thanks very much, Scott. You know, we didn't really see what happened from pit lane because it was over the back, but a couple of cars stranded out on circuit. The officials making a super decision as ever to get things stopped, get things safe, and then we get the restart. Now, whilst that's great news for everybody being recovered, it puts a little bit of pressure on the drivers that were in the race. Let's go to the pole man, Adam Bessel, and talk to him if we can about the pressure that maybe he's under. Adam, how are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, good.
How much pressure is it on you having to come and get a restart?
It's sort of good. I get another try. My start was not that great. I mean, I managed to stay in the lead, but it wasn't that great. So I'll have another go now, and yeah, should be better hopefully.
I was going to say, come on, you know, leading into turn 1 is pretty much what you want. But so you're confident of better things from the start in the second go?
Yeah, hopefully. I'm very lucky to have about 3 teammates behind to push me into the first corner. So I didn't have the best start, but yeah, with them guys behind, we should be okay to sort of be leading on the lap 1 hopefully.
Fiercely competitive championship. It's almost a bit of a cliche saying that, but coming to this meeting, you're fifth in the championship, and you know the top guys scattered all through the grid really. So a very long campaign. How do you approach it?
Just a weekend by weekend approach really. So just concentrate on each one coming up. I've just seen the races being shortened to 15 minutes now. Yeah, just focus on it as and when you get there. Really, you can't plan too far ahead and too far in advance. I don't think so.
But the car to your liking in qualifying anyway?
Yeah, the team do a great job with the car. Aidan really does a great job in the team, so yeah, can't fault them at all.
And that's Aidan Hills, isn't it? I know he was chatting to his dad earlier on and winding him up a little bit because I think he's racing next weekend at Donington.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they certainly know their cars.
He did well last time out, didn't he? Look, I'll let you concentrate on your restart. Good luck with that, and thanks for chatting to us. Adam Bessel. And we're going to nip across and have a word with Lee Britton if we can. And he's going, oh, I don't want the camera in my face. Lee, are you all right for a quick word?
Yeah, sure.
Top man. So, Lee, Adam said he didn't have a great start, but he got in front. Talk us through your start.
It was definitely better than mine. I was a bit slow with the red lights. Yeah, I was just trying to get over as much as possible, but Colin managed to get on the inside, so I slot in behind him. And then we were okay. We were already single file by turn 4, but then obviously the red flag come out, and then I was very surprised to see that, to be fair. Hope everyone's all right. Sounds like there's a 5-car pile-up, so...
We saw 2 on the feedback. I've had to come out of the press room watching the stream, so it's a bit of a job juggling, you know, what's looking. So it might be a bit of clearing up. 15 minutes. What do you reckon to the new signage? We've got MSV are investing a lot in the circuits, and the gantry's gone, and we've got the new. You don't get time to look at those, do you?
No, normally I'm much further back in the grid, so I don't see it. But yeah, it looks great today.
What's your thought process? I mean, how, firstly, nerve-wracking is it to be on the front row of a monster grid? This is such a superbly supported championship, you know, at all levels. Yeah. How do you prepare, and how nervous are you?
To be honest, I don't feel that nervous. I feel like I've got the pace to win the race. I start P1 in race 2. So, yeah, I'm feeling good, to be honest. I probably should be more nervous, but I feel comfortable. So we'll see how it goes. I'm just going to make sure I get my head down, stay calm, and just deliver what I need to do.
What's the camaraderie like in the championship? I mean, obviously within your teams probably things are okay, but what about non-teammates? Do you all still get together in the Kentagon if you're at Brands Hatch, and Tyrrell's here at Snetterton after the meeting and have a chat over it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the only class I've ever raced in. I only started racing a year ago, and I think I got lucky, to be honest. It's everyone around the grid is always chatting, having a laugh. You know, it's very nice. And obviously when we get on the track, it's very competitive. There's a fair bit of contact, but mostly respectable. So yeah, it's a good mix.
Excellent. I'll let you get on with your preps for the restart. Thank you very much. Lee starts P2. Obviously Adam Bessel we had a quick word with. Let's go back. Colin Bysouth third on the grid, and look at the livery. Absolutely, you know, all of these cars immaculate, but this one's a little bit of an eye-opener, isn't it, in the 88 car. Absolutely superb stuff. Colin,
Hiya.
How are you going?
No, not so bad, thank you. Yeah.
So third in the championship coming here, third on the grid for this race, so consistent. But I was just saying to Adam on pole position, it's a bit of a mix-up, isn't it, really, from on the grid today from where we are championship points-wise?
It is, yeah. I mean, on that consistency note, I think it may look consistent on paper, but I feel anything but. So I think that's what I've got to work on to really maximise points in this championship. The slightest error, you just get penalised badly for it, because the depth of competition here is so large. It's a great place to be.
Another in the graphics here, and is it your own design, the graphics, because it's a very leery colour scheme?
Yeah, it is. This based, or loosely based on this sort of World War II. I've forgotten the name now. Dazzle camouflage. Oh, cool. Is the back theory behind it. Yeah.
And the pinks are standout. I've got to say, it's actually a godsend for a commentator. I'm sure Scott's pretty happy about it. Yeah. But Hills Motorsport, and whatever team you're in, is there at this level the opportunity to learn from coaching and stuff like that? I mean, I guess you've got Darren and Aidan that might well help you with Hills, but who are your driver coaches?
It's many hours spent watching and re-watching footage, other people's footage, my own footage, and also you can pick up a lot from other drivers, and of course Aidan and his dad, Darren. They're invaluable. It's 90% driver, I'd say, here.
Yeah. It's like 300. Personally like Snetterton. I think with the revisions, I mean, I talk about it being new, but we've had a few years now. But there's a lot to offer, isn't there, at this place?
It's such a technical circuit. It's I wouldn't say I particularly enjoy it because it's so difficult to hook up a good lap. But I've yet to put together a perfect session so far, so that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, I've never done a perfect commentary, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. Finally, before we leave you to get on with the preparations, Colin, I was just going to ask, like, nobody else can hear this, all right? Not on the grid anyway. What are your plans off the line with these two up front?
Do you know what? You can spend as much time planning as you like, but as that famous saying goes, everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face, so I never plan. Just take what's given to you and work with it.
Colin, thanks for chatting to us. Well done, mate. Good luck for the ride. Have a safe race, and we'll see you on the podium, hopefully. We've got a little bit more time. I've been told we might need to get off the grid. We're having a quick look. No, I think we're okay. Barrier's still being repaired. So what do? I think we're all to go. We've done 1, 2 and 3. Let's have a word with 4th place on the grid, which is Tom Selden. And we switched from Hills Motorsport to Luke Herbert prepared car. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Yeah, great. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. And another fast Welshman. We've had a few of those in Mazdas over the years.
Yeah,
so starting P4 here.
Yeah.
And how was your first meeting?
At Silverstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it's just nice to get back racing again, to be honest, after the winter break. But yeah, this is the best I've ever qualified, so I'm just happy to be here, really. So.
That's good. And obviously you got quick guys all around you. I mean, the thing with this championship is there's a hell of a lot of quality, isn't there?
Definitely, yeah. There's a few quick boys behind that I think didn't have the best qualifying session. So this race is just going to be about keeping them behind for as long as I can, I think. And I think our time is up. So
yeah, my time's up as well. Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for the race. Stay safe. We're going to try and vacate the grid. Thank you, Andrew. Apologies for that. We'll hand you back, I think, in time now to Scott Woodwis.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. Constant professional as ever with those interviews, as always, for someone of his vast experience, and good to have a chat to some of our front runners. And I think he's absolutely right. Colin Bysand's livery is one of my personal favourites on the grid. It is a fantastic, reminds me of the Red Bull Zebra livery that they did when they were testing before. Let's not talk about F1, let's talk about MX-5 SuperCup, because they're heading back onto the formation lap for this restart. Now, as I mentioned just before we hand it to Richard, the cars are lined up in exactly the same order in which they originally started from their results in qualifying, so we can quickly go through the grid again, and I'm sure we'll be able to figure out who is missing on the grid. Now, as I say, there were 4 cars involved. The 4th car we still haven't quite identified, so we'll have to try and work out who it is as the race goes on. But as you see at the bottom there, the race has now been reduced to 15 minutes by the looks of it. Let's confirm that on my timing screen. Yes, so because of the clear-up, there was a little bit of barrier repair that was going on as well, as you heard Richard mention. There's a slightly reduced race, 15 minutes of racing. But as they head around on the formation lap, we'll give you a chance to remind you how they're going to start. And of course, we'll mention who is not going to start this race based on the incident. Of course, we'll mention 3 of them. The 4th driver, which we're unsure of, but we'll figure out as we go on. So, to recap how they're going to start, Adam Bessel will again have a second attempt to start from pole position. He on car number 4. He will start alongside car 50, which is the red car there of Lee Brisson on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is 88, Colin Bysouth, and number 13, Tom Selden. Then it's row 3 for James Cousins, number 24, and Michael Nibbs, 82. Then it's Patrick Fletcher in car 29 on the 4th row of the grid, and then 76, Tom Griffiths. 5th row of the grid is points leader Richard Amos in car 6, and then number 14, Ali Bray. He will start again from 10th. There he is, just at the front of shot. Then it's Declan Lee, 11th on the grid in car 12, and then it's 7, Alex Miller. Will Morris and Will Blackwell-Chambers in cars 17 and 18 on the 7th row of the grid. Jack Brewer in 15th on the grid. There he is there in the yellow car just centre of shot, who was one of the front runners in Mark 1s last year. Very striking yellow, red and blue livery on that car. He starts 15th alongside John Langridge, a former Mark 1 champion. Then it's Nick Rutter and Christopher Richardson on the 9th row of the grid. And then the top 20 is rounded out by last year's club class champion Kevin Sylvain, who's back on the grid again, and Simon Fleet, who tops the SuperCup Clubman runners on this grid. He starts 20th overall. Then it's Braden Fletcher and Nick Grindrod, a bit further back than they like to be, on the 11th row of the grid. They start 21st and 22nd. Then it's 9 Simon Baldwin and 69 George Grant, who starts on the 12th row of the grid. Row 13 is 70 Xavier Brook and 23 Martin Tolley, last year's SuperCup Masters champion. Row 14 is 11 Scott Wright and 77 Seamus Heaney. Row 15 is Stephen Yu, who won the races in the club class in SuperCup back at Silverstone a few weeks ago. he starts alongside, well, he won't start alongside Kevin Brett because he will not hit the restart as he was involved in that incident. Then we have row 16, which is 90 Bruce Robinson and 86 Daniel Parent-Smith. It's row 17, where we don't have Christopher Jim in car 20, so Matt Pitfield will start on his own on row 17 in car 16. Row 18 is 67 Clive Chisnell and 777 Andrew Flynn. Then it's row 19 for Robert Way, one of our SuperCup Clubman drivers. He'll be by himself because 112 David O'Reilly will not take the restart. And then it's row 20 for 33 Alexander Jones and 19 Liz Walton. Back of the grid, it is 30 Adrian Burge and 47 Reg Vincent, who is another SuperCup Clubman driver. But I'm certain out of the other drivers that I've mentioned towards that second half, I believe one of those will be missing as a result of being caught up in the first corner incident. Just quick run through the points of how it came into the weekend. Richard Amos took 300 points in the Pro Class from Silverstone Weekend, so he leads the way by 14 points from Will Blackwood Chambers, a point ahead of Colin Bysouth in third, so it's 300 points for Richard Amos in Pro Class, Will Blackwood Chambers on 286, Colin Bysouth on 285, and then it's Patrick Fletcher on 282, Adam Bessel on 277, and the rest of the top 10 is James Cousins, John Langridge, Michael Nibbs, Nick Reindraud, who had a decent first weekend in Super Cup back at Silverstone, and Lee Brisson rounding out the top 10. Quickly running through the club class points as well, and it is leading the way after the first round. Stephen New, after he took one win and 2 second places, so he leads with 297. Then Bruce Robertson on 282. Kevin Brent, who sadly will not take the start here for race 1 again, with 276. Scott Wright on 274, tied with Adrian Burge on 4th place. Then Marcus Carlton, who is not here this weekend, I believe, and he will start. So he's 6th in the points. Then Christopher Ginn, Clive Chisnell, Daniel Parent-Smith, and Josh Poulain, who was running in the Modus 1 car. And quickly, Nick Reindraud also leads the master standings with Nick Rutter and George Grant in 2nd and 3rd. Right, let's try again, shall we? Start number 2 for race 1 of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup and Super Cup Clubman. 5-second ball will go up in a second. Just watch for the red light. It'll be just towards the centre left. When that goes on and goes out again, they'll be racing. There goes the red light. It's Bezel and Britton on the front row of the grid. Take 2 for race 1 of the MX-5 Super Cup, and a better start this time from Lee Brisson from the front row of the grid. He might well pull level alongside Bezel, so they tear off the line back towards Ritchie's. Nice and clean so far. And now look up the inside. There's James Cousins, who's trying to get himself 3rd or 4th. So Tom Selton's up to 2nd place. It wasn't such a great start this time for Adam Bezel. He's lost a few more positions heading towards Ritchie's corner. So Lee Brisson then should lead. They're going to kick up the dust once more, which I think caused some visibility problems into Ritchie's corner first time. All a bit more tentative, but it's now a Luke Herbert Racing 1-2, and Michael Nibbs. Am I sure watching the first start again? Because Michael Nibbs has done that for the 2nd time into Wilson Hairpin, getting sideways out onto the dirt. So it looks as though, fingers crossed, they've all got through pretty safely. As they're now on the restart. 15 minutes, not the typical 20 because of the barrier pairs that had to be done. But it is a great sight for Luke Herbert then. His cars are 1st and 2nd. It's then Lee Britton who leads. Tom Selton in 2nd place. The fast starting James Cousins up to 3rd, with 2 teammates are going for it. Oh, Tom Selton gets sideways. He almost tags his teammate Lee Britton, just about holds on to it, or he doesn't, because he goes wide onto the grass. He's lost about several positions. He's down towards the bottom of the top 10. It caused a bit of a concertina effect in the mid-pack, as several cars have to try and avoid him. And that was simply Tom Selton trying to get up the inside of Lee Britton. I don't think he expected Lee to turn in like he did. And there's a car also off into the grass from the distance exiting Oggie's, bouncing its way through and actually spins the middle of the pack. So we're going to get the spinner exiting Hamilton's up towards Oggie's. But Lee Britton then leads the way. Cousins 2nd, Bysouth 3rd, Patrick Fletcher is up to 4th. The rest of the pack sorts its way through. And there's Tom Selden, car 13. Has managed to get through, but he's now down in the mid-pack outside the top 10. Battling already going on. Braden Fletcher in the white car number 10 there, scrapping with the 2 yellow machines. That's Nick Reindraud, who's giving him the bump draft, and towards it, just alongside him there, is Jack Brewer. But the lead might be about to change here as they come up towards Brundle Nelson. I told you this championship was fast and frantic. So many top drivers here. I can't even tell who's going to probably come out on favourite of this one. But it's Lee Brisson then, who I think for the first time ever in his Super Cup career, leads a race on the opening lap. But he gets very sideways on the exit of the bomb hole, and it's coming under massive pressure now from James Cousins as they come out of the right-hander and through this long, almost endless right-handed corner of Coram as the top 4 try to break away early doors. Under brakes into Murray's, a little bit loose on the rear end there for Lee Brisson, but he will fire it out of Murray's onto the pit straight to end the first lap. I think, if I'm right, lead his first ever MX-5 Super Cup lap. So across the line to end lap 1 here, this restart here of the MX-5 Super Cup. It is Britton who leads, Cousins 2nd, Bysouth 3rd, Patrick Fletcher is 4th. Richard Amos is 5th ahead of Adam Bessel 6th, who really lost 5 positions off the start from pole position that time. Wasn't quite the start he got in race 1. And Ali Bray's then made another great start. He's up to 7th place. He started 10th, up 3 spots to 7th already. 8th is Tom Griffiths, 9th is Will Blackwell Chambers, and Alex Miller is up to 11th place. The biggest mover looks to be, I think if I'm correct on this one, Michael Nibbs is up to 11th place. We dropped down a couple more spots, and then it's John Langridge, Declan Lee, Tom Selden, who was 4th on the grid, looked to try and go for the lead, and he actually ended that first lap in 14th place. So a lot of work to do to get himself back into the top 10. So, chance to, I think, take a breather, because heading on to the second lap here at Agostini, and now we see Patrick Fletcher having a look up the inside. In fact, no, it's changed, in fact. So, off camera, I was looking at the timing screen there. Forgive me if I missed it, but a big shuffle around there, because Lee Britton has now shuffled about, 5th or 6th place. So, it really has changed quite a lot. James Cousins then leads the way. It's now Colin Bysouth in 2nd place, Fletcher 3rd, and Richard Amos is rally crossing his way on the exit of Hamilton, just arrives onto the tail of the top 3, and almost goes to the back of Patrick Fletcher. So, out of all of this, James Cousins gets a chance to try and pull away. It's a Hills Motorsport 1-2-3. Richard Amos is not hanging around here. There he is. And he won a race outright last year when he was in the club class, so he definitely likes Snetterton. As they head onto the back straight, he's just relegated Patrick Fletcher to 4th. They got wide on the exit over the grass, and now he's under threat from early leader Lee Britton. Lee Britton in the red car there, looking to try and get 4th position back. Back into Brundle Nelson again, towards the end of lap 2. So, Cousins leads it. Bysouth 2nd, Richard Amos charging up to 3rd. Lee Britton has retaken 4th, and there's Ali Bray scrapping away with Adam Bessel as he turns into the right-hander. He's got the job done, moves up another spot. And now as they come back through Coram again for the 2nd time, Bysouth trying to push on. Good to see Colin Bysouth back in the championship this year. He took about a year or so off from racing, and Adam Bessel getting very sideways through the braking zone. That's always a tricky braking zone into the complex at Coram and then Murray's. You have to really trail brake for there, or try and find the straightest line possible to get the car slowed down. And he just about managed it, but didn't lose too many positions. So, Cousins still leads the way, but I think I saw him under attack there from Colin Bysouth down towards Ritchie's for the 3rd time. Pack makes its way through. There's Tom Griffiths in car 76, battling away with Will Blackwell Chambers, former double MX-5 champion in Mark 1s. He's spent a tentative first year getting to grips with the Mark III, but he really got himself back up into the mix at Silverstone to start the season. And he managed to get himself a couple of podiums, and he came into the weekend 2nd in points. So good stuff so far from Will, getting to grips with that Mark III. Got a breakaway top 4 here now. So Cousins, Bysouth, Amos and Britton trying to get themselves a little bit further away from the pack here and have their own squabble. Bysouth, while he's in the same team, might not necessarily play rear gunner here. He might well go for his own position as Braden Fletcher makes a dive up the inside to either attack or defend from Declan Lee. And there's Michael Nibbs just behind him. Pack getting very varied here as well. Nick Reindrad, who it looks to be the top Masters driver in Pro Class at the moment. So he's back down in 17th place, and last year Nick Reindrad was in something a little bit more compact last year. He was in the City Car Cup and won 12 of the 14 races as Richard Amos tries to get himself onto the door of Colin Bysouth, pushes him out wide. That's exactly the same thing he did to Patrick Fletcher, and the tactics worked, and now they're going to go 3 abreast, because here comes Lee Britton with a super slingshot. He's got 2 wheels onto the grass, but they are going to be 3 abreast for 2nd place, and I think Lee Britton, he's got the fantastic drive off the corner, might well get them both before the braking zone. Into Brundle Nelson, and he has got it done. Brilliant stuff. He must have been learning some lessons from Luke Herbert with a move like that. Fantastic pass, double pass from Lee Britton. And, we've lost. Where's Colin Bysouth got to? He has disappeared off the road. So where's he got to? Because he must have gone up the escape road somewhere, because he didn't appear in shot through Nelson on the exit. James Cousins running away. And I should say one thing, James Cousins, I got this wrong, hasn't won a race from a non-reverse grid race. He's always, the couple of times he's done it, he always done it from on the reverse grid where he started on pole position. So a great start for James, of course being run by Aidan Hills, who was the runaway winner in all 3 races last time out at the season opener at Silverstone. So really learning a few tricks of the trade there from Aidan, as the field is a bit more spread out here. So Cousins then leads the way. Lee Britton with the new fastest lap of the race into the 2:15s now. Richard Amos 3rd, Patrick Fletcher 4th, Ali Bray is 5th. And I was talking to him yesterday saying this is quite a different car to what he's driven usually in Mark 1s. He only drove it for about 4 laps the other day since he got it. And so because of that, he hadn't had that much time to get to grips with it, and they had some shock absorbers there to try and sort out overnight, but they've managed to, and it seems to have really brought the car to life. He is now, I say he was 5th, he's now lost out of position to Tom Griffiths, so he's now down to 6th position and scrapping away with 7th, over 7th with Will Blackwell-Chambers. They're forming the second leading group, just behind these top 4, which still consists of Cousins, Britton, Amos and Fletcher. Now, I'll be intrigued to know what's happened to Colin Bysouth, because he's not reappeared through, so either he stopped somewhere or had a problem, but Colin Bysouth is missing on this point. And now as they come out of Agostini up towards the left-hander at Hamilton, this second group is getting ever bigger and bigger. You can see Declan Lee's in there, Michael Nibbs is in there as well, Christopher Richardson, Nick Ryanjaw's not too far away, as is Braden Fletcher. Now I wonder, is Amos going to throw it back up the inside into Williams? The answer is no, because Lee Britton has got the line that he needs to hold onto the position, but sadly we've lost Colin Bysouth somewhere, and either he's coming to the pit lane or he's stopped somewhere on track, but he was in that mix with Richard Amos and Lee Britton, so that's a shame that we've lost him in that group. Now they come down the back straight again. Cousins a little wide here, and he is being closed down by both Britton and Amos. I wonder if Britton's got the hurry up here, not just with the fastest lap of the race, but also he's got a very feisty Richard Amos on his tail. As they come now onto a short little straight towards the bomb hole once again. Right-hander. And as they come up now to the right-hander at core and back towards Murray's again, it should be another fascinating battle here. Will Blackwell-Chambers is now going to lead that second group, so Ali Breyer has been shuffled down to 8th position because he's lost out not just to Will Blackwell-Chambers and to Tom Griffiths, but also to Alex Miller as well. Patrick Fletcher sets a new fastest lap of the race. He goes 2:15.5, so that's about 4/10 quicker than the lap that Lee Britton managed last time around. You can see just how close and tight and congested this pack is. There are so many top drivers in this championship. As they turn their way out of the complex and now onto this short straight. It's back straight. And now as they come back towards Wilson again. 5 minutes to go in this first race. This top 4 group is really closed up a little bit more. And under brakes, looking to the outside line. Lee Britton looking right round the outside. Surely he can't make this one stick. He's going to try and get the grip on the outside line. He is just about there on his door, so if he can try and get the traction off the exit at the hairpin, he'll try and put himself alongside, but he had to capitulate and let him go. And this now gives Richard Amos the big signal that he has to try and make a move down the outside. He might well go for the undercut here to get the switch back on the exit of Oggies. It's an early apex, then you just turn your way as it opens out towards the right-hander at Williams. And then onto the Bentley straight there once again. 4.5 minutes on the clock. These top 4 are all together. Now, Blackwell-Chambers still 5th. Griffiths in 6th. 7th is Alex Miller. 8th is Ali Bray. 9th is Declan Lee. He's moved up a couple more places. And 10th is Michael Nibbs. Down the Bentley straight. And they're side by side for the lead now. James Cousins, his car very, very loose, but he's going to try and hold on. Lee Britton just gives a gentle little nudge. He forces him a little bit sideways. You can see him looking in the mirror. Lee, that wasn't called for. And actually, you can see it because of that. He had to back off, probably not to get a penalty. And he lost that to Richard Amos and to Patrick Fletcher, then gets out onto the dust and dirt on the outside of the bomb hole and goes from what could have been a pass to a lead all the way back down to 4th and several car lengths back. So now, Lee Britton finds himself in a little bit of no man's land, but he has got about 2 laps now to try and pick that one up. Will Blackwell-Chambers is trying to break away and close in on that top 4. And Griffiths and Miller are trying to go with him. Ali Bray's been shuffled out a couple more spots, I can see. He's lost out to John Langridge and to Braden Fletcher now. So decent in the first half of the race, but possibly his tyres are sort of just wearing a little bit or overheating a bit in this sunshine here at Snetterton. He's back in 11th place now. Will Morris will be the next car that's going to try and make a move on him if he can. Ali Bray down to 12th. There's Christopher Richardson. Different colour car for him this time. He had a red and black machine last year, but he switched to a new car, which is all bright green. And still side by side now between 2 of the Hills Motorsport cars. That's Michael Nibbs in the black and red machine, and the green car there of Declan Lee on the left. John Langridge getting stuck in there as well, being run by Miller Motorsport. Now Patrick Fletcher was looking to the inside line, but Richard Amos decides, nope, I'm going to shut the inside line, and he just quickly goes back towards the racing line. Now, you are allowed to do that, but you can't swerve and weave across the road to kind of block the car behind you. You have to make one move, but then if you have to go back to the racing line, I think you are allowed to do that, but you can't really move more than once or make any sudden big movements to try and move your position. So I think Richard Amos will probably get away with that, but he's got to be careful not to weave too much, otherwise he might raise the eye of the clerk of the course. Patrick Fletcher this time gets the chance to put the manners on Richard Amos up the inside through Williams, and if it puts Richard Amos out wide, it now might give Lee Britton the chance to get himself into the mix, because he might get a really good run, which he does. He gets a double toe from the two cars in front, might give him a bit of a bump draft here, and tries to go down the outside line. Amos puts the car in the middle of the road, and Patrick Fletcher might find himself going 3 wide here. James Cousins, though, continues to hold the advantage. There's a bit of flapping bodywork. Looks like the Patrick Fletcher rear bumper on that car has started to come a little bit loose because of the little nibble that he got from Richard Amos, I suspect. There's Lee Britton, not so sideways this time through the bomb hole. Still holding on to 4th. It was really impressive stuff from Lee. He was last year's Rookie of the Year for a reason. He was the highest placed rookie driver that had never raced in an MX-5 before the season, and so he certainly used that to good effect, and it certainly helped him push on this year. And they're on to start the last lap of the race here. Top 4 cover at the moment by 1.6 seconds, but it looks a little bit less than that. That's the gap as it was last time by, when Lee had lost a few car lengths because of the mistake that he made up at the bomb hole. Across the line they go now, and the fastest car out of the 4 in that top 4 was in fact Lee Britton, but they've been trounced, all of them, by Will Blackwell Chambers. There he is, the white and red car. Car 17 has stopped on the road. That is just up at Coram on the grass. That is Will Morris. So he was about sort of 12th or 13th, so problems for him, unfortunately, at the end of the race, which means he will not see the flag. Amos a little bit wide on the exit through the right-hander, and now through up left-hander at Palmer now for the last time, and James Cousins is not comfortable. He has to go to the inside line because Patrick Fletcher has got a great run here up towards the left hand. There might be a bit of contact down towards the hairpin at Agostini. Cousins looks to his right, now has to turn left into the hairpin, and Fletcher knows he will have to try and get the switchback and the undercut here, but he can't quite manage it. And now look at Will Blackwell Chambers. That's the white car with the red roll cage. He's right onto the back of both Lee Britton and Richard Amos as they turn in through Hamilton for the last time. Battle going on also between Alex Miller, having one of his best races for a while, 6th position in the MX-5 Super Cup. Really strong running from Alex so far. And then Tom Griffiths is up in 7th. Impressive run for him so far, as it is also for Michael Nibbs, with Declan Lee and Braden Fletcher in 10th, and Abby Bray holding on to 11th, which I think if he can move up into the top 10, unless he stays there, that will be a superb end to his first MX-5 Super Cup race. Now, are we going to see a possible move for the lead on the last lap, because they head down the back straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time? They are going to be side by side. They're touching front wings, turning in through left hand. Brundle sideways again. Oh, they've made contact off onto the grass. James Cousins got sideways. They both were touched. Patrick Fletcher sprints across the grass at Nelson, gets himself back onto the track. That might be an advantage gain there, because he did gain the position. He might have to give that one back. You might argue that he got forced off the road. They might have to fight this one out in the steward's office, but let's see how this one plays out. Fletcher then came back onto the road. He was in the lead, but he didn't go into the corner in the lead. They were side by side. Now this brings Amos and Britton and Will Blackwell Chambers all into the mix. Fletcher goes deep into the corner. He's gone wide. So I'm not sure what quite happened there. Will Blackwell Chambers is over the grass as well. Fletcher might have problems. You might have just backed off because he had an issue. So now it's all kicked off on the final couple of the corners. The sprints, the checkered flag is alive. It is side by side. Up to the line. Is it going to be Amos or Cousins? Oh, Amos stole it on the line. Richard Amos steals it on the final lap on the sprint to the flag by 36 one-thousandths of a second. Unbelievable. What a start to the MX-5 Super Cup weekend with a finish like that. Incredible. Richard Amos steals victory. James Cousins second. Lee Britton gets his first MX-5 Super Cup podium in 3rd. Will Blackwell Chambers 4th. Alex Miller was 5th. Tom Griffiths was 6th. And Patrick Fletcher comes across the line in 7th place. I'm not quite sure what happened on the final corner, whether the contact caused a problem or he just backed off not to gain an advantage or a penalty. But amazing first race, and that was a very frantic final lap for those guys. Unbelievable. So that is 8th position then, just going through the rest of the order. 8th place for Michael Nibbs. It's 9th for Declan Lee. 10th for Braden Fletcher. 11th place for Ali Bray in his MX-5 Super Cup debut. 12th for John Langridge. 13th for Nick Ryandraud. 14th for Adam Bessel. Not the best of recoveries after his earlier problems. And then 15th place for Simon Baldwin. I'm glad we got a lunch break, because that was a very frantic and exhausting final lap for the MX-5 Super Cup. But it all started from the contact into Brundle and Nelson between James Cousins and Patrick Fletcher. And Cousins was the one that got sideways. I think he got a little bit squeezed trying to hold his line on the inside, got loose, and that car had been loose all race. So lost the back end, clashed into the side of Fletcher. They both went off onto the grass. Fletcher then carried on, and maybe he possibly thought, I have to back off here, maybe to not have an advantage. There's Patrick Fletcher's car. It stopped just on the pit straight, right at the pit exit. So whether or not it was as a result of the contact, there was a mechanical issue that's forced him to back off, and I think he possibly backed out of it because he didn't want to be in the way of everyone else and cause a bit of a stack up. But extraordinary final lap there for the MX-5 Super Cup, and that is typical MX-5 Super Cup racing. It is action and energy all the way from start to finish. Brilliant stuff. So, championship leader Richard Amos, who really is making a case to try and carry on his ex-teammate Simon Smith's legacy, because both those cars used to run with BC Cars, Brian Chandler's outfit. Richard Amos has now moved across to Paddock Motorsport, which is run by Martin Plowman and Kelvin Fletcher. They only started in the Super Cup back in 2020, and they really have expanded that group to about 4 or 5 cars now, including now Richard Amos, which is brilliant. And excellent stuff for him. James Cousins just misses out on a win, but second place will still be very strong for him. Let's look at the result. Richard Amos then, there it is, by 36 1,000ths of a second. Literally steals the win from James Cousins on the line. Lee Britton gets his first podium in third. Will Blackwell Chambers is fourth. A brilliant 5th place for Alex Miglia. Well done to him, one of his best results. Tom Griffiths is 6th. Patrick Fletcher is 7th. After he then stops at the end. It's 8th for Michael Nibbs, 9th for Declan Lee, 10th for Braden Fletcher, 11th for Ali Bray, then John Langridge 12th. Nick Rindle was top Masters driver in Pro class, Adam Bessel 14th, Simon Baldwin 15th, top driver in Club class, but it was Chris Richardson, Tom Selden, Jack Brewer, Martin Tolley and Simon Fleet who was top Super Cup Clubman driver. And then it's Xavier Brooks, Scott Wright, Daniel Parron-Smith, Stephen New, Seamus Haney, Bruce Robinson, Matt Pitford, Clive Chisnell, George Grant and Robert Way, and they still carry on to the next screen. Liz Walton, Adrian Burge, Alex Jones and Reginald Vincent, and we lost through that race very sadly. Nick Rutter, Will Morris, Colin Bysouth, which I'm not sure why he retired, but he was an early retirement early on. And it was Christopher Ginn, Kevin Sylvain was the other car that we lost at the restart, I think, and also Kevin Brent, David O'Reilly, and possibly also Andrew Flynn we lost as well. Well, I've now got a chance to catch myself a breath as we go into a lunch break, but I can hand over to Richard now for our second set of interviews, and I would love to hear how the top 3 found that on the last lap, Richard, because I'm sure we've got 3 very exhausted, very hyped Super Cup drivers down in Parc Fermé. Wow, what a race.
Do you know what? You'd expect the drivers to look hot and bothered, and here's Richard Amos, just like he's arrived at the track. 9th on the grid, and you know, Scott the commentator was talking about how frenetic the last lap was, and you the last lap doesn't tell the full story for you.
No, it was. I think the first lap planned out pretty good. The guy on pole, Adam Bessel, had a bad start. I don't know if he got his clutch too hot or something, but he got the fastest guy out of the way, to be fair. And then, yeah, from there, just picked one off by one, and then there was a bit of that contact that we gained places, and then, yeah, it worked out well. The last lap, I just went under the bridge and I could see something was going to kick off. It kicked off, and then I didn't actually gain anything down there. And then at the last, I think they just coming here across the line. Just, I think, yeah.
Well, apologies there for some of the camera break up there. I think it might be something to do with the heat, possibly, that's coming up here. But as a slightly forlorn Patrick Fletcher looks at the what might be wrong with his car after the contact that he had with James Cousins, we are going to a lunch break now, so we'll be able to have a bit of a chance for a breather, but not for that long, because we've then got action all the way this afternoon, and it could be just as energetic for the rest of the afternoon, because we've got the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship coming up at around about 20 to 2 in terms of the time. Look at the time now, it is about 1:20, so actually quite deep into the lunch break actually now, so yeah, so a bit sort of later into lunch break than we probably were anticipating to be, I think. So Might be quite a short lunch break before we get things going again. Then we've got the Mini 7s for their first race. The Mini 7 and 7S categories on grid for the first time. Then the first race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, followed by the second race for the ZEO Prototype Series. Then the second race for this championship that we've just seen, the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperCup Clubman. Then, I have to admit, a race that I'm quite looking forward to, which is the Mini Miglias and the Mini Libras on the same grid together. So they'll be at the third to last race of the day. Then we have the second race for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Then to round off today, 45 minutes of pit stop racing action from the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. So I think we're possibly going to be able to throw back in a second, hopefully, to Richard, who will be able to still have a chat with our drivers. We've got a little bit of time to go, so I think we can still manage it. And we'll see if we can have a chat to them and see what they thought. We saw which they must have started back in 9th on the grid. Fantastic drive through the pack to get yourself up to the front. I think we can now have a chat to them now, so hopefully we can go down to Richard, who has our MX-5 SuperCup drivers after that very intense finish to that first race.
Move out of shots for you.
Talking to the man in the green, mate.
Well, here we are with the second place driver. I hope you've got our signal man now. James Cousins, I'm going to turn around because this is about you. Tell us what happened over that last lap in the last corner.
We side by side down the straight. Patch was a little bit behind me, and we both went into the corner, really deep. And there was just a bit of contact. I got a little bit of a slide on. We sort of hit wheels, and it sort of took both of our tracking out a little bit. And we went straight through the corner. And then obviously Patch was in front at that point, and unfortunately his steering didn't allow him to turn left. And then going down the main straight, it was like I was dragging a weight behind me because the wheels are a bit pointing the wrong way. And then I had Richard Amos come past me at the last second just to nab the win. It's a bit unfortunate. No intent behind it, of course. Obviously not a fan of contact in this sport. But yeah, we'll see what happens next race. See how it goes.
I think we got a nice bit of noise behind us. I think Scott Woodward, who was doing the live stream commentary, was saying that he was looking for your first sort of fastest off the front race win because you won reverse grid races. Is that right?
Yeah, I've won won a few of them. I know I had the pace to win. It's just an unfortunate event, really. But we'll see how we get on next time. Hopefully it'll be a lot better. Again, apologies to Patch, didn't wait for any of that to happen, but yeah. Sort of have a drink and see what happens next time.
It's Mazda racing, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Exactly, it's close and close and closer.
James, thanks for entertaining us and for leading for so long as well. It's good to get those laps led under your belt, and you know you got the pace here.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers for that.
Thanks, mate. Have a good lunch break. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to catch up with third place because it means we've got to dive behind the garages and get another one, so that's probably, I think, all we've got time for in this one. We are kicking off again at 13:45 for the afternoon break. Now you're probably thinking, hang on, we've only seen 2 races, why are you having a lunch break? Well, the answer to that is that obviously the people on course and the officials, the marshals and everybody else have been working solidly since 9 o'clock this morning. Obviously we don't cover the qualifying at the moment, so everybody needs a deserved break, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. But to lead into the break, let's hand you back to the man who's been calling all of the race action for you thus far, Scott Woodward. Over to you, Scott.
Yeah, thanks very much, Richard. Good to see our drivers, of course, James Cousins, and we talked briefly Richard Amos as well. So yeah, as we quickly go into this very short break, because we lost a little bit of time, I think, from the red flag that we had. Just to quickly recap what's coming up this afternoon in the next roughly about 20 minutes or so. To recap again, it should be the first race after lunch, which will be the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, then the first of our Mini 7 Racing Club races. It will be the Mini 7s and Mini 7S classes on their own grid together. Then the first race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Then the ZEO Prototype Series is out for their second race of the day. Then it's the next race for the MX-5 SuperCup and SuperCup Clubman, which we've just seen on track right now. Then the first race of the weekend of 2 for the Mini Miglias and Mini Libra category. Then it's the MX-5 Clubman Championship for their second race, and we finish off with 45 minutes of pit stop racing action for the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. So stay tuned, we'll be back very, very shortly. We've got more Mazda MX-5 racing action and minis and sports prototypes and pit stop racing coming up today. Don't go anywhere, get yourself settled, get yourself some lunch, get yourself settled in for the afternoon, because it's going to be another fantastic day, a few hours of club mode sport here with the BRSCC. Stay tuned, we'll be back in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon's action for day one of our Snetterton race weekend here on the BRSCC live stream. And as you can see, we've got more Mazda MX-5s on track, this time of the Mark 1 variety, because this is now time for our first of two races for today for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. This is the one-day, two-race format championship that was launched last year as a way to give a slightly more cost-effective and logistically friendly championship for those racing Mark 1s, and not only to introduce quite a few new drivers into the championship, but into the paddock, but also a few existing ones that have crossed over to this championship because they prefer the format, prefer the grid, as they make their way around onto the formation app now for this first two races. There's quite a few good drivers in the mix, not necessarily the drivers which were towards the front of the grid at Silverstone. Not less, of course, the champion from last year that defends it this year, Harry Storer. He starts quite back towards the bottom of the top 10. Well, here's how the grid lines up as based on the results from qualifying. It's Thomas Langford, who's raced as a guest this weekend, starts on pole position, and he starts alongside double race winner from last year here at Snetterton. That was Matthew Fletcher. Next, it's Marcus Bailey. Welcome back to him, and Declan McDonald, who took a podium at Silverstone. Nick Ledoyne and Neil Chisnell, who was a podium finisher here last year, starts 6th, as was John Pethick in 7th place on the grid. Chris Dawkins, a former Clubman Championship race winner, in 8th. Then Charles Boniface in 9th, and double points race winner at Silverstone, because he was 2nd but finished behind Ali Bray both times. He was a guest. He starts in 10th. Kevin Dengay, who's back in his MX-5, whose car that Ali Bray drove to victory as a guest both times last time at Silverstone, starts 11th. Chris Lovett is 12th. Then it's Alan Hawkins and Michael Pearce on the 7th row of the grid. Going further back now to Cody Jackson and Kevin Bird, who start on the 8th row, followed by Tom Mallett and Robert Greensmith. He's really further down than he should be, back in 18th position. That just shows how much the competition's gone up. Peter Higson making his first appearance of the year. He starts 19th on the 10th row of the grid alongside Graham Rumsey. Then it's Jamie Turner and Del Pace on the 11th row, followed by George Grant of Clapham North and Downforce Radio fame. Downforce Radio being the sponsors for this season. William Breen will start alongside him on the 12th row of the grid, then Aaron Danapala and Tim Storer, followed by Peter Williams and Tom Cannon, and then Chris Thelwell and Jason Aisbett. And the rest of the grid on the screen that I've just described will scroll through before we get to racing action underway. As you can see, the championship is has a support sponsor this year in Downforce Radio, of course the nation's motorsport station, and they, of course, their logo adorns the windscreen strips of all the cars which race here at Snetterton. Last couple of the cars you can see on the screen back on row 15, Chris Thelwell and Jason Aisbett make up a 30-car grid here. There's two grids of 30-plus Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s. We still have the Mazda MX-5 Championship to come, and that will be coming up for its first of its two races later on this afternoon. So, points-wise, after one meeting, it was Harry Storer who took maximum points from the weekend, because as Ali Bray was racing as a guest at Silverstone, he wasn't invisible for points. Therefore, Harry Storer, who finished 2nd on the road, took not only both race wins, but also both fastest laps as well. Well, race wins in terms of the points that he scored. So he comes into the weekend as the championship leader, 202 points against Matthew Fletcher in 2nd place on 194. Declan McDonald's on 192. Had John Pethick on 190, Charles Boniface has 182 points, Chris Dawkins 178, Steve Brown, or otherwise known as Super GT, who was on the grid, he was 7th in points, but he's not here this weekend. And it's Nick Ledoyne, Alan Hawkins and Jake Stiles, who was also not here this weekend, rounds out the top 10. Now, Mazda MX-5 racing fans from BRSCC perspective might recognise the car that's on pole position and think, hold a minute, that looks like a championship winning car from last year. That's because it is, because Thomas Langford is now the new owner of a new driver, at least, of last year's title-winning car driven by Ollie Allwood. So Ollie Allwood has now vacated that car, and Thomas Langford now is at the wheel of it himself. And he's as a guest, which means he doesn't score points. That means the highest-placed point-scoring driver is, of course, the man alongside him, which is Matthew Fletcher. Now, as I mentioned, Matthew Fletcher, the last time that the MX-5 Clubman Championship came here, they were... Matthew Fletcher took 2 wins. He seemed to quite like Snetterton around here. But you also need to watch out for the guys that are a little bit further back in the grid that might well make an impact if they can. Marcus Bailey, of course, has been racing in other MX-5 racing circles. Good to see him back out on the grid on the 2nd row. And Declan McDonald alongside him, just there in car 43 as well. So, last couple of the cars are going to get towards the back of the grid. Then, once they're in position, the green flag will fly, and we're all set for our first Mazda MX-5 Clubman racing action of the weekend. There's the green flag. So, it is Thomas Langford in white and blue on the left. It is the dark blue car of Matthew Fletcher on the right. Let's see who can win another sprint towards Richie's corner for the first time. Red lights are on, and the first MX-5 Clubman Championship race of the weekend at Snetterton is go. Strong start from everyone. All scattering away from the grid. And now the sprint towards turn 1 begins. Who's going to win the whole shot? It is side by side for the lead. Will Fletcher sweep around the outside? He does. He's also got Declan McDonald pushing through to go through into second position, it looks like. Everyone else appears to be taking their time, being tentative. There's 25 towards the back. That is Tom Cannon picking his way through. And it looks like, I think, touch wood, they've all got through Ritchie so far into Wilson Hairpin. Langford back into second place ahead of McDonald. Marcus Bailey's dropped to 4th, and he's scrapping away with Nick Ledoyen, who started on the 3rd row of the grid. So now up towards the left-hander at Palmer. This slightly off-camber left-hander. You can see, and you do see cars running wide here on the exit of the turn. Let's see if we see it this time. There are a couple of cars going side by side. And 1 or 2 out onto the curves, but nothing too much. Bit of dust kicked up, but there is a breakaway top 3 already as they make their way towards the Agostini hairpin for the first time. So Fletcher leads, McDonald 2nd, Langford 3rd, Marcus Bailey 4th, Neil Chisnell is 5th. More dicing up and down the pack. There's 178, Kevin Dengate having a scrap with Michael Pearce in the green number 70 mid-pack. A couple of the cars get a little loose on the exit over the curb coming out of the hairpin. Now they come back through Oggies again, turning in through the right-hander. And they'll open out onto this back straight. It's a 15-minute race, so get roughly, I'd say, lap-wise, maybe 7, maybe 5 or 6 laps, I'd imagine. It's quite a long circuit, if not 8, depending on the length of the circuit. There's side-by-side action. Harry Storer, defending champion, battling away with Nick Ledoyen to his left. You might get a small bump draft here from Charles Boniface in the Misty Racing car, number 14 behind him, the white car that's tucked in behind the champion. Now you can see Matthew Fletcher coming under threat from Declan McDonald, turning in, under brakes through Brundle. Now they flick right over the curb at Nelson, and then a short little squirt of throttle up towards the bomb hole for the first time. Nice and orderly so far. Everyone, I say this tentatively, everyone's behaving themselves so far. Alan Hawkins gets his elbows out and throws it up the inside of Kevin Bird, goes too deep on the exit, and I say he's gone too deep. Has held onto the position, so it was a bit robust, or a bit feisty. Wasn't that much contact actually, but he managed to just squeeze his way through and pick up another position. There's Alan Hawkins in the Jigsaw livery car. The best looking car on the grid, in my opinion. Fantastic livery on that car. But it's, again, a very varied and colourful field, as you can see. All colours of the rainbow on this grid. There's William Bream making a move on car number 9, Jamie Turner. Across the line to end lap 1. That's a great shot on the pit wall. Look at that. Get a real sense of the cars as they thunder past the pits, one after the other. So, end of lap 1 as they come across this run. It's Fletcher that leads it. Langford only 0.8 of a second behind. McDonald in 3rd. Bailey 4th. Chisnell 5th. Pethick 6th. 7th place now is Chris Dawkins. 8th is Harry Storer, defending champion. 9th place is Nick Ledoyen, and 10th is Charles Boniface at the end completion of that first 3-mile tour of the Snetterton 300 circuit. Exactly 3 miles in length, around about 4.8 kilometres. As you can see, the weather conditions are absolutely perfect here at Snetterton. It's bright blue skies, beautiful sunshine, a little bit of a breeze in the air. That's what I call perfect weather conditions for racing here in Norfolk. So Fletcher's starting to get away here. This is showing shades of 2021 here, as there goes 150. John Pethick up the inside of Chris Dawkins. That's a move completed for 6th position. Harry Storer getting onto his tail there in car number 1. He's got past Nick Ledoyen, and Alan Hawkins is up there now in 10th position. I think he's got past Charles Boniface. There was Marcus Bailey to the left there was making a move. That was on, I think, Declan McDonald for 3rd place. So the white and red car of Marcus Bailey, sponsored by Midland Tyre Shaving, is just about trying to hold on to 4th position here. He's got Neil Chisnell all over him now as they come through. There's Harry Storer there in car number 1 going through shot, and there's also Charles Boniface. There's Kevin Bird in the white car with the orange stripes. And a battle also been joined here. That's 178, Kevin Dengate. That's the car, of course, which is originally Kevin's, but of course Ali Bray took that to victory twice as a guest at Silverstone. That's a bit further in the pack now. Now, change for the lead because Tom Langford has now got into 1st position. What we should stress, of course, Tom Langford running as a guest, so he's invisible for points. So, as it was with Ali Bray and Harry Storer last time at Silverstone, if Thomas Langford wins the race, he will get a trophy for 1st place, but the 100 points that you get for a victory will go to Matthew Fletcher, because he's the highest placed car that is registered for the championship and is not a guest. So Matthew Fletcher in this position will still get points for a win in the result, but he won't get the win on the road. So keep that in mind. With shuffling going on there between McDonald, Bailey and Neil Chisnell. Chisnell now right onto the rear bumper of Bailey's. They come onto the pit straight once again, the Senna straight, named after, of course, the great Ayrton Senna. Here they come. Langford, then Fletcher. New fastest lap of the race for Langford. Then it's followed by that McDonald, Bailey, Chisnell, Pethick. Dawkins and Storer side by side. LeDoyen's in there as well. I think looks like Storer's got past, I think, both, not only he got past but Storer and, look at the timing screen, Storer and LeDoyen have got past Alan Hawkins. He's also going to lose a place now to Charles Boniface. Now diving up the inside to make a move, but overshooting there is Marcus Bailey. He just about gets it anchored up. And now they're all over each other here. He's got McDonald now. McDonald now has Pethick to his right. Chris Dawkins might give him a little bit of a nudge to get him past. But through all of that, Neil Chisnell has managed to move himself up into what is now third position. Here they come. We have an understeer there from Chisnell. And as they come up now into Agostini Hairpin once again, more battling going on as Bailey looks back to the outside line. Here comes Chris Dawkins. He's repassed John Pethick, just out of shot, and now he's on literally door to door with Declan. Declan will be thinking, come on, Sunshine, give me some room. Squeeze me up towards the edge of the circuit. I'd like a little bit of a gap if you don't mind. But I'm sure Chris Dawkins, well, he's obliged for the moment, but he's going to have to work out how he defends from John Pethick as well. There's the timing tower on the left-hand side, so you'll be able to see some of the cars in the mix. Now, the cars which have the blue number plates on the left-hand side, they are Masters drivers. That's for the drivers aged 45 and over. That's an internal contest within the main championship, and they score separate points for that. So Declan McDonald will get 100 points for the Masters. And just look at the battle there. You see, Marcus Bailey. That was contact with Neil Chisnell, and off the road goes Marcus Bailey. They were touching doors, and I thought something might well happen. It would look like it was going to be friendly door-to-door contact, but it seems like either one's moved across to the other. Bailey's gone spearing off onto the grass. It looks like it's quite a large piece of grass area, so I don't think he's made contact with any kind of wall or barrier, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Neil Chisnell's car, meanwhile, has carried on. It appears unscathed, and he's now lost that position. There's Marcus, who's quickly jumped out of the car, but probably was, yeah, as you can see, abject frustration, I think, for Marcus. He throws his gloves down. And, but rather speculate whose fault was that. We only saw kind of the tail end of that a little bit when that was going on. We just cut away as the contact began, but I think we'll let the stewards decide who was at fault of that, if anyone, if it was a racing incident or if the blame can be apportioned to one or the other. He's now facing up the pits, down the pit straight now as they drive away from the camera. And Langford now continues to lead by 3/4 of a second. There's Declan McDonald back into third place. He started with Lapham in third place, and then he sort of went down to about 6th or 7th, and then went back up to third again, which was quite ironic. So, so much happening in that field. It was quite amazing that all happened as it did. So McDonald then just trying to hold off Dawkins. Nudge there from Nick LeDoyen from Charles Boniface, and that's now allowed Alan Hawkins back up the inside. So he's now managed to make himself back up into 9th position. But Thomas Langford then doing his title-winning car justice as he leads the way in the ex-Ollie Allwood championship-winning car from last season, chased by Matthew Fletcher, who is doing exactly what he did last year, which is getting to the lead here at Snetterton and pull away. Declan McDonald third. And it's Dawkins, lock up from Charles Boniface. He slides back up the inside. After you, Charles, goes Alan. I think he'll try and get him back on the exit. These two, a fun battle here as Hawkins falls back into line for the moment, but I'm certain if he gets a good toe down the back straight, he'll be back for more in a few moments' time. Here's our scrap for third. So McDonald then just trying to pull away here. Oops, 128's gone around. 128. I think that's Dale Pace. I think if I'm correct. Yes, Dale Pace and the 128 has gone around. So I think he's possibly waiting for a small gap in the traffic towards the back of the field to get going. He was 23rd, so he's dropped back. I think he'll drop back to the last of the cars that are still running. I can see just to the outside, on the left right-hand side there, that he has got going again. Now there are yellow flags, which I think is still for Marcus Bailey's stricken car. Although Marcus did pull that car up against the barrier, thankfully. So even though there is a barrier, there was such a large grass area that I don't think he actually made contact with it. Or if he did, it wasn't evident damage. So just frustration for Marcus there, being spinning out of the race. Further back in the field, a few more cars sweeping through shot. Here's the next group of cars coming through. Further back here is further back than I expected it to be. Is 122, the blue car with the white stripes. That's Rob Greensmith, who was second last year in the points. As we've got a car running wide there. That is car 13. Who's car 13? That's Cody Jackson. So Jackson having a battle, I think, with Tim Storr. That is there, car number 50. Now they come through Coram. As the leaders come back across the line, 5 minutes to go. Still just spreading out a little bit here. Whoops, Cody Jackson getting sideways there. there goes also Tim Storer in there too as well. He's been chased down by a couple more. I think Michael Pearce is a bit further back in there also. And let's see, there goes, I think that's Michael Pearce trying to make a move. That's number 9, yeah. No, so it's Jamie Turner's trying to go. Sans a rear bumper, so he's obviously lost that somewhere for some contact that he's had. Turner 24th in the order at the moment. Now with 4 minutes to go, there's still Thomas Langford. He leads by half a second. Here's our group that's battling. It's Peter Higton. This is back in 17th place. We've got a battle going on here. So car 4 is Peter Higton, the white car at the front of the group. And then it's William Bream in 264, the black car with the sort of checkered flag decal on the side. And then it's Rob Greensmith with 122. Again, I was mentioning he was second in points last year. He was second in points. He was Masters champion, and he was also Rookie of the Year. So we took home 3 pieces of silverware from the awards. Oops, that's a bit too soon. That's cursed the commentator because round goes Rob Greensmith. I've really dropped him in it, isn't he? I dropped him in it when he dropped a wheel. So off onto the road he goes. Off onto the grass he goes. Back onto the road he comes. We're now watching here, this is Graham Rumsey, I think, having a scrap with car number 9. Meanwhile, this is back towards the front for third, so Declan McDonald still holds on to P3, but now it's all kicking off between John Pethick, Chris Dawkins, and the man to Chris's inside right now, Neil Chisnell. Now remember, Neil was involved in the incident there, I think, with Marcus Bailey back there, and also Harry Storr was in there too. The black car just trying to move up the inside of Dawkins there, who was in the number 22 in 4th position at the moment. Through the complex of Coram. Now down the pit straight once again. The gap is now at the front. Langford to Fletcher, a fraction under a second. And now they come back onto the pit straight once more. Through the right-hander. Apologies for any streaking on the camera. I think they are, the live stream company, looking into it to solve that. Now our leaders back into the hairpin once again. So McDonald 3rd, Pethick 4th, Chisnell 5th, Dawkins 6th, and then Harry Storer in 7th place.
Also worth noting, quite surprised that Harry Storer didn't qualify 10th by Grant, but
so into the hairpin once more. So Langridge leads it, Fletcher in 2nd place, and they're absolutely the class of the field right now because this is the gap back to 3rd, and McDonald leads everyone else in Merry Dance right now. So out of Agostini once again, now into this short straight. Latching onto the tail here are both Nick Ledoyen in car number 5, that's the black car with the red roll bar, and also Charles Boniface in 9th place as well. Mentioning earlier on the Masters drivers, Declan McDonald is leading the Masters contest at the moment, 3rd overall. 2nd in Masters for the Clubman Championship is Chris Dawkins. Now, there was some dust kicked up there. Now, I suspect that's either one of the 2 leaders that's run wide and had an issue somewhere, because, and I can also hear Josh Barrett getting a bit excited on the circuit commentaries. I suspect possibly the leaders are quite close together down towards Brundle and Nelson. So we might have to take a look at those, and with good reason, yes, because they are side by side. And for the lead of the race now properly outright in terms of where he'll score points is Matthew Fletcher. He was already leading in terms of the fully registered championship drivers, but he's now up at the lead of the race in terms of the actual track position as well as his championship position, shall we say. So change on position there also, or a defensive position from Chris Dawkins from Harry Storer. They now turn their way out into the complex. Now through the right-hander, Thomas Langford trying to just take the position back on the road, at least from Matthew Fletcher. They turn out of the corner at Murray's. They're going to start the final lap of the race any moment now. They come across the line to begin the last lap here at Snetterton in this first Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race of the day. And Neil Chisnell runs wide on the exit of Murray's. This now allows John Pethick to pull alongside him. Chris Dawkins will get it into the slipstream. Speaking of it, there's no slipstream here. It's side by side, literally touching mirrors down towards Richie's corner. And they just about hold on, turn their way through the right-hander, and Fletcher does maintain the position. Bit of dust kicked up from Thomas Langford. And now back down towards the hairpin again. Is Langford going to try and go down the outside? Not this occasion. He looks to try and get the switch back to try and find a way through, but through Wilson, typically, you stay very, very tight on the apex. If you enter it on the inside line, you carry less speed through the apex of the corner, which makes it tough for you to try and get on the power. Usually the car in 2nd place has the advantage. further back, we're looking at 577. 577 is Chris Stelwell, so he's having a scrap with 74, which is Aylesbury. Here's back to that leading scrap, and Langford really is determined to get the victory here. And Declan McDonald, meanwhile, has managed to pull a small gap here to the cars behind, scrapping what is now 4th. Dawkins with a big dive up the inside. Is now Harry Storer, the defending champion, gets sideways. He's rally crossing on the grass on the outside at Agostini. He loses 2, 3, 4 positions, and he's down behind Alan Hawkins. He's down to 10th, so the defending champion and the man that took maximum points is through. Now Matthew Fletcher, meanwhile, it looks like he ran wide through Oggies, and back into the lead has gone Thomas Langford, so it's all kicking off on this final lap, as it was in the MX-5 Super Cup race. The positions are changing left, right and centre. Declan McDonald looks safe in 3rd, as does John Pethick in 4th. There he is, car 150. He was on the podium twice last year when the MX-5 Clubman Championship visited here at the end of July, and it was equally bright and sunny conditions, so he seems to favour the Norfolk circuit. And Matthew Fletcher, in no time at all, is right back on the tail of Thomas Langford with just a few more corners to go. Now, of course, in points-wise, Matthew doesn't have to pass Thomas Langford. He will still get, finishes where he is, 100 points towards the championship. Someone's bumper there on the left-hand side. But he might want the bragging rights of finishing in front and getting that winner's trophy. But Thomas Langford is going to hold him up all the way. It might be another photo finish. You might have to get the cameras out for this one. Up through Coram for the final time. Langford holds the advantage. Fletcher gets a little closer under brakes. They're turning through a left-hander. He might get the drive off the corner, get the run up the spit straight towards the checkered flag. It's either Langford or Fletcher will get the win on the road. Fletcher darts out to the outside line, up to the flag. It's going to be a sprint to the checkers, side by side towards the line. Langford or Fletcher, it's going to be Langford gets it on the line, and the finishing gap at the end was, as it comes up on screen, 0.148 of a second. Impressive stuff from both of them. Declan McDonald gets the final podium spot in 3rd, John Pethick 4th, Dawkins 5th, Boniface 6th, but it's Chisnell, Hawkins, Harry Storer finishes 9th after his last lap excursion, and Chris Lovett looks like has got up to 10th position at the end of that race as well, so impressive stuff from him. There's Aaron Danapala in the 111 car. Whoops, sideways there also behind, I think that's car 13, which is Cody Jackson. Looks like that is Cody Jackson. He's come up a couple of spots, which is pretty impressive from him so far. Nick Ledoyen also dropped down late in that race. Also, he dropped down to 16th place, so he was up there in that leading sort of bunch in the top 10, which is a shame, but he will try and pick his way back up the order if he can. So, a brilliant first race to kick off the MX-5 Clubman racing for today. And Thomas Langford, who again I'll stress is a guest driver, so he will get the trophy for being the race winner, but he won't get any points at all. The maximum 100 points will go to Matthew Fletcher, and that will certainly help him in his early championship charge, because of course he came into the weekend 2nd in points, and he ended the Silverstone weekend 8 points behind Harry Storer. He took, in terms of points paying positions, a 2nd and a 3rd, so he's taken now a win, a 2nd and a 3rd from this first meeting, and I'm almost certain he will now take out of this first race the championship lead, because Harry Storer, of course, was more than finished more than 8 points. Matthew Fletcher gained more than 8 points from that first race result, by the looks of it, than Harry Storer did, because you get 84 points for 9th place, which is where Harry Storer was. No, you get 86 points, won't you? Because he'll be classified as being 8th of the championship point-scoring cars. He'll get 86 points compared to Fletcher's 100. Well, here's the provisional result then. So, Thomas Langford wins. It's the guess, and he takes it by 0.148 of a second from Matthew Fletcher in 2nd place. He will get the maximum score of 100 points. Declan McDonald is top Masters driver in 3rd. John Pethick is 4th. Then Dawkins, Boniface, Neil Chisnell, Alan Hawkins, Harry Storer, the champion, finishes 9th. And then it's 10th place for Chris Dowell. Then it's Kevin Dengate, followed by Kevin Bird. Then Tom Mallet, Graham Rumsey, and Michael Pearce. Nick Ledoyen dropped down to 16th in the latter stages. Then Peter Higdon, Aaron Danapala, Cody Jackson, and George Grant of Clapham North and Downforce Radio fame finishes in 20th. Then it's William Bream, Robert Greensmith, who had that spin earlier on, Tim Storer, Jamie Turner, who lost his rear bumper, Del Pace had a spin earlier on as well, then Peter Williams, Tom Callan, Chris Thelwell, and Jason Esbit, and the only car that we lost, sadly, after his tangle with Neil Chisnell on the back straight, was Marcus Bailey. So, MX-5 Clubman action sorted. I think we can quickly hand down to Richard now, who's in part ferme with our top 3 from that first MX-5 Clubman race.
Stay where you are, because I go past you and zoom in.
Okay, so down here in Parc Ferme, let's grab a quick word with Thomas Langford, our winner. Thomas, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a superb race. Great. You know, that's why Downforce Radio support it. So well done, and talk us through.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you to
My long-term sponsor, Caesar Auto Electrical, Surrey Sign Solutions, and of course AB Motorsport have prepared the cars. That was a crazy race. I absolutely loved it. I just couldn't shake Matthew. I kept trying to break the toe and he just kept coming back. We both made mistakes through that. That's my first MX-5 race, and I wish I'd done it sooner actually.
I was going to say, down as a guest entry, does this a prelude to you coming and racing Mazdas full time?
I'd like to. That was the aim. We'll see how work goes, but that's my aim. So yeah.
And you've got another race to go yet as well, and the grin says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. Thank you.
No, thank you. Well done. Many congratulations. We've got a short time run for the Mini, so going to have a word with our second man, Matthew Fletcher. So if we can grab a quick word with Matthew. And we do well done, mate. Matthew Fletcher, congratulations, and what a superb race. And both yourself and Thomas, you know, big grins.
Yeah.
Give us a few words about that race if you could.
Well, I think the grin says it all, right? I mean, that was just so much fun. Wasn't too sure after qualifying. I mean, there was, I think, a good half second ahead of me, and that. So I was thinking, as long as I can get ahead of the guys behind, hopefully I'll just stick in the toe and sort of pull away. Yeah, was able to stick quite nicely, and I think there were a few mistakes made and managed to close the gap. I made a few mistakes myself, missing a gear and lost that, and I'm thinking, you know, how am I going to get this back? Managed to get ahead, and I think it was on the last lap, and I just made a rookie error, outbraked myself, and he came back past. But you know what? You know, it was just so much fun. The car was brilliant. Tucker guys did a great job as ever, and I'm really looking forward to the next race.
Matt, do you know what? I said Thomas was a guest driver, so you could have just collected the championship points, because obviously as a guest he's invisible points-wise, as our commentator rightly put it. But you didn't. You went out and gave us a race. So thank you for that, and well done.
No worries. I mean, you've got to give it your all, right?
Absolutely right. Well done. We'll see you for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Our second place man, Matthew Fletcher. Declan McDonald's over there at the moment. McDonald, I beg your pardon, having a quick chat with Adam Weller, who's doing sterling work on the circuit commentary today. So he's going to be just a minute or so, but we'll grab a quick word with Declan, who I think was also our first Masters class winner as well. How busy is it these days that the drivers, not just with circuit interviews, get to do the filming interview as well? So you've got to be the complete package, haven't you, as a racing driver these days, to be able to elucidate what happens in the race. That's a big word, isn't it? Elucidate. Wheelbarrow's another one. We'll come to that in a minute. Declan still having the chat with Adam. I did say to Adam we'll give each other a little bit of room and respect. Thank you, Adam. Declan, congratulations. So a podium and the Masters win, I believe. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks for rubbing that in, yeah. Yeah, no, I got a great start, to be fair. I got all the way down the outside, but then I got boxed out through the first corner and held out into Montreal, so it all got a bit tight from there. But Thomas actually missed a gear coming out of the Montreal hairpin, which let me back through in behind Matt, and I was quite comfortable there. But I knew Thomas had a bit more pace than me, and he was harrying me, making mistakes. So when he looked up into Incorum, I thought, you know, you can have the place, and I'll go with you guys and see what happens. And that was fine until I got to the hairpin, and then Marcus Bailey threw a lovely little late lunge on me, and that ran me wide and let Neil and the pack back into it, and so it all got a bit busy from that point onwards. So and then Neil and Marcus took care of each other down the back straight, which was an interesting one. I suspect there'll be a bit of a Clark the Course visit with that one, and I suspect my footage, I had prime seat behind them, so I'm pretty sure that the footage will be looked at with interest. But once they'd gone, I knew I'd got a little bit more pace than the guys behind, so I just got my head down, tried to do some qualifying style laps in and edge away and not get tight in the car. I'm still so rusty, it's so frustrating. I don't want to be cleaner and faster, and I know where the time is, but forcing yourself to do it is just that little bit harder at the moment. So these guys had a little bit more pace on me, but I'm happy with third. That's a decent result for me.
And a class win, as we say. Sorry to rub it in again.
Rub it in again. Thanks very much.
Have a nice break. We'll see you for race 2 a bit later on. Thank you, Declan McDonald. So there we go. Do you know what? Mazdas, it's racing by definition. It's not one of these formulas where you see a car go off in the distance and another one following. You heard it there from the guys. Racing, swapping places, trading paint occasionally as best they can. Sure, there's going to be the odd visit to the Clerk of the Courses office, but that's to be expected. It is proper great racing we've had today from the BRSCC Mazda so far. Loads more to come, and we've got, talking about paint trading and close racing, Mini 7s next. Back to Scott Woodward.
Yes, indeed. Richard, if you're going for long words, discombobulate is another long one, but I'll let you have that one. Right, enough of that, because it's time for something a bit special, because we've now got, for the first of 4 races this weekend, a very warm welcome, an incredibly warm welcome, at least not just the weather, but in terms of our gratitude, to the absolutely exceptional Mini 7 Racing Club. And if you're watching on both the Mini 7 YouTube page and Facebook page, welcome to today's action, or this weekend's action at Snetterton. So the first of the 4 races for the Mini 7 Racing Club is going to be the Mini 7s and Mini 7s categories. They head off onto their formation. They've had a round already so far this season at Silverstone. And here is the grid for that first race coming up. Well, that's the MX-5 Clubman grid, not the Mini 7s. So, but I can give you the grid at least whilst we correct that one. So that's so the actual grid for Mini 7s, as we clear the MX-5 Clubman grid off the screen, if we can, is going to be, in fact, right. So on the grid then, so we'll go from the front. So Mike Jordan, who was the winner from both races, as in that Mike Jordan of GTs and touring car fame, starts on pole position, the championship leader, alongside someone I genuinely didn't expect to be on the grid, which is Spencer Wanstall, because the last time I saw that car of his, number 2, it was barrel rolling its way out of the second race at Silverstone after it clipped the curb at Vale. But you might not thank me for reminding him of that, but incredibly, whether it's a spare car or the same car, it's been rebuilt, or he's in a brand new car, and he's on the front row of the grid, which is exceptional to see. So, 88 and 2 on the front row of the grid, Mike Jordan and Spencer Wanstall, from Conor O'Brien in car 87 and Joe Thompson in car 80. Then we have Leon Window in car 27, and Joe Polly, who is, of course, the daughter of former short oval racing legend, or all-round short legend, George Polly. I got that right. Then it's Glenn Woodbridge and Darren Thomas on the 4th row of the grid. There's the grid. So Conor O'Brien, Joe Thompson from Leon Window and Joe Polly. Then Glenn Woodbridge and Darren Thomas round out the top 8 runners. And the top 10 is completed by Graham Davis in car 22 and Lee Roberts in car 94. Then it's Tina Cooper in car 18, Julian Proctor in car 10. Then it's Johnny Kent in car 15, and then 2 cars that didn't set time in qualifying. So we'll start from the back of the Mini 7 class grid. That's Jordan Sims and Paul Woodbridge. Then we get to the Mini 7S category, and that's headed by Michael Winkworth in car 728, when it's Fraser Hack alongside him in car 725. Row 2 for the 7Ss is Damien Harrington and Matthew Page in cars 711 and 703. The 3rd row of the Mini 7Ss is Ryan Taylor in car 784 and 758 Matthew Ayres, followed by 777 Dave Reese and 706 Jonathan Page. Ollie Handley, former junior saloon car racer if I'm correct, he starts on the 6th row of the grid for the Mini 7S category. He's alongside Ben Seafried, and it should be Lee Pullman and Ben Butler next in cars 713 and 742. Chris Pry and John Coburn-Evans, former Mazda MX-5 racer, starts back on the, that looks to be the 7th row for the Mini 7S category, and then Dean Stanton and Jeff Williams round out the S class as well. So it's the first time that we've had the Mini 7 Racing Club on a BRSCC live stream. So again, a massive warm welcome to them, and thank you to Colin Peacock and everyone at Mini 7 Racing Club for bringing this, what is quite frankly a brilliant set of championships that they have. Of course, the Mini 7 Racing Club has been going for absolute years. It's been going for decades, really. And of course, ever since the Mini 7 class was the very first category which got racing for the class. It was all the way back in the 60s, as unfortunately one car's disappeared off the grid. I didn't quite catch the number. It's definitely a blue, green and yellow car, black, green and yellow car, but I didn't quite catch who it was, I'm afraid. So cars you can see just the right shot coming towards the grid. But there are 2 classes here. So the Mini 7 class, which is the original Mini 7 class category, they started off as 850cc minis, but of course they've been updated now to basically 998cc A-series engines to develop over 100 brake horsepower, straight cut gears for a proper racing sound, Dunlop cross-ply tyres, which give you proper almost kart-like grip levels, skittering around, and lots of nervous racing on these cars. And as they say on their website, and I have to agree, they are highly addictive machines. They are fantastic cars to see. The 7S category is a more budget-based car, so there's less modifications. The cars run a 1275cc A-series engine, and its tuning is carefully restricted, and the power output is about 85 to 90 horsepower. It's about roughly less than as well. We should mention that car 93 had a head gasket problem during qualifying, so that starts behind as well. So car 93, if I bring the grid back up for them, car 93 is Paul Woodbridge. So he was the man that didn't set a time in qualifying, along with Jordan Sims in car 21, so he will have a slightly delayed start. So, grid forming up then. Quick colour check for the first couple of rows. It's Mike Jordan in the bright orange car, number 8 here on pole position on the left. The grey car with the blue Vickers lettering on the grille, that is Spencer Wanstall. And then the cars just behind them in the second row, Conor O'Brien in car 87. I think it's the blue and red machine. And the white car towards the right, that's Joe Thompson in car number 80. Leon Window and Joe Polly are next. Leon Window looks like the white car in the background. And I know Joe Polly's car is bright blue as well. So, last couple of cars getting into position. Stand by for what is set to be some guaranteed action for the next 20 minutes. So for the first time on a BRSCC live stream, welcome to the Dunlop Mini 7s and Mini 7s category for their first 2 races this weekend here at Snetterton. So Jordan and Wanstall on the front row of the grid. Let's see who wins the next sprint down towards Richie's corner for the first time. Green flag at the back, red lights come on any second now, which they do now. Revs are going to rise, and the Mini 7s are go here at Snetterton. Cracking start for Spencer Wanstall from the front row of the grid. Also a good start from Conor O'Brien from the second row as they head down towards it. There's about a 10-second gap before the Mini 7s category gets underway, but already it's almost 3 abreast down towards Richie for the first time. And Wanstall wins the whole shot, or at least I think he does, as Conor O'Brien goes down the inside line. Meanwhile, looks like one or two of the cars didn't get away properly in the Mini 7s category, but as Michael Wentworth, in fact, who was on pole for that category, so he got a poor start, didn't even move, so he's got underway. And so they head down towards turn, I think it might be Fraser Hackey takes over the lead as they head into turn 1 for the first time. A couple of cars running wide, including Spencer Wanstall in the Mini 7s as well. Spencer Wanstall then moving back down the order, but as they come out of the hairpin at Wilson and up towards the left-hander, the Mini 7s category was started by the Union Jack there. There's a bit of a gap, but it looks like Conor O'Brien leads the way then. Mike Jordan, championship leader, in second place. Then third place for Joe Thompson. And I think that's Joe Polly up to fourth place, I think, in the mix. I think it is Joe Polly. So she's then moved up into P4 now. And Spencer Wanstall, who was on the front row of the grid, is down to 5th. Into the hairpin, Agostini. More battling going on towards the middle of the pack as the 7s category made their way through. There's 93, Paul Woodbridge, who had that problem in qualifying, but has quickly made up 3 or 4 spots from the back of the grid. There's Conor O'Brien. Look at these little Mini 7s, 3-wheeling their way through the left-hander at Williams. It's brilliant to see. These are fantastic. I genuinely have been looking forward to everything on this weekend, but I have to admit, I'll let the little secret, I have been secretly looking forward to these Mini 7s because look, they move around and they 3-wheel so much. They are absolutely big fun to watch. I really hope you're watching on the live stream that you're enjoying it as well. Those on the Mini 7 channels will know exactly what these cars are like, but those on the BRSCC stream, you won't have seen these before on one of our live streams, and they are absolutely cracking good fun. They're really good to see, so I hope they put on, as I'm sure they will, a fantastic 20-minute race. Down into Brundle Nelson. O'Brien leads it. Mike Jordan in second place. There's a change for third there. So Joe Thompson in the white car up to third place. Joe Polly's down to 4. Spencer Wanstall in 5th place. Coming out of Brundle Nelson. And then just further back, we see our Mini 7s contingent. I think it's Fraser Hackey leading that one, but I'll need to look at the numbers as they come through on the first lap. There is 703, which is Jonathan. So 703, which is Matthew Page. He's having a battle there, I think, with 734, I think. 784, which is Ryan Taylor. He started on the third row of the grid in the S category, whereas Jonathan Page was back on row 4 on that category. But out of the final couple of corners, battle going on there between 2 of the Mini 7s cars. That's 15 and 93. So Woodbridge, they're having a scrap with Johnny Kent to come across the line for the first time. Now that's the car that pulled into the pit lane, which is restarting for the pit lane, but it's already a lap down now. There is the other Woodbridge car. That's Glenn Woodbridge in car 39. But at the end of the first lap here, oops, there's been more. I'll get to the end of the first lap in a minute. It's John Coburn Evans in car 763. It's had a bit of a slip up there. He's lost a couple of spots in the S category. So Conor O'Brien leads then by half a second from Mike Jordan in second place. Lots of battling going on mid-pack as well. We'll get to them in a second. Joe Thompson third. It's then Woodbridge in 4th position. Spencer Wanstall after the front row start is down to 5th. But it's Robertson 6th, Thomas in 7th. In fact, it's Joe Polly down to 8th now. So I thought it was Joe Polly up there, but it's actually Woodbridge in 4th. So forgive my misidentity of the colours there. I know that Joe Polly has got a bright blue car, but there are several bright blue cars in this order, so we'll work them out as we go along. I think there's Joe Polly there with the pink roof, I think, just heading into the left-hander and styling up the inside there. That was car 22. That was Davis going up the inside past the car that just came out of the pit lane. So that's one to keep an eye on there too. So out of Oggies they come for the second time. It looks as though to me Conor O'Brien and Mike Jordan of the class to field. Meanwhile, scraps going on plenty in the S category. 703 there is Matthew Pace battling with Ryan Taylor this time. So as they came across the line, they were final on the page. They're battling over 19th position, and that was 5th in class. So strapping on for 5th position in the S category. Down the back straight again. I think that's Joe Polly moving out to make a move on the 20, Darren Thomas. See Conor O'Brien. Almost just turns his way into Brendan Nelson, glides it through the left-hander, flicks it right for Nelson. And just behind them, here come the S Cavalry, and they're really going at it here. So this battle is between the 75 Fraser Hack, who is holding on to the yellow car. There he is. And then he's going to now have a battle against the cars in 2nd and 3rd. They're going to be side by side on the exit. So this is going to be a scrap between, it looks to me, Harrington and Ayres, I think, is in there too. There's Harrington. Woodbridge is in there as well. But that's Paul Wood. That's Woodbridge, who was in the back of the Mini 7 category. He's having more problems because he's dropping back behind the S leaders. But I think possibly there, that was Fraser Hack in the lead. But I think the man that was in 2nd place was possibly about to lose out there because he was getting caught in the traffic as Conor O'Brien sets the fastest lap of the race. And yeah, they're all moving past the 93 of Paul Woodbridge. He's obviously having a problem as a legacy of what happened in qualifying. So that's not always well with that car as they come back down the pit straight. Conor O'Brien, meanwhile, continues to lead, sets a new fastest lap of the race as Fraser Hack continues to pull away. It's then 2nd place at the moment for Damien Harrington in the green car, number 711, and also in there too, battling away. This is Michael Winkworth. Now remember, he stalled and had a really poor start at the beginning. He started on pole in the S category, but he's now managed to work his way back up now into what is now 3rd position. And he's already on the attack of Harrington down towards the Wilson hairpin. He's having a look up the inside. Harrington gives him space. After you, Michael. And through he goes. Meanwhile, more scraps going on there. It's car 15's right in the mix there. That's a car that's also one of the Mini 7 class cars. That's Johnny Kent. Either just not on the pace or having problems, but these two getting really stuck into the thick of the S category. And you can see there's battling going on here. There's the scrap for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Winkworth has got to 2nd. You saw him make a move. And you've got in there too is Damien Harrington. And I think just behind them is Matthew Ayres, the 758. I say behind him, now in front of Damien Harrington. And the scrap's still going on. See Johnny Kent having a great battle here with these 7S class cars. There's also John Woodbridge in there too. 744 is having quite a fun time out there too. That's Ben Seafried is in there too, and someone's also dropping back a little bit with problems. So someone's having either an off or just can't get into gear properly. There is a Herbie livery car. They're going through the right-hander. There's Fraser Hack pulling away. The way they lean on their suspension, just glide their way through the corners. They are such fun to watch, these Mini 7s. They are fantastic. There's our leading top 3. Mike Jordan, former British GT champion, former British touring car racer, more commonly raced as historic. He's also been raced the fearsome TVR Tuscan Challenge as well. He's also been to Le Mans and done plenty of things, but these days he and his son Andrew, of course former British touring car champion Andrew, who's not here this weekend sadly, but Andrew of course a regular, as he was last year, the defending champion from last year in the Mini Miglias, which we'll see in a couple of races time. Mike, of course, and Andrew these days are more accustomed to racing in the historic stuff, and they do quite a lot of things, and they run a very successful race shop and car restoration business, which is booming. As here comes Mike Jordan then, proving his car's worth up the inside into Ritchie's, and nothing less expected from Mike as he dives up the inside, and the championship leader gets to the front of the field. He's looking for his 3rd win from 3 races. And now it's Conor O'Brien back to 2nd place, under threat from Joe Thompson, into the hairpin. So, Jordan leads it, O'Brien 2nd, and it's Thompson in 3rd. It's still in 4th place. Spencer Wanstall now, so Wanstall has now got past Glenn Woodbridge, who held P4 for quite a long time. Joe Polly's still 6th. 7th is Damien Thomas. 8th is the number 22, which is Graham Davis. 9th now, in fact Davis has just got past the number 94 machine, which is Lee Roberts, who started back in 10th on the grid. And then in 10th at the moment is number 27, which is Leon Window. So he's dropped back a few places. He started 5th, but he's now back down to 10th position. So top 3. Meanwhile, there's been plenty going on between these Mini 7S category cars. 763 is John Coburn Evans. 713 is Lee Pullman in the yellow car. And there's also one of the Minis there with a bit of trim on the front that's hanging off. So it's never a dull moment in these Mini 7s, as you're clearly seeing here, because they are brilliant cars to race, and everyone that gets out of these cars tends to have quite a big smile on their face if they all make it in one piece. So that's good to see. There's a big dive up the inside going on here from 703. That's Matthew Page going way wide on the outside line, and 784, a rather bemused Ryan Taylor thinks that's not the way to overtake on that one, Matthew. Back through I go. You stay behind me until you want to make another move. So, Johnny Kent and Paul Woodbridge has fallen back a little further. And change again for the lead because Conor O'Brien's made it back through again. We're just only coming up to the half distance here. 20-minute races you get in the Mini 7 Racing Club. The top three make their way through. There's Joe Thompson in third place. Still chasing the tail of Mike Jordan as they come out of the fantastic corner of the bomb hole where it's really that big compression where it dips and compresses right on the apex and can sometimes throw the car out wide if you're not careful. They come out through the left-hander. So these Mini 7 cars, 998 cc modified A-Series engines. They can go from 0 to 60 in 6.6 seconds, which is phenomenal for a Mini. That's not phenomenal for a Mini. There's one car running wide on the exit there. We'll try and figure out who that was. That's 784. That's Taylor, who was just having a battle there with 703 and back up the inside. Really going at it, and they're still going at it for the lead because here goes Conor O'Brien trying to defend from Mike Jordan, who again goes back up the inside. He might leave the door open for Joe Thompson. They're going to be side by side. So Jordan thinks, right, I've done the move, now I'm off, but then these two behind him might have other ideas. Up the inside for second goes Joe Thompson, under brakes into the hairpin. Thank you very much, Conor. Up into P2 he goes. And we've only just hit half distance, so we've got 9.5 minutes more of this, which is fantastic. So, quick check on the positions. Well, O'Brien was leading, but it's now Mike Jordan into the lead now in the orange car number 88, looking for his third win of the season after his double at Silverstone. But it's Conor O'Brien in second place now. Joe Thompson's third. They are quite several seconds away for Spencer Wansell in fourth place. It's then Glenn Woodbridge in fifth position. Joe Polly is sixth, followed by Darren Thomas in seventh place. Graham Davis is eighth, and it's Leon Window up to ninth now. He's got himself around car 18, which is Tina Cooper, who's having a fine race also, up in 10th position. Michael Winkworth has now worked his way into the lead of the S category and is up into 11th place overall. He's got past the number 10, which is Julian Proctor's Mini 7 class car. So Michael Winkworth's times actually is doing 2:27, so he's absolutely flying out there. There is the there is the leaders of the S category, including former leader Fraser Hack, because Michael Winkworth, after he lost his advantage from pole position by stalling and having a bit of a stuttery start, has very quickly picked his way back through the order in, what, 10, 11 minutes, which is pretty impressive stuff from Michael. So, great stuff here. Equally great stuff for the lead, because here goes side by side once again between Conor O'Brien and Mike Jordan. Into the complex. Jordan holds the advantage, holds on. They thump the curb on the inside and back up the gears again. The noise aboard these cars must be fantastic, because they have got straight cut gears. So, like a proper racing car, you get that proper race car whine underneath them. They really are magnificent to watch, and the cross-ply tyres you get means you've got minimal grip. They sound like a race car. They are quicker than you think, these little minis. And they do put in a fantastic display of racing. Three-wheel, look at that. You can tell they're stiffly sprung because the Regis has just cocked the wheel through the corners there, through the tight corners. They're brilliant fun to see here. Down the pit straight again. Here comes Conor O'Brien, darts to the outside. Now has another look down into turn 3. Into turn 1. And, oh, down the outside line. That was Mike Jordan trying to hold on. Conor O'Brien looked for the outside line. He put two wheels onto the grass and somehow got the move completed. Mike Jordan's not having any of that. Back up the inside he goes, and Joe Thompson thinks, right, you two keep scrapping. I'll have a look at this if you don't mind. So second and third as they come up through the right-hander. There's the John Colbert Evans in car 763. He is, and that says he in the order. He's currently sat in 12th place in the 7S class, 25th overall. There is the 713 that we saw leading earlier, the 713, which is Pullman. That is Lee Pullman, who's currently sat in 10th place in the Mini 7s, and there's 766, who had a bit of trim hanging off. And 766 is started a bit further back in the pack, I think, in the 7S. That's Jeff Williams, started at the back of the grid, so he's a bit further up now. So he's now having a scrap there with John Colbert Evans, and also in there too is the 717, which is Dean Stanton, who was also on the rear of the grid. So the two cars start at the back of the grid, are swapping positions here into Richie's corner. Stanton goes up the inside, and the Steel Tools sponsored car of Williams is back in another place. He lost momentum, which now means that John Colbert Evans gets the chance to switch up the inside and make a move. But he goes big dive up the inside from John. Past both of them, in fact, because he's got past not just Williams, but he has a go at Stanton on the exit as well. Almost two for the price of one. I like your ambition, John, but couldn't quite pull that one off. Conor O'Brien, meanwhile, 6 minutes to go, still holding on to the lead here. I get the sense that Joe Thompson is just biding his time here, just thinking, right, you two keep on scrapping for the lead, but there's going to be one moment where you're going to possibly slip up, and I'll be in there like swimwear. I'll be able to pick up the move and make it through Coram. Just watch these little minis dance their way through the right hander. Let's watch them again. Get back on 3 wheels into Murray's. On cue. There they go. And now Conor O'Brien again back up through the gears with Mike Jordan chasing him down here. Mike Jordan wants that 3rd win of the season. Conor O'Brien wants his 1st, but so does Joe Thompson. And these 3 are the class of the field. They've pulled away by some 9 seconds from the cars behind, because Spencer Wansell's 4th, and he's battling away with Glenn Woodbridge, but he's still 9 seconds off the lead, and he won't catch that up again in 5.5 minutes unless something dramatic happens. No curse the commentator here, hopefully. Out through Ritchie's. Top 3 all together. I think Thompson, I did say he was waiting for his chance. He might be possibly looking to pounce. Either that, or he's possibly just trying to dummy Jordan's brake too late. O'Brien's brake way too late into the hairpin. Down he goes to 2nd place. He might lose out to Thompson as well, but Jordan saw that coming. Either Conor O'Brien was just simply outbraked himself. He was looking too much of these mirrors to find where Jordan was. We'll have to wait and see. That's car 27. That's Leon Window with a bit of damage on his car, but he's still circulating well in 9th position at the moment. There's been a position change further back because looks like Polly and Thomas have swapped places. Speaking of swapping places, here they go again. Up the inside, Conor O'Brien looks to get the lead back again after he lost it at the hairpin. Jordan runs wide. Thompson thinks, hello, here's my chance to go. And he actually clips the left rear of Mike Jordan's car. I said he was waiting for his moment. That wasn't quite it, Joe. You might have to wait a few corners later to make that happen. But now as they come back towards Williams, back towards Oggies again. A little wayward there from Mike Jordan. Car moving around quite a lot, but he closes back in under braking. I was about to say, these cars can hit 110 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in 6.6 seconds, and they only weigh 650 kilograms, which is brilliant. So lots of great racing here. 4-speed manual, and they only run 10-inch alloys as well on this car too. You can do a running cost of this season. The car costs about between £9,000 to £14,000 or so for one of these minis, and then about roughly about £5,500 onwards per season to run it in the championship. So fairly cost effective. It's a really great way to go racing for drivers of any vintage, young, old, experienced or rookies. It's a great way for drivers to get in. And cars like this, of course, this is Michael Winkworth, of course, who leads the S category. This more entry point into the Mini 7 series. The Mini 7S cars, of course, they have a bigger engine. Yes, they have a 1275 standard A series car with limited modifications, but they run less power. They run roughly around about 85 to 90 horsepower, and they're about a second slower to 0 to 60, 7.5 seconds. They weigh about 30 kilograms heavier, and again, they're a great way to get into the championship. And I imagine that if you sell the car on and get a different car moving into the next category, it will certainly work out well. Now, this is the scrap that's going on for 2nd place, well, on track at least. It's the 2nd place man in the 7S category, which is Fraser Hack, and he's battling away with the number 10 car, or 18 car of Tina Cooper. So Tina at the moment is 10th in the Mini 7 category. She's 11th overall because she's behind the leader in the S category, Michael Winkworth, who is having a storming race despite having stalled and stuttered away from the grid. So a great comeback drive from him to pick his way back through in, as I say, 9-10 minutes, which is pretty phenomenal. So that's the hairpin. There's car 22 on screen. That is Graham Davis, 8th position in the Mini 7 category. And just behind them, there is Leon Window. You can see just a little bit of bodywork flapping off. And behind him, there's Michael Winkworth. Now, yes, they have bigger engines, but they've got less horsepower, as I mentioned. But Michael Winkworth driving that car as if it's a 7, not a 7S, but magnificent stuff. Out of the right-hander. And Fraser Hack continuing to chase Tina Cooper down towards the hairpin, so that will work out well. A few more of the Mini 7s gliding their way through. Back with our leaders in the 7 category. Just under 2 minutes to go now, so I think we'll get maybe at the end of this lap, maybe one more. Fabulous first race for the Mini 7s. As they come out of the right-hander. Dunlop Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares, and Dunlop, of course. They've run these little Dunlop 500L control tyres, or they can run a 10-inch CR70 or a treaded CR65. And they make for some fantastic action. You can see, look at the crowd on the bank as well that are watching this. I'm sure, hopefully, most of the Minis there, as well as the Mazdas. There's lots of Mazdas here this weekend. There's C703 making a move. That was on, I think, Proctor, possibly. But changed from the lead again, and it might be at the most crucial time because Mike Jordan gets himself into the lead then, down the back straight. And it's now Conor O'Brien's turn again to do the chasing. And you just sense that Joe Thompson is waiting for that moment. He's in there in third place. Now I wonder possibly if he's waiting for that chance to get close on the last lap. It might well be. Not yet. We've still got one more lap to go. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a photo finish here as Thompson gets a little sideways, as does also Conor O'Brien. They are good fun to watch, these Mini 7s. They are fantastic. Now then, Joe Thompson got a really good exit out of that final corner, but so did Conor O'Brien, and the three of them are nose to tail down the pit straight. Last lap board goes out. Almost want to hide it, don't you? Because it's fantastic action all the way for the Mini 7s, and they've got 3 more races, got 2 of the Miglias, and another 7s race to go. Conor O'Brien down the outside, into the right-hander at Ritchie's, takes over the lead. Mike Jordan lets him have it, and look at Joe Thompson with a good run off the corner. Now, is he going to make a move here? Will he start to pounce? 13 seconds left on the clock. The answer is not quite. Is O'Brien going to go deep into the corner? The answer is no. Now they come back out the hairpin again. So, O'Brien leads it. There's Michael Winkworth, still leading now at a canter, despite his mistake earlier on, the S category. And then down the back straight, there's Leon Window. Winkworth now is doing quite well. Let's look at the lap time difference between Winkworth and Window. Winkworth is lapping, believe it or not, 1.5 seconds quicker than Leon Window. And the gap at the moment is now 1.4. So, 746 has pulled to a stop. That is 746 Ollie Handley. That's the former JSCC driver. That car, I'm afraid, has expired on the last lap. Slams the door and he's very frustrated. And now, we didn't see it on camera. Whether anyone helped him with that, I'm not sure. But anyway, change for second because Joe Thompson was second. Not for much longer he's not, because Conor O'Brien goes up the inside and repasses him. But I think all that battling, has given Mike Jordan the ultimate advantage, because they're scrapping behind for second place. Mike Jordan, meanwhile, is pulling away at a canter here pretty quickly. And he's out of slipstream range, which means I think Mike Jordan, unless something dramatic happens here on this last lap in the last few corners, looks as though he's about to make it 3 from 3 in the Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares and Dunlop. It's car 18, Tina Cooper, who is holding on to the position. He has to come back into the complex once again. And Conor O'Brien, actually, yellow flags, so they can't pass into the complex because of Ollie Handley's stripping car. There it is, the 7S category. A little loose over the curb there for Conor O'Brien, but it looks as though Mike Jordan, barring any dramas through Corham and Murray's, is about to go 3 for 3 in 2022 in the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares. And they've put on a fantastic first race here on this BRSCC weekend, and we're very pleased to have them. And we've got 3 more, hopefully, just like this, if not even more frantic. He pitches the car through Murray's for the final time, and up towards the checkered flag. Conor O'Brien pressed as hard as he could, but you're not going to beat the master. Mike Jordan heads up to the checkered flag, and he will make it 3 wins for 3 races in 2022. A perfect 100% record is maintained. Mike Jordan wins race 1 of the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares. Second for Conor O'Brien, and Joe Thompson kept his powder dry, but didn't quite, wasn't able to pull off the win in that sense. And third place for Joe Thompson. And look at that, thumbs up all round from everybody. That is wonderful. If you're watching from home, I'm going to say, if you're watching from home, give these guys a round of applause. I would say it on the circuit commentary, but give them a round of applause from home, because even in the chat, if you want to give us some clapping emojis, that would be fantastic, because they've been brilliant so far, and I'm certain they'll give us 3 more races that are just as brilliant as that, if not more. Now then, here comes Michael Winkworth, who didn't quite have the best of starts to the race, but he's certainly redeemed himself and more as they come up towards the checkered flag. He did get past Leon Window. He didn't. He got close to the end, but he managed to come across the line, and Michael Winkworth brilliantly not only finishes top of the S category, but he also finishes 10th overall, which is absolutely magnificent. What a drive for Michael. Great stuff. So well done to him in that one. Last couple of the cars coming across the line. We've got that is Ben Seafried and the 777 car of Dave Rees. So they're going to come across the line, and they will finish in 7th and 8th overall, 7th and 8th in class, 18th and 19th overall. So good job for them. And the rest of the field will come through to take the flag as well. Still got a few more cars that are left to go. We've got, I think, another 3 or 4. There's Ollie Handley's car that pulled off the road. That'll need recovering before the next race. Might give us possibly a minute or 2 more to have a chat to our drivers in both classes. Which, of course, will be down there to find out all the stories from that first race. There is the 717 on track. That is coming across the line. That's Dean Stanton, who will come through in 10th overall and 10th in class, 23rd overall in the Mini 7S category. Last couple of cars across the line. And the Mini 7s will be back again tomorrow for their second race, and they will be the second race of the day, because we have not that many races, mainly because tomorrow's action is dominated by the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series for their BRSCC debut, very highly anticipated debut, but this has also been a very highly anticipated debut on a BRSCC live stream weekend, if not overall. So there's confirmation of the result. Mike Jordan wins the 7 category overall and in class, with Conor O'Brien second and Joe Thompson third in a brilliant three-way duel. Then a few seconds back, Glenn Woodbridge is fourth, Spencer Wanstall fifth, Darren Thomas, Joe Polly, Graham Davis, Leon Window ninth, and Michael Winkworth, after stalling at the start, gets back up to 10th overall and wins the S category. Then it's Fraser Hack, Tina Cooper, Damien Harrington was third in the S category, Matthew Page and Matthew Ayres, then Julian Proctor, Ryan Taylor, Ben Seafried, David Rees and Paul Woodbridge rounding out the top 20 overall. And then Johnny Kent, Lee Pullman, Dean Stanton, Joe Coburn-Evans and Jeff Williams, and the cars we sadly lost were Ollie Handley, Lee Roberts, Ben Butler, Jordan Sims and Jonathan Page that we lost on the field as well. And just to round off the final page of the timing screen, Chris Pryor as well, fastest lap of the race overall, went to Joe Thompson as well, 2:24.433. Right, well I enjoyed that. Let's see how the drivers enjoyed it. Let's head over to Richard. He'll have a chat with our top threes in both classes for that first Dunlop Mini 7 race. Brilliant stuff.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. Do you know what? It's been a long time since I've had a chat with Mike Jordan. Mike, what a pleasure to see you, and what a fantastic race. Well done.
Eurocar days, I reckon. Yeah, it probably was. Brilliant race, wasn't it? I mean, the Mini 7 racing is just fantastic. It's just about right pace for a bloke of my age, but you know,
let's not bring age into it, fellas.
These youngsters are, you know, I really rate Conor. I think he's a great driver. He just made a little mistake. I thought he got me then, and on the last lap into the hairpin there, he just locked a rear up and just ran a bit wide. So it was enough. You're not going to give it away. So thoroughly enjoying it. Really good. Really nice group of people to race with.
That's really good to hear, in perfect weather, isn't it? I'm going to say people are going to look at the result. You know, I write everything down, and we've got 3 races, 3 Mike Jordan wins, and it's actually the same top 3 as I think the last race at Silverstone. But the story's completely different, isn't it? The racing is frenetic, and you've been swapping places.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, goodness. I mean, what did we change places then? Probably a dozen times, you know. And but ultra, you know, super clean. He's great to race with, and Joe Thompson as well. You know, just good young lads to race with. Really, really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
These are quite affordable cars as well, aren't they? I was listening to Scott Woodwish telling us that the approximate cost for these, and you know, it's accessible for people.
It is. I mean, the story with this one was that when Andrew stopped doing touring cars, he sort of got on doing mini Miglias, and then at the end of last year, he messaged me on New Year's Eve and said, I bought you a present. And he'd been and bought me Kieran McDonald's Mini 7, which was it's raced since the early 90s, so she was a bit beat up, so we had to tidy it up. But no, that was his present to me for everything that we did together in touring cars. Brilliant. So it means a lot every time I drive the bloody car, to be honest.
Well, it's great for me to see you afterwards. Well done on the win. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium a little bit later on, Mike, as well.
Thanks very much. Whatever, it doesn't matter, does it? We're just having fun.
Absolutely right. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you for that. Let's have a word with Conor O'Brien, if we can, steam in and grab Conor. Where's Conor? Conor O'Brien. Oh, he's behind me. There he is. Look at that. I've never met you before. Conor, congratulations, mate. You were a bit of Mighty, were we allowed to say Mighty Mini? Racing before? Yeah, Mighty Minis before. But what a race with Mike. And what's the French for déjà vu? Because same top 3, isn't it, as Silverstone, I think?
Yeah, last round of Silverstone it was. Yeah, I thought I had it, to be fair, and then it's kind of lost itself at, is it Agostini, the second hairpin?
Right.
And I thought I'd braked early, but it's just the rears let go and tyres were on the way out anyway. But yeah, I thought I had that in the bag. But I think the next race do something, hopefully. But yeah, it's a good race.
You can have him next time, like?
Yeah, hopefully. He loves it. He absolutely loves it.
Is this the standard format for the weekend for people that don't know the mini racing? Is this right? You know, one race one day and another race on the Sunday, and it's fairly chill weekend.
Yeah. So at the last one at Silverstone, we've done 2 on the Sunday because it's quite. If it's a busy event, they try and cram it in a bit. But yeah, usually it's qualifying race and race on the Sunday as well. And then we reverse grid for the second race as well, so that keeps it a bit hectic.
How many get reversed?
It's top 8. So I'll be 7th.
You've got a bit of work to do then.
Yeah.
Be in front of Mike at the start.
Well, yeah, that'd be nice. I was for that race, but yeah, see how that ended up. Yeah.
But a long championship, and very, very clearly you enjoyed. Do you get hands on? I mean, obviously we know Mike and his team do prep, but is that something you do?
Yeah. So me and Scott, we do Iconic Motorsport. It's not on there, but we look after my car, and then Jeff Smith's Miglia, Joe Polly, who's back there. So we've got a few that we look after, and yeah, I get pretty hands on. It's tiring.
It's good that you understand what goes on in the car to drive it as well, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. It's only a Mini, but it's still nice to know how it works. That's the reason.
Nothing about only a Mini. They're fantastic cars.
Yeah, they fly through a corner. It's brilliant and so good to drive as well, and good to watch. definitely good to watch.
Connor, well done. Thanks for entertaining us. Well done, Peter. We'll see you later. Nice to meet you too, and we'll see you on the next podium. Going to have a word with Joe Thompson. I'm going to be really rude and barge in. Here's Joe. Congratulations, mate. Good to see you on the podium. Fastest lap, I think, as well. Last time I looked.
That's all right then. Yeah, I think the front two were squabbling a bit, so I was just sitting behind trying to spot a gap, and then it got a little bit close towards the end. There was a couple of gaps opened up, and then unfortunately we didn't manage to get through. But a good third is good, and then with fastest lap as well, that's an extra point. So got to be happy taking some points away for the championship.
I was just saying to the other guys, the same top three as the last race at Silverstone, from which we watched as well, and absolutely superb racing. Sorry to say this to all the drivers, but it is. And at what point do you, when the top two are out there, particularly two very good drivers, like yourself, what point do you decide to get involved? Do you let them sort each other out, or are you up there in the...
On a lap like this, it's a long lap, and we've got a lot of time out there, but you don't get many laps in, so you're watching the clock, and pretty much as you get towards the end of the race, because if you start getting involved too soon, you'll burn your tyres out, your car starts to get hot. So if you can sort of sit down in the sweet spot, hopefully you can ideally capitalise towards the end, and try and keep your car as fresh as you can for those last couple of laps, because they're also even. With a slipstream, you can gain a gap quite easily in a straight, and then it's all just about who's the bravest in the corners, really.
How much tinkering goes on between now and tomorrow?
So much.
Don't you guys just think, I've got a podium fastest out, I'm going to leave it?
No, we're all competitive. If we were like that, we wouldn't be up this end.
But so if you don't get fastest lap after tinkering tomorrow, then you have to untinker.
Yeah, well, if we get a win, then we'll be all right. I'll sacrifice fastest lap for a win.
So any plan? Well, obviously you're not going to give your secrets away because they'll watch the live stream, but in your head you know what kind of things you might want to have a little mess with.
Turbo up.
Cracking racing though, wasn't it? And you got reverse grid as well, so you got a bit more work to do.
So it'll be fun coming through the pack, but yeah, they're all good guys up there, so it should be good tomorrow.
Joe, thanks for chatting to us. Well done on the podium. Good to meet you. Well done. We're going to have a word with our S-Class winner as well, who's going to be this way. So Jeremy, if I can drag you down. I don't even know what he looks like, so we're going to have to try and find our S-Class winner, which is Michael Winkworth. Can somebody point me in the direction of... Is Michael Winkworth about, anybody? Right down the end, having a little cool... Oh, he's with Adam Weller. So Adam's doing the circuit comms, as I mentioned earlier on, and he has to wait for us, and I've got to wait for him, which is quite right, because he's a good lad. And we'll grab a quick word with him as well. Yeah, there we go. Michael, how you doing? I thought you were chatting to Adam, but congratulations on the championship leader as well, coming into this one, and another win, so that's all pretty good. And you were mixing it with the top class as well.
Yeah, it went really well. We had a bit of an issue coming off the start with the gears, which I'm not quite sure what had happened, but luckily I didn't get knocked with the people coming past me, but yeah.
Okay. What sort of issue is that? You can't grab a gear or you can hear a noise, or?
I honestly can't tell you. I just remember changing gear and it not driving, couldn't get it into neutral, couldn't get it back in second, couldn't get it into first, but I was trying to concentrate in the rear view mirror just so I didn't get collected by anyone, but yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
So with a mechanical problem, a class win is a great result for you?
Yeah, I don't think there's too much of an issue, but yeah, it might have been me panicking, trying to get gear and couldn't, and didn't want to get hit, but yeah, all in all, a good race.
Superb cars, aren't they? And do you know what? I mean, people watching on the bank will just love the Mini. I mean, it's such cliche to say it's an iconic car, but it is. Everybody loves them. For me, it was my first car many years ago, and I don't suppose you were even born when I started driving. But so, what is it that brings you in as a youngster?
I used to do autograss racing in the juniors, which was in a classic Mini as well.
Where did you do that?
All over the country, really, like all in England.
What was your home club?
Cambridge.
Cool. Yep.
Yeah, so I started off in that because that's what my dad and brother done. Dad also loves Minis. Yeah, so we decided to have a go at this.
You can pick up a lot of car control from racing on grass, can't you? How much of that transferred into circuits?
100%, yeah. That's probably where it does come from, if you know what I mean. I've done a little bit of go-karting in my time, which has also probably helped, so yeah, I'm well happy.
Love a bit of autograss. The national championships are always well worth watching because, as you say, you would race for your club, and then there's an opportunity to get everybody together every year in the nationals. It's actually mega sport, and what a stepping stone to get you onto circuit racing.
Yeah, definitely. You can't beat racing with the Mini 7 club. So yeah, fantastic cars and fantastic clubs. So yeah.
Well done. Championship lead intact. Race 2 tomorrow. Anything other than sorting your gearbox problem out that you need to do?
No, just go through it again, check all the wheel alignment, just give it a spanner check, and yeah, go again.
Non-alcoholic beer tonight?
Yeah, I try not drink when I'm racing. Don't drink that much often anyway, so
yeah.
Okay, Michael, thanks for getting the hurry up from the producers. Thank you, mate. Well done. So, Michael Winkworth, our S-Class winner there, and our top 3 in the overall Super Mini Racing. We've got more Mini Racing coming up a little bit later on with the Miglias that Mike Jordan referred to. But the next class on the grid, 3 guesses? Mazdas, you got it. It's the main Mazda MX-1 Championship. And with a look at the grid and a little bit of a summary on how the season went at the opening round at Silverstone, here's Scott Woodwis.
I certainly will give you a summary of the grid. Thank you for that one, Richard, and we'll see him source the minis a little bit later on. But as you mentioned, we are back to Mazda MX-5 action, and it is the more well-established, shall we say, rather than main, because they're all as good as each other, Mazda MX-5 Championship, which has, again, an excellent championship. It's been going for several years and always provides great competition and great close racing. And I think based on the times in qualifying, we might have something quite special on our hands here, because the top 12 were covered by less than a second in qualifying. Around here at Snetterton, that's pretty impressive. So, as they come up towards the start of the race, we'll give you the grid as it comes up in the screen just as a moment. But these, of course, are all our Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 race cars. Identical specification, exactly the same as those you saw in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. But, of course, the MX-5 Clubman Championship only started last year, whereas the MX-5 Championship in its current format here started in about 2013 as the MX-5 Championship. But, of course, we've been racing Mazda MX-5s in the UK since the car first came out in about 1990, where you had guys such as Patrick Watts, who is here this weekend, who's racing in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Championship with Series, not a championship, it's a series, with his daughter Amy, is going to, of course, have been using those as a stepping stone. Of course, if you look at other drivers who've come through MX-5s, particularly Mark 1s, you've had Brett Smith, who's the son of Jeff Smith, who's going to be racing in the Mini Miglias this weekend. We've had Jane Edwards has raced a Mark 1 as well, amongst others. And, of course, she's racing the British Touring Car Championship now with BTC Racing. And other MX-5 drivers are going through. I think also, if I'm correct, because we've had Abby Eaton, of course, who's racing the MX-5s. I think she might have had a go at a Mark 1 at some point, if not solidly Mark 3s. But plenty of drivers using MX-5s as a chance to do a step up into the next level of racing. Tom Roach has been a regular MX-5 racer, Mr. MX-5 or so, and he's now finding himself this year racing in GT Cup, I believe, in a Paddock Motorsport McLaren. So plenty of drivers using MX-5 as a perfect proving ground to start their racing careers, both for the casual racer, but also for the young pros that are coming through. Some brilliant young drivers on the grid here who are racing in this championship. So as they head off onto their warm-up lap, well, that's say that with a slight tongue-in-cheek because it is quite warm out there today, we can hopefully give you a run through the grid on the screen. It's a massive grid of 36 cars once again. Lots of top quality drivers here, and some of the best in the country racing Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s as we come through. So that's now as they run through onto the. So we'll give you the run through the grid, and if it pops up on the screen, we'll be able to talk you through it. So pole position goes to one of our 3 Silverstone race winners, and that was Fraser Fenwick. He starts on pole in car 263. Alongside him is Tom Smith. In fact, here is the grid. So Fraser Fenwick starts on pole. Tom Smith alongside him on the front row of the grid in car 44. So row 2 is 81, Sebastian Fisher, and his teammate Oliver Graham in car 24. Row 3, 77, Steve Foden, and another of our Silverstone winners, Jason Greatrex in car 33. And then row 4 is the other of the 3 Silverstone winners. It's Callum Greatrex, and then MCR team boss Mike Comber, who starts in P8 in car 58. Rounding out the top 10, very impressive young driver Adam Sparrow, who made quite an impact at Silverstone in a couple of races last year. Adam Craig starts alongside him on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6 is 82 Michael Nibbs and 777 Courtney Milne. She's had some impressive stuff. Top 12, as I mentioned, covered by less than a second in qualifying. That's very impressive. Jack Noller, who's one of our impressive rookies, he starts 13th alongside Luke Pullen in 14th place. He put off a great move at Stowe back at Silverstone, which I'm still talking about. And then Michael Green and Owen Mills on the 8th row of the grid in 222 and 22. So all the 2s on row 8. Brad Jones in car 69. That's a pretty nice position for him. 17th place alongside Kevin Dengate on car 178, who's doing double duty in the MX-5 Championship and Clubman Championship grids. Levi Aisbert is on the 19th spot on the grid on row 10 alongside Oak Richardson in car 7. Then Tim Daw, the flying Australian, alongside Martin Compton for Stand 2 Motorsport. Great to have Martin in the championship. He starts from the 11th row of the grid. Scott Leach in his number 13 machine. Unlucky for some, but not so much for Scott. And then Graham Rumsey in car 45 make up row 12. Tom Mallet and Bo Parry in the ex-John Langridge championship winning car start on row 13. And as they continue to go backwards, Ben Matchett is on row 14 in the ex-Christopher Ginn Mark 1 car, now that he's in Mark 3s. Bryn Griffith alongside him in the Monza Sport supported car 28th. Darryl Radwell and Richard Bartlett round out the top 30 positions. And then it's on to row 16, but they still keep coming. Christopher Abbott in car 31 and car 9 in 31st position, and Ollie Walden in the close racing car. Keith Dalton and Ozzie McLean on the 17th row of the grid. And right at the back, last but certainly not least, is car 5, Aidan Edgar on the 18th row, and then Richard Wootton in car number 3. So 36 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, 18 rows of cars. We have 20 minutes of racing action coming up. So just before we get into the racing, quick summary of where we are with the points. As I mentioned, it was very competitive at Silverstone for the opener. Of course, none of the main contenders at the front of the field from last year are in the championship. There's no Ollie Allwood, who's now moved on, I believe, into Ginettas. There's no Jack Brewer, because he's now moved up into the MX-5 Super Cup. And there's no Brian Trott, because if he doesn't do a full season, he does odd select rounds. So the top 3 from last year's championship are not in the series this year. That means we have the genuine prospect of a brand new champion. But with so many top drivers that ended up in the points behind them, the question is, who is going to be the one that's going to take the fight to everyone else? Well, Fraser Fenwick holds the points lead with 292, and then it's a tie for second between the two Greatrexes, Callum and Jason. And then it's Mike Comber on 282, Mike Comber on 280, Michael Nibbs on 278, Tom Smith on 276, Sebastian Fisher on 264, Adam Craig on 261, Steve Foden on 260, and Luke Pullen on 248. Then you've got drivers like in order, drivers like Courtney Milnes, Oliver Brown, Jack Nolan, Martin Compton, Stuart Simmons, who's not here this weekend, and Tim Dorr. Very, very competitive grid this year for the MX-5 Championship, and particularly at the front, with how close it was in qualifying. I hope it's not an anticlimax. It should be 20 minutes of non-stop MX-5 action, as it always tends to be. So, last couple of the cars are just trickling into position. You can see on the right of the screen, far right, into position. Once they do, I think that's Richard Wootton picking up his spot on the grid. Just off camera, we think we're going to get the green flag. And then just keep an eye on the little light that's just to the left of the BRSCC flag that's centre shot. When that flicks red, the red lights are on. When it goes out, we are all set for the first 20 minutes of action for the MX-5 Championship here at Snetterton. There it goes. Fenwick, there's one car rolling backwards on the grid for some reason. I don't know why, but away they go. And one or two cars a little bit sort of stranded on the grid, but they've managed to get away. So up towards turn 1 for the first time then. It's Fraser Fenwick who leads the way as he hugs the inside line. Thomas Smith in second place. It's now Sebastian Fisher up to third, Steve Foden up to fourth, and the two Greatrexes have slipped down to 5th and 6th position. So they're going to be holding on to the place as they go through the right-hander. And more dust being kicked up. It's an absolute dust bowl, as you can see. You can't even see a thing going through Richie's corner, but you get much clearer view into Wilson. They're 3 are pressed into the hairpin, and I think Sebastian Fisher got Jason Grater's got the squeeze there. He got Steve Foden to his inside and Sebastian Fisher to his outside. One car running wide on the exit over the grass, but he manages to find the circuit pretty well again. And now they come back in through a left-hander. So it is Fraser Fenwick who won at Silverstone, who leads the way. It is second place then for Tom Smith, and it's third place for the first of the Greatrexes, Jason Greatrex. It's then Steve Foden 4th, Sebastian Fisher 5th, up the inside for 6th on Callum Greatrex goes Michael Nibbs, and Oliver Graham is in there too, looking to hold the outside line on Mike Comber. Running wide there, I think, is Luke Pullen, who's having a scrap there, I think possibly with Adam Craig, but we'll work that one out in a second when we get them across the line for the first time. And as they come out of the left-hander, Williams back in towards Oggies again. It looks as though, I think, that Fraser Fenwick is trying to pull away. He did this in race 1 at Silverstone, got himself to the front of the field and pulled away by several seconds. From there, he pretty much had it done. Look at them pull their way through Williams. It's fantastic to look at. Onto the Bentley straight for the first time. 22 there is Oliver is Owen Mills. I think the car that went backwards was Adam Sparrow in car 19. He sort of wasn't properly engaged in gear or couldn't hold it on the clutch, and he went there. Now then, Tom Smith, who can get his elbows out sometimes, he's now going toe-to-toe with Fraser Fenwick for the lead on lap 1. He wants to lead across the line to end the first lap, but he's not quite got it just yet. Out of the final couple out of the Brundon Nelson complex, and now onto the short straight towards the bomb hole. Through the right-hander. Compression right at the apex. Now this almost endless right-hand that takes them back through. It looks like Jason Greatrex is looking fairly racy. He wants to try and make his way through into second position past Tom, if he's got the feasibility to do so. There's a chance to get past. Now they come out of the left-hander onto the pit straight for the first time out of Murray. So Fraser Fenwick then will lead the way. Second place for Tom Smith, third place for Greatrex, fourth now for Steve Foden, and everyone trying to be fifth. You've got Sebastian Fisher getting the push from Callum Greatrex. Michael Nibbs is in there too on the inside line. Oliver Graham is up in that battle, as he's also, by the looks, is Courtney Milnes. So it's Courtney Milnes is up to 10th position now, after she started 12th, up 2 spaces. But it is Fenwick that leads. Smith in second place, Greatrex third, Foden fourth, and Sebastian Fisher rounding out the top 5. Big dive up the inside on Fisher from Nibbs. Doesn't quite work, runs out wide. Fisher gets through, as does Callum Greatrex, and behind them, Mike Comber going wheel to wheel with Oliver Graham now. So that's a battle that's going on for the rest of the top 10 as they come into the left-hander at Wilson. And into the left-hander, they go out of Palmer. And now there's a breakaway already. You can see Fraser Fenwick is taking Tom Smith with him. They haven't got that much power, these MX-5s. They hold about 105 brake horsepower, but they can move when they need to. They're quite lightweight cars as well. I think about, I need to double check the complex, but the figures, but they have got about 105 brake horsepower as Luke Pullen gets edged out wide. I told you it's competitive. I'm at the cockpit. What on earth was that all about, says Luke, but he slots back into line just ahead of Owen Mills and the orange and white car. I told you it'd be frantic. And as they now head into the complex at Oggies, that's now Richard Wotton, who's made a decent start. He's now on the tail of Scott Leach, who has that definitive MX-5 front end. It's got the mouth with the teeth and the tongue. You can see it's quite a unique looking front end on that car. He's had that for ages. But here's our alternative shot down the back straight. You can see the cars as they make their way up towards Brandon Nelson. Fraser Fenwick then holds on to the lead as he turns out of complex at Nelson. Thump of the curve there for Steve Foden, runs wide onto the grass. He now kicks up the dust and loses out to Michael Nibbs. He might also lose a position to Mike Comber if he's not careful. Runs wide on the exit and almost touches the grass with his left rear and just holds on to it, but he's also now lost momentum. He's out of the train because he's now lost out to Nibbs, he's lost out to Comber, and he almost lost out to Graham as well, but he's managed to get back in and hold on to the position. So there is Steve Foden in the white car with the gold stripe. Also having a good run. I think it's Jack Nolla in car 36. That is the treble 2 car of Michael Green. Michael started 15th, so he's now up already to 13th place, up 2 places. New fastest lap of the race goes to Tom Smith, 2 minutes 20.964. As they turn back into Ritchie's for the 3rd time. There's Oliver Graham. He's going quite strong. And come back into the hairpin. It looks as though it's trying to be Fenwick and Smith trying to pull that gap out as much as possible. And Michael Nibbs gets shown the edge of the road by Michael Comber as he goes up the inside. More dust being kicked up on the exit of Ritchie's as they head through. That's cars further back in the middle of the field. So these top 2 will initially sort of work together, but by the time they get quite far out in front, they will start to scrap amongst themselves. There might be a bit of an impromptu pact between these two, where Fraser's probably signalling to Tom, saying, don't fight me, just work with me, let's pull away and go into our own battle, and then we can start to fight towards the end when we're several seconds up the road and safe for everyone else. So Jason Greatrex leads the main sort of leading group behind the 2 front runners. Plenty of people at the back, you can see on the bank watching. Whether it's Mazdas or Minis or anything else that you're here for, there is a lot of strong action here on this BRSCC weekend in beautiful Easter weather conditions. As Richard joked, it's not normally this bright on an Easter weekend, but thankfully this weekend is the anomaly, and it's a wonderful anomaly to see. So down the back straight. Waiting for the leaders to come back into the complex. Here they come through Nelson. So bite of the curb from Fenwick and Smith. There they go, out of shot. So 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's now Fisher in a Greatrex sandwich. He's got Jason in front of him, Callum behind him. Fisher sat in the middle. He's got the next trio of cars chasing after him, which is Mike Comber in the red and white car, number 58. Steve Foden in the white and gold car, number 77. Then the blue and orange stripe car, which is Oliver Graham. Oh, no, sorry, Michael Nibbs, because it is Michael. Yes, Michael Nibbs is in there too. So he's actually lost a couple of places. Of course, Nibbs was the one that got elbowed out wide. Now there's Jack Nolla, doing a really good run so far. He's sponsored by Williams Esports. So I haven't kept up on esports races just yet. But he must be one of the esports contingent for Williams, which is good to see. and that car running well in the top 10. He's definitely on his way at the moment. He made a good start to make a case for being one of our rookies of the year, because he's certainly having a good run so far in these Mark 1s. I was talking to quite a few of the MX-5 drivers, and these cars compared to the Mark 3s, yes, they do lean quite a lot more, and they can be a little bit more nervous, but they are much, because they have low grip tyres, you kind of understand, you know where the limit is, and because they are low grip, you learn to kind of manage the low grip better. Whereas with the Mark 3s, they've got bigger tyres, they're a bit grippier, they're a bit heavier, so they are a little more planted. But if a Mark 3 snaps, if you get sideways and the tyre starts to grip, it has more tendency to snap the other way. Whereas the Mark 1s, they're a bit of a known quantity, is that you know what you're getting, because it's low grip, it's sort of slightly lower profile tyres in terms of the grip levels and the tread depths and everything else like that. It's a different kind of animal, these Mark 1s, where the Mark 1s are a bit more kind of, they're easy to get to grips with, but they're difficult to master because you've got this low grip, low weight and everything else. So it's you find there's a great proving ground. The Mazda MX-5, the Mark 1s, always seen as one of the best small sports cars ever made, and you can see why they're so popular to race, because they're such fun to drive, they're such cost effective. You can get a decent enough MX-5 that's race prepared for somewhere as little as around about, roughly, as little as, if you look in the right places, £7,000 or £8,000 upwards into the ranges of £9,000, £10,000, £11,000 in terms of ones that are maybe slightly more perceptively better prepared. But of course, one that's costs a couple of £3,000 less, if it's been built properly, can be just as good. 52 there running wide on the exit. Who was that? That was 52 is Compton. So that's Aussie Compton, I think he was in 52. He started. No, sorry, Martin Compton. Sorry, in 52. He started back in 22nd. So he's currently sat at the moment a couple of places down where he started, 24th. So see, this is the beauty about MX-5 racing too. No matter your skill level, the way you are in the pack, you always have someone to race with. Whether it's at the front, in the middle, like you're seeing here, or towards the rear, there is always at least a driver or two that matches your skill level. And it's great to see that there's so many different battles developing here as they go for the pack. There's Richard Woodson, there's Adam Craig who's in there. He's scrapping away. That's for 14th place, battling with Adam Sparrow, and I think also Ollie Mills and Tim Dorr in there too. There's 550. 550, I think it's Thomas Mallet. He's one of the NHA Motorsport cars run by Paul Austin. And there's Graham Rumsey, who he's doing double duty this weekend. One of a few drivers choosing to do both the MX-5 Championship and the MX-5 Clubman Championship, which is just running today. So all in all, there are some drivers that are getting 5 MX-5 races out of their weekend. Dive up the inside, that's Michael Green, and got a tag there for Courtney Moon. She lost it under braking a little bit and just clattered into the side of the Treble 2. I think that's caused some damage to Courtney Moon's car. Now, whether it's just cosmetic damage or it is actually something that might be affecting her steering or her suspension, I'll have to wait and see if she trundles into the pit lane. Battle for third is resuming here. The top two as they were, Fraser and Smith, sorry, Fennick and Smith still keeping in front. And then it's still Greatrex in third, Sebastian Fisher in fourth, Callum Greatrex fifth, Mike Comber sixth from Foden, Nibs, Graham, and then Jack Noller, who's holding on to 10th place. And he is just about on the back of that lead group. He's getting closer. We're into the second half of the race now, 20-minute races. We've had now about 11 of those 20 minutes, so we're into the second half of the race now. And I imagine, as Holly Craig gets very close to the tyre stack there to the apex of Williams. That's Courtney Moore. She has damaged the suspension by the looks of things. I think the left front is out of kilter. And I'm afraid that's the end of Courtney's race. She was doing really well, in fact. She was up there in that top 10 group, or battling away in the just outside the top 10. Did a good job to get 12th in qualifying, but sadly the damage that she received there is enough to put her race to a premature end. So Fennick and Smith seem to be pretty much a world of their own right now, and Greatrex is trying to lead the charge to catch up to them. Lap time-wise, they're both in the late 2-minute 20s, whereas everyone else is in the mid to low 2-minute 21s as they come out through the long right-hander at Coram. Michael Nibs a little wide in the background there, but they're all lining up behind Greatrex. So it's now Jason Greatrex, Fisher, Callum Greatrex, Mike Comber, Steve Foden, and he's slightly wayward Michael Nibs for a second there, but he's still in the mix, as is also Ollie Graham. And just the white car to the right shot, but just a couple of seconds back from that group. That's Jack Noller in a bit of no man's land, and trying to chase after him is Luke Pullen. There's Tom Smith. I'm sure he'll probably will massacre me for saying this, but I think if I'm right, I think he's Sam Smith, who's the double MX-5 SuperCup champion. I think he's Sam Smith's brother, if I'm correct. or at least he's a sibling of Sam Smith, I'm sure. I think he is. I'm not always brushed up on my motorsport siblings within Club Motorsport at times, but I think he's related to Sam in there. I think he's his brother. So if he is, it definitely takes in the family that Tom's ran in the MX-5 Super Cup last year, but he's been quite a prominent Mark 1 racer before then. Oops, 87's got around. That's Ollie Walden. Started back in 32nd, but he's now trying to find his way back on the road. Meanwhile, Jason Greatrex having to do some defending now because well, at the moment, Sebastian Fischer has got to be in two places at once. He's got to try and defend Jason Greatrex, attack Jason Greatrex, but then defend from Callum because he's still in that red line racing sandwich. Those two cars were running very, very strongly, as was Chris Greatrex as well. Here comes Mike Comber having a look up the inside of Callum. As Ollie Walden gets back going again, back at racing speed. But he's well down now. He is down in, for the timing screen, he's down in 34th position. So still 35 cars running in 36. Only lost the one, which is Courtney Milnes after her collision with Michael Green, which damaged, I think, her front suspension somewhere. Cars charging down the back straight in this beautiful sunshine. I want to see that scrap for third because they're all getting together there down towards the complex of Brundle and Wilson. I suspect it's going to get possibly a little bit hectic because here they come all together. Now, Steve Foden's been shuffled back in position. He's lost out to Oliver Graham. It's Fisher's turn to go right on the offensive on the back of Jason Greatrex. Jason has got back up. He's got Callum right there putting the pressure on Fisher himself. As our top two make their way out of shot through Coram. Here comes the cavalry behind them because Jason Greatrex is trying his best to hold on here. Remember, Jason came into the weekend level on points with Callum Greatrex. Both of them were about 10 points back for Fraser Fenwick, who led the way into the weekend on 292. So Fraser at the moment looks set to extend his points lead by a few more. Here comes Fisher to the outside line, but Greatrex is wise to it and has enough of a overlap on Fisher to sweep in front and hold on to third place. So Fisher will possibly try again here at this next corner, the right-hander at Wilson. But again, Greatrex gets it stopped smartly on the apex, and away he goes again. So thanks to the confirmation for Dan Blake from that. Yes, Tom Smith is Sam's brother. So Sam Smith, who is the double MX-5 Super Cup champion in consecutive years, last year in 2020, is in fact Sam Smith's brother. So thank you for that, Dan. Thanks for the clarification. I thought he was, but I did want to say it and be absolutely certain to make a fool of myself. So we'll have to wait and see. It's not the first time I've done that. Anyway, moving to the leaders. Still, as it was, Fraser Fenwick and Tom Smith. I hope it's not an anticlimax, but you just get the sense, like it was in the early couple of races, that they're just waiting for that moment when it's all about to kick off in a minute. So just wait and see. Everyone maybe biding their time a little bit here. Greatrex is just holding the advantage. Further back, this is Kevin Dengate in 178. Slides wide, and that gives an easy passage through for Richard Wootton, who started at the back of the grid. And Richard, before that pass, Wootton currently sits at the moment in 19th. Well, he's now 18th now, so he's actually risen up half the grid in this race, which is really impressive. 18 spots made up now, so impressive drive from Richard. Good progress made from the back. That means he'll start the second race, which is tomorrow, from mid-pack at about 18th place, provided he can stay there. So, it's a six-pack for third place now still. Jason Greatrex and Fisher, Callum Greatrex, Nibs, Comber, and Ollie Graham. The question I have to ask is, where is Steve Foden? Because Steve Foden came through in 33rd place, so obviously got that off the... Either he's pitted or had a problem, because his last lap was a 3 minutes... Yeah, he has pitted. He has pitted. 3 minutes 33 was his last lap, so he did go into the pit lane. No one for the pit lane this time, of course. There's still a battle going on here. 3.5 minutes to go. There's a black and white flag going out for somebody. Let's see if there's anything on the timing screen here. Right, track limits warnings for both Steve Foden and 82, which is Michael Nibs. So if they do it once more, they will get time penalties. That could be crucial for Nibs, because he's in that leading group for third place. And as for Steve Foden, of course, I'm afraid, thanks to his pit lane visit, he's way down the order, so if he got a time penalty, it wouldn't make much difference, but he's have to hold on. More scraps going on further down the field. This is a battle that's being led by the 13 of Scott Leach. That's 21st position. And This is about 21st down to 28th or so. So it's Scott Leach battling. He's got Tom Mallet, Graham Rumsey in there as well. Martin Compton, Levi Aisbett in there, and Bryn Griffiths in the white Monza Sport supported car. And also, just at the back of that, I saw was Bo Parry, the ex-John Langridge championship winning car, which has that bright fluorescent yellow front splitter. Using all the track and a little bit more. Here comes Leach. He might go a little too deep, and there goes Mallet's opportunity to get through. Meanwhile, just in there as well looks to be, I think that's Levi Aisbett trying to squeeze his way past maybe Martin Compton, I think. So still 2 minutes to go. There is Kevin Dengate, I think, now that he's been relieved of 18th place by Richard Wootton. He's on that good charge from the back of the grid. So Aisbett now, I think he's just trying to hold off Compton. Whoops, and I don't know if there was contact or not, but Aisbett's car just twitched a bit there and kind of almost went straight on into the corner. So I'm not definitely suggesting there was a change. Meanwhile, change for the lead. Tom Smith has got through, so he's timed that one pretty much to perfection. I could see that Tom Smith immediately looking into his mirror thinking, right, how close is Fraser Fenwick? That's how close he is. He's right on the rear bumper as he was before. So Tom Smith was biding his time. Still hasn't quite kicked off for third place yet, but there's been a change for the lead, and I suspect they're possibly planning this. Again, that temporary truce that they had, I think, has now fallen apart, because as they come onto the pit straight to start the final lap, it will be now a one-on-one duel between Fenwick and Smith for the race victory. Smith holds the lead, but can Fenwick make his way back through? Now for this six-pack, they've still got to sort themselves out from third down to 8th position. Cross the line go the leaders. More black and white flags going out. 222 is now being given a black and white flag. That's Michael Green for track limits. Side by side for third this time. They've all broken up a little bit here in this group of 6. So here comes Fisher. Will he go down the outside? Greatrex breaks that a little bit later and holds on for the position for the time being. Callum Greatrex getting back in there. There were 3 abreast behind. That was between Nibs, Comber and Graham. They were scrapping over, I think, 6th, 7th and 8th. So how that one sorted itself out, I'll have to wait and see in a second when they come back into view. Meanwhile, leaders into Palmer for the final time. And Smith has that advantage for the moment. Of course, Smith came into the weekend 6th in points. He was 2 behind Michael Nibs, but I think he'll certainly gain a few on all the cars in front. Fenwick, meanwhile, trying to go round the outside. You can go round the outside, but it's very difficult, especially if the car in front shows you the edge of the road, which Tom Smith does, as he's entitled to do. It's his track position. Unless he's far enough alongside to justify being there, Smith is allowed to hold his line, and it's up to Fenwick to decide what to do. So Fenwick backs off this time, but he's still got the straight, and then the complex of Brundle, Nelson, the bomb hole, Coram, Murray's, and the sprint to the checkered flag. He's got half a lap to try and get this lead back again. It would be, if this happens, our 4th different winner from 4 races. If Fenwick gets through, it's his 2nd from 4 races. Third place battle continues on. Still the 2 Greatrexes sandwiching Sebastian Fisher. 3rd and 4th together. Callum Greatrex will try and close it. If there's any change, it might well come here. If not, the sprint to the flag. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead. Here comes Fraser Fenwick round the outside. Can he hold on? He's held the inside line for Nelson. He goes round the outside at Brundle into the right-hander, and he's got through. Fraser Fenwick then retakes the lead here at Snetterton on the final lap of this first MX-5 championship race, but Tom Smith will keep on pressing all the way to the checkered flag if he can get through. Out of the bomb hole, now through Cora. Can't see quite a change between 3rd, 4th and 5th just yet, but now through this everlasting long right-hander up towards Murray. It's a very tricky braking zone, but if Fenwick can nail it one last time and get the run to the flag, he will take his 2nd win of the season. Tom Smith pushes him hard, but I think it's going to be enough for Fraser Fenwick to get to the line. For 3rd, 4th and 5th, it still hasn't changed. It's still Greatrex from Fisher, then from Greatrex again. Might be a change for 3rd if Fisher gets a better exit. Up to the checkered flag, side by side, but Fenwick just holds on at the line to get his 2nd win of the season from 2 weekends. Meanwhile, for 3rd, side by side, it's Greatrex and Fisher. Who gets it at the line? Fisher steals it at the line. Fantastically timed from Sebastian Fisher. Car 81 takes 3rd place, and he does it by 42 1,000ths of a second. Magnificent. So that is a steal of a podium, quite literally, from Sebastian Fisher. Greatrex gets 4th. Jason Greatrex gets 4th. Callum Greatrex 5th. Mike Comber gets 6th. Then it's Ollie Graham, Luke Pullen 8th. Jack Nolla gets 9th. A top 10 finish for him on what's still his debut season. And Michael Nibs, who fell back a little bit, he is back in 10th place. Further back, there's that scrap we were looking at outside the top 20. Still not resolved yet. These 7 cars altogether will cross the line pretty much as one. There goes Kevin Dengate. Side by side, Aisbett, and that was the 13 car of Scott Leach, and looks like Scott Leach just held off Ace Bit by 0.138 of a second. So, magnificent stuff then from the MX-5 racers. Once more, as we anticipated, there is Ben Matchett in Christopher Ginn's old car. Christopher Ginn always did have quite distinctive paint jobs on his car, particularly in the last couple of seasons, and he's now going wheel to wheel with a couple of the cars in the mix. Further back, and Ben Matchett comes across the line and was 28th. He was battling with the number 64, which is Darryl Radwell, and he was also having a scrap with the number 9 of Chris Abbott. Across the line goes Aidan Edgar. Keith Dalton, he was behind as well, and Ollie Walden comes across the line after his earlier spin. I think the last car we'll get is Ozzie McLean, and possibly Steve Foden as well, but he will be very disappointed with 35th. It's still points, but he will push hard as he can. Whatever problem he had, sadly, has put him down the order. He finishes on the lead lap, but I'm afraid it will be less points than he wants to have. But he will still get. He has drop scores, so he can use this as one of his drop scores. I'm sure he will, unless he retires from any more races and gets a 0 score. So, not the best race for Steve Foden, but he'll be back, as he always is, and I'm sure he will be back to try and get towards the front. So, Fraser Fenwick steals the win back again from Thomas Smith on the last lap of the race to win, to take his second of the season. Tom Smith is second, Sebastian Fisher just pipping Jason Greatrex to a line, and a brilliantly timed run to the flag. Jason Greatrex fourth, then Callum Greatrex, Mike Comber, Ollie Graham, Luke Pullen, Jack Noller and Michael Nibbs round out the top 10. Adam Sparrow finishes 11th from Michael Green, Adam Craig, Owen Mills, Tim Dorr, Oak Richardson, Brad Jones, Richard Wootton, Kevin Dengate and Scott Leach. Richard Wootton especially, 18th from the back of the grid. Very good drive from Richard, well done to him. And then 21st for Levi Asbett. Then it's Graham Rumsey, Tom Mallet, Martin Compton, Bryn Griffiths, Bo Parry, Richard Bartlett, Ben Matchett, Darryl Radwell and Christopher Abbott in the top 30. And then the last few cars on our last screen of results is Keith Dalton, Aidan Edgar, Ollie Walden, Ozzie McLean and Steve Foden after he had pity with problems. Only car we lost sadly was Courtney Milnes after a contact with Michael Green damaged the front end of her car and put her out. And fastest lap of the race also goes to Tom Smith, 2 minutes 27.74. That's a bonus point for him as well. So over to Richard to have a chat with our MX-5 Championship racers. He's down in Park Fernley.
Scott, thanks ever so much. Do you know what? You can't wish for more, can you? We've got sunshine, no rain, not a cloud in sight, and some fantastic race. Photo finish. What more could you ask for? I'm going to go and grab Fraser Fenwick, who took the win. Fraser! Fraser, it's interview time, mate. Hello, well done.
Thank you, mate.
Congratulations, Fraser Fenwick. We met about 5 years ago at the Janetta Scholarship, and people get fed up because, oh, Richard's going on about the scholarship again. But so, hang on, so you're 18 or 19 now, or they're about 19, so it was 5 years ago. And you were a finalist in the Janetta Scholarship.
Was, yes.
And all of those guys that get through to that stage do something special over those 3 days at Blighton. You've done it, and you're replicating that here in Mazdas. Well done on the win. What a race. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a really hard race, definitely in conditions like this where it's so hot. You know, it's all about tyre management. You've got to manage your tyres, manage your brakes, because as soon as you start getting too hot, you're losing grip, you're losing time, and then that's when you're having to start to defend. But no, the race went really well. We were putting in times we needed to be at certain times and everything. But no, really happy to come away with the win with a last lap move.
Let me whiz you around the front here, and I'm going to get Jeremy to have a look as well, because I noticed when you come in, you're talking about tyre management. You've been managing someone else's tyres on the side of the car there.
Yeah, well, as you know from the Janetta Scholarship, if it's on my door, they're not far enough inside, so I don't know whether that's my fault or not.
Can you recall when that happened?
Silverstone. That's all Silverstone.
Oh, right, so you...
Everything's on this.
Oh, right, so this is not... Oh, I got it, okay, so that'll get polished out for the next one?
No. Don't do that.
It's a notch on the side.
Make it look nice to look like that again, yeah.
Championship lead, so well done. I think first driver to get a double. Adam wants a quick word with you, so I'm going to say well done and grab a quick word with Tom.
Thank you.
Mate. Cheers, man. Let's go and have a word with our second place man, who was in the black overalls. Is he here? Has he gone? Where's Tom? Very quick word, because I know we've got cars coming up. Tom Smith, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Fastest lap in that one as well. Photo finish. Mega race.
Yeah, great. I mean, I got Fraser a lap and a half from the end and sort of hoped that really I could hang on, but perhaps he's a little bit more confident at the end of the Bentley Straight than I am, and I didn't want to really risk damaging the car first race on a Saturday, to be honest. So go again tomorrow, and hopefully we can have another good, clean race.
Points-wise, though, you're the same, aren't you? I think you get fastest lap. Is that right?
Oh, wait, I don't know, to be honest.
I mean,
so
in terms of the race, because it's second and fastest lap is the same as a win.
Yeah, so it's fantastic, isn't it, really, points-wise? We're not thinking about the championship yet. We'll take one race as it comes, and if we end up 7th, 8th weekend and we're in the hunt, then fantastic, we'll have a go.
Sorry to cut you short, we've got the sports prototypes out. We'll see you for race 2. Thank you, Tom Smith, who takes 2nd position there. As you heard, the sports prototypes, the first formula to have their 2nd race of the weekend, are on track. And to run you through the grid and a little bit of news, no doubt, is Scott Woodwis.
I have to agree, Richard. What more can you ask for? Beautiful weather conditions and great race cars on track as well. It really is for Sheffield to be a brilliant Easter weekend's worth of racing. And it still continues this afternoon. We've still got this and for 4 more races to go, including 5 races in total coming up this afternoon. Next to which, of course, as Richard rightly says, is our first 2nd race of the weekend, if that makes sense, of the for the ZEO Prototype Series. Of course, they had their first race earlier on to kick off the broadcast, and they are in action once again. Of course, their grid is once again set by the results of the grid is set by the results of their first race. So, wherever you finish in race 1 is essentially where you start for race number 2. So, looking at the grid, it now puts, I think, it's a slight reverse grid, I think, actually. So it's Andy Chittenden that shows on pole position. But we'll look at the grid in a second. So Andy Chittenden starts on pole from Jason Rishover alongside him. Graham Charman and Alistair Smart come on the 2nd row of the grid, followed by Robert Gilman and Mike Genvy back in 6th. And then Dominic Landon down, completing the 7 cars. Sadly, we did have 8, but I'm afraid it looks like the CTR 01, the bright orange self-built sports prototype by Richard and Matthew Chamberlain, sadly does not appear to be able to get back out after it. I think he tried to qualify earlier on, so unfortunately we just have the 7. But still some quality cars on the grid. We've got a couple of the Junos. In fact, I say a couple of the Junos. I'm afraid it looks like Graham Charman's car is not there either. So I was expecting a number 5 car to be there, but unfortunately, as temperamental as some of these sports prototypes can be, unfortunately, it looks like we've got just the 6. But again, still some decent quality cars. We've got the Mike Genvy's Genvy gun car, of course, the Juno there of Andy Chittenden, which appears to be back at full strength after it had its off and with the damage down here at Brundle Nelson on the first lap. Race number 1. And then, of course, we have the quartet of radicals here of different generations and different builds. Of course, including Jason Rishover's slightly more modern car, which will start at the front of the grid. But I anticipate, given his pace earlier on, that Mike Genvy might make light work of these cars in front of him, and potentially be into the lead by the time they get to the end of the first lap. Something we haven't mentioned all day is the car that's right at the front of the field there, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car, which of course we're very thankful to Run Your Fleet for all their support. And it now peels into pit lane as it's now paced the field, and now the 6-pack of ZEO prototypes head towards the start-finish line. The red lights are on. It's Chittenden and Rishover on the front row of the grid. They go out any second now, and race number 2 of ZEO Prototype Series is underway here at Snetterton, and they charge down towards Ritchie's once again. Chittenden with a decent start from pole, and Mike Genvy has already got up to 4th, past Robert Gilman. Rishover's lost the position to Alistair Smart, so a little Class C radical getting a blinder away, beating Rishover. Not sure Rishover was quite concentrating at the start there, but he's managed to get back up the inside into Wilson to rectify that loss of position. And now, as they come up the straight towards Wilson and then Palmer for the first time, it's going to be Chittenden in the Juno, the ex-Duncan Williams Juno, that will lead the way down the back straight. Rishover 2nd there, and watch for Mike Genvy. Here he comes, down the back straight, down the short straight towards the left-hander at Agostini, and into the hairpin they go, and Genvy relatively easy pickings there on Jason Rishover. I think his next target will certainly just be to pick to get around Andy Chittenden, his Juno. And if you watch this back in the days of OSS, when Duncan Williams was driving that Juno, which Andy Chittenden now owns and runs, you'll have seen that these 2 cars, the Juno and the Genvy, would have done some great battling on track together when it was part of OSS, when it was Duncan Williams at the wheel. So there were plenty of Duncan Williams versus Mike Genvy moments, and of course we're going to see these 2 cars on track reunited again. But it looks to, I think, given that we know Genvy's quality behind his own Genvy gun TS6, I suspect it might well be as valiant as I know Andy Chittenden will put up a fight for. well, just find himself through relatively in a matter of moments, it looks like. Through Coram. These sports prototypes must be pretty intense behind the wheel to drive when they're flat out through these long corners. And of course, the long straights give them a proper chance to stretch their legs and use all the power at their disposal. As they come back down the pit straight to end the first lap. And here they come. Chittenden leads. Jemby in second place. Rishover third. Alistair Smart fourth. And then it's Robert Gilman and Dominic Landon Down who round out the 6 runners in this field. Another second of our 20-minute races for these cars. And as I anticipated, up the inside looks Mike Jemby, but Chittenden's not that obliging to let him through. He's holding on as valiantly as he can. He's definitely putting up a decent fight to hold off Mike Jemby, because Mike is very formidable in the wheel of this car, as many people know, having watched him in OSS, and I've even seen that car taking part in time attack events as well. So quite a diverse car, and it started off as a regular gun TS6 that he raced in Sports 2000, but of course it's now a little bit more modified than a standard gun TS6 Sports 2000 racer. It's his own developed car that he's raced for several years, and it's always a welcome sight when he's out on track with us here at the BRSCC, whether it's been in the past at OSS or these days in the new ZEO Prototype Series. And again, I will stress one thing, there are typically more cars out here, but simply just other cars either were not ready in time or simply just had other commitments that they couldn't matter, or they already have plans for Easter race weekend, although what other plans you could have other than racing at Snetterton, I'm not quite sure. But there will be a plethora more cars, definitely a lot more cars coming out for essentially the centrepiece event for the ZEOs, which will be on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit back in June, so there's plenty of time. So if you've got a sports prototype racer, then by all means get in touch with the ZEO Prototype Series, and of course there's Grace Williams, and they'll be very happy to have you on the grid. We've got a few cars that are heading over from the Revolution Series, joining their regulars on the grid, so we should have a good grid of the moment, including them. There's about 28, almost 30 cars expected for that weekend, so it should be quite a decent run all round. Whilst we've been talking just there, you saw that Mike Jemby has relieved Andy Chittenden of the lead, so he's now into first position, and already has pulled out a gap of, as I come across the line, I'll look at my TSL screen, 1.6 seconds. So that's 1.6 seconds now. Mike Jemby, I anticipate, unless, touch wood, something happens to his car, I anticipate he will push on now to make it 2 from 2. Reminder that it's a series, so there's no championship points on offer here. It's simply just a series of races for sports prototypes. And there are plenty of different cars which can race in this championship series. Plenty of cars that can race in this series. And if you were watching the races that we had last year for ZEO Proto, there was all sorts. You had Duncan Williams had a Norma LMP3. It was a beautiful striking black Norma LMP3 with Dayglow green trim, ZEO logos all over it. But in terms of the class structure, there's essentially 7 classes that can run in this series. There's only classes B and C running here. Class A is for sports prototypes that run engines over 2 litres and all forced induction powered cars. That's pretty much either turbocharged or supercharged cars. Class B is for open sports prototypes up to 2 litres. And then you've got Class C, which is for cars up to 1400 cc's, Class D up to 1000 cc's. You then have Class E, which is for, I think it looks like Radical SR3s that run standard engines. You then have Class F, which is for CN spec and LMP3 race cars. So if Duncan Williams is what simply his ex LMP3, because it's up for sale now, would have been raced, that car would have been in Class F. Then there is an invitation class in Class G. And that's I guess anything that can fit the criteria that you class as a sports prototype. So I guess if someone had like I'm guessing an LMP2 car or something even more extreme than that could come out. I remember there was one a couple of years ago when we had sports prototype racing. There was a race at Silverstone, which was back when it was OSS. There was a Nissan MPT90 and Momo cars that came out with Matt Manderson at the wheel. I think it was because Matt's has a self-built, I think it's called forgive me if I get the name wrong, I think it's called a Whiteland Mark 1 that he's made. It's a quite extraordinary, proper close top LMP1 looking machine. Wasn't ready, so there happened to be this Group C Nissan that was available to race, and so that ran a couple of years ago at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, and it's quite a unique car to have in the field. So good to have that. And so that's the. I remember as well back in the day when there were sports prototypes, there was one of the I think it was an ex Dyson MG Lola EX257, one of those LMP 675 cars that even ran, and that was pretty dominant in the championship back then, back when we had the other championship. But ZEO Prototypes, of course, has brought it back to BRSCC, and of course I know that both Duncan and Grace Williams have tried to work very hard to get them back together. They were a great sight last year. And as I say, this is not a typical size grid. There are definitely more out there, just other cars which were not able to make it this weekend, and of course a couple of cars that have also hit troubles across the weekend also. There are definitely more cars out for the rest of the season. Just looking at the rest of the calendar for 2022, the ZEO Prototypes, they'll be at Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in June. Of course, then they'll be at Brands Hatch Indy towards the end of August, where they'll be able to catch them, and also then they'll finish off as they did last year, at pretty much the same date as 2021, same weekend of racing, same point in the year, at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. So they do pick some good circuits here for these sports prototypes, a good mixture of circuits, 3 of which are good for these cars to properly show their pace. Just going past my commentary box here with Jason Rishover in the Radical, so he's now still in 3rd place, personal best for him. Right, Gen V, as I think myself and many others anticipated he would do. He's just spread eagling the field here in the Gen V Gun TS6, turns his way through Agostini for another time, and then into left-hander at Williams. Sorry, Hamilton. Williams is a couple of corners later. He's got Oggies to negotiate first, which he does. And here, that is 23. That's Dominic Landon down in his Radical. So he is just running at his own pace in 6th position. And that's running a bike engine itself. Most radicals, not so many these days, but most radicals that have been built before have mostly run bike engines, but there've been more sort of definitive car engines that have been at the back of radicals these days, particularly sort of turbocharged engines as well, mostly 4 cylinders. I think I've seen a couple of V6s at the back of radicals before, if not factory, at least in radicals that have been adapted to take a V6. And, I was mentioning earlier in the first race that we have had cars like the Pragas, one or two Pragas that have raced towards the end of last year. We had Chippy Wesmail in his Praga when they were still running as part of the Brit Car Series, so they run their own Praga Cup now. Came here. Came to Donington Park last year and ran a decent race in that encounter. I think it picked up a couple of 2nd places overall, if I remember correctly, or 2nd and a 3rd. He was on the podium both times. Here's Jason Rishover in his number 28 Radical. Through Richie's corner he goes, and he has been quite a regular Radical racer in the past. He has run in the Radical Challenge Championship in the Solo Challenge a couple of years. Before that, he also did a run at one point in the LMP3 Cup at the wheel of one of the Ligier 5-litre Nissan engine V8 cars, but very experienced in Radicals. I'm looking at his record here from as far back as 2015 when he was ran in the Radical Sprint Championship. And his best result in a series was, in fact, 2nd place last year as part of the Radical Works team in the Solo Challenge of the Radical Challenge Championship. So good to have him out here. He might be using it not just as a race, but also as a chance to kind of get some extra track time in. Some competitive track time at that. There goes Mike Gen V. I believe that's a Ford engine at the back of that Gen V Gun TS6. It's a beautiful sounding 4-cylinder. And again, just looking at it move, you can tell that it's definitely not slow. It's got plenty of poke in a straight line. It's pretty handy to the corners as well. Up through the gears. And now down the pit straight once again to complete another lap. The gap was 12 seconds. Let's see if it's gone out even more. 1:51.274 is the latest lap time for Mike Gen V. And back down the pit straight. There goes Andy Chittenden in the Juno, still in its X-Cool colours. again, this is the car that was bought directly from Duncan Williams, and of course now Andy's been driving this car directly. I think, if I'm correct, Andy has mainly raced a Radical before, but he's now changed to this different machine. So Andy then makes his way out of the hairpin and up towards the left-hander at Palmer, and just looking at some of his record before, yes, he has been more of a regular Radical racer, done a little bit of racing in some other bike engine sports prototype series around the UK. Now he's got himself at the wheel of something a bit different, something that isn't quite a Radical, but it's a bit more, slightly more lesser known, shall we say. Although Juno is a relatively familiar name in sports prototype racing. There goes Robert Gilman in his Radical. He's been a regular runner in sports prototype racing with the BRSCC over the last few years, so he's certainly someone who's familiar with running on these weekends. Got 7.5 minutes to go then in this second ZEO Prototype Series race of the day. Only here for today. And all their racing in each of the weekends they run is over 1 day, so be sure to keep an eye on them. As I mentioned, they'll be out at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, where there will be certainly a lot more cars than we have here this weekend. Again, this is not a normal occurrence for ZEO Prototypes. We definitely have a lot more cars than normally, but just this is an occasion where some were just not available to race this weekend. So but they will be back out again at Silverstone for sure, and of course as well at Brands Hatch and at Donington Park, where there should be very substantial and very well supported grids in all three. It's a brilliant series, and great to allow not just cars that are more well known that race in other series around me, like Radicals and stuff like that, but other more bespoke or more lesser known or kind of sports prototypes that are built in smaller numbers. A place for them to race, which they might not have had anywhere else that to fit in, whether it's specifically bike engine sports prototype racing or other places which have more of the historic area, stuff like, if you want to mention it, Sports 2000, but it gives them a chance to kind of race when there isn't really any other place for them to race in the UK. So if you get like if you have like a Ligier CN spec car, or even an LMP3 car, or a Juno or something similar, something more bespoke built or built in lower numbers, then by all means, ZEO Prototype Series is definitely a place where you can come and race it. And there are, as I say earlier on, 7 classes that you can run into: an invitation class and all the other classes based on engine power, and also the top class is based on cars over 2 litres, and if also your cars are either powered by forced induction, either by a turbo and or a supercharger, because you can have twin charging. Just noticed the timing on the top screen had frozen for a second there, but we're now 5.5 minutes away from the end of this second race, and there is Mike Genvy, who has continued to hold the advantage all the way through. And now coming back down the pit straight to complete another lap. The gap was, at the end of that one, 14.1 seconds. So for Mike, he's simply just not only enjoying himself out there, but also trying to keep on extending that lead as much as possible. Only when he needs to, or he feels he needs to, well, Mike sort of ease off a bit here, but he tends to kind of push as hard as he dares all the way through from start to finish. Into the final 5 minutes. There is Alistair Smart. Haven't seen much of him in this second race in the Dayglow yellow and black Radical. Our sole Class C runner, and he is 4th overall at the moment, so 1 place off the overall podium, but he's certainly the man to, well, he's the only person in Class C, so there's no one else to try and beat him. All he has to do is keep the car in one piece and bring the number 73 machine home within the next 4.5 minutes. Across the line he goes to complete another lap. There's a 56.5 to continue his gap to 4th place. He's about 21 seconds back on Jason Rishover at this point. Alistair Smart is another one who has been a regular racer with BRSCC and sports prototypes in the past, so he's no stranger to racing some of these other names on the grid. Many ones of those who have watched racing of this kind with the club over the last few years. Mike Genvy certainly being one of them. And he then, once again, just carefully winds his way through Coram, through Murray's, and again, punches back through those gears, up the pit straight to end another lap. 3.5 minutes to go. And his lap times are, his last lap was 1:51, so I think we're going to get 2 more laps in this one, I think. So by the time he finishes this one lap, we'll have about roughly about 1:30 on the clock, and if his lap time is 1:51, he's only going to have this and 1 more lap to go. Jeremy's gap now, we'll get Chittenden's gap in a second. It is 13.7, so it's gone out a little bit. It's not gone out as massively as maybe some were expecting, given Jemby's pace. Chittenden's lapping at a decent rate so far. He's quite too far back to try and challenge Jemby at this point, but still lapping pretty respectively at this stage. His last lap was a 51.9, so he's lapping on the same pace as Jemby. He's managed to build up to the same pace that Jemby's running, although I suspect possibly if his last lap was a 47.1, so I suspect that at this point, given his ultimate pace, Jemby is simply just lapping at the pace that he needs to, rather than it needs and wants to, because he doesn't have to push too hard. If he was pushing at absolute pace and doing 147s all the time, or nearer to that, or much quicker than he's doing now, as sports prototypes tend to be sometimes, all sports prototypes tend to be, there's always the risk sometimes that these cars can have something go wrong or expire, but typically these short 20-minute races quite suit them because they are quite highly strung machines like this, and sometimes they can get a bit temperamental, but these 20-minute races give them a chance to go as hard as possible, and then they can cool them down and get them ready for another race later on in the day. There's Chittenden. 1 hole. 1.5 minutes to go, so next time by we will start the final lap, and it will be 1 more time. In fact, there goes Jemby past my commentary box windows. He's already gone down to his final lap now. As Chittenden turns the Juno out on Murray's, and he makes his way back onto the pit straight to start his final tour of the 300 circuit. Jason Rishover still 3rd, Alistair Smart still 4th, Robert Gilman 5th, and Dominic Landon down in 6th position. Looking at Chittenden's record, as I say, vastly experienced Radical racer in the past, has done the official Radical Championship, the SR1 Cup. He's also done the Solo Challenge in the past, a couple of races, as had Jason Rishover that we talked about. And the best result that I've got for Andy in the SR1 Cup that I can see from the results I've got here in front of me is 6th, and that was back in 2015. He did 8 races and finished 6th in the points. In Alistair Smart, who, again, no stranger to that car, but I've seen that car on a different livery. It's usually been either grey and orange rather than a striking yellow and black livery. No denying livery on this car, but it's all too familiar. Mike Jemby brings the Jemby Gun TS6 down the back straight for the final time. Sweeps under the bridge, turns in through Brundle, gets the car squared up, and then flicks right through Nelson. As the clock ticks down to 0 in a couple of seconds' time, he will come to what will be a very comfortable 2nd race win of the day for Mike. Here's Andy Chittenden under the bridge, and he is also taking it steady and has raced as hard as he can. Chittenden will certainly be quite a good thing. Meanwhile, this man has been unchallenged today, picked his way through for 5th on the grid, and has quite simply dominated proceedings here at Snetterton. In the sunshine, Mike Jemby makes it a double here at Snetterton in the ZEO Prototype Series in fairly dominant and fine fashion. Here comes Andy Chittenden, who will pick up 2nd place in the Juno. Good to see the ex-Duncan Williams car back on the podium once more. There we go, across the line he goes. It's then 3rd for Jason Rishover in the Radical. And I'm certain it will then be Alistair Smart in 4th, Robert Gilman in 5th, and Dominic Landon down in 6th. Speaking of which, here is Dominic. He will finish up in P6, 2 laps off the lead. Again, running at his own pace. Comes towards the checker flag and confirms 6th place in the Radical. Across the line he goes. And that is his day of racing complete, as it will also be for Jason Rishover. Across the line goes the Radical. He takes 3rd overall, and of course 3rd in Class B2. As I say, More cars are absolutely on the way. I know that for a fact, so be sure to check them out next time you see the ZEO Prototype Series. They'll be on the Grand Prix circuit in June, and joined by some of the Revolution Series cars as well, and it should be quite a fun grid of around about 30 plus cars, 30 plus sports prototypes, all on the grid together, racing around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. That will be a sight and a sound for sure. So I think the last car we've got to come across the line is, yes, this man, Robert Gilman. He's the last car to take the flag. Out of the final corner he comes. So you counted them all at the start of the race, and now thankfully you can count them all back in again, because Robert Gilman makes it all 6 cars that started, all 6 cars finishing, and all trouble-free, thankfully. So good to see a nice straightforward race for ZEO Prototypes. And here's the final result. Mike Genvy takes the victory, Andy Chittenden second, Jason Rishover third, Alistair Smart fourth, Robert Gilman fifth, and Dominic Landon down in 6th. And who else but Mike Genvy? Fastest lap of the race, 147.101. Look at that, nearly 100 miles an hour average lap speed. That's incredible stuff. So it just shows how quick that car and Mike is out here at Snetterton on this long circuit. So we can now hand over to Richard John Neal to see what Mike and others thought of that in the sunshine. Here he is down in Parc Fermé with our top 3 from our second ZEO Prototype Series race.
Thank you very much indeed, Scott. That's that we've got. I'm going to grab a word with Mike Genvy. We sold you a dummy early on, Mike, because we were walking past the pit lane doing a test, and I think you thought we were going to grab an interview, but we can do that now. Okay. Sorry we didn't catch you after race 1. Congratulations on that. Tell us the story of your weekend, because I think you only had a couple of fast laps in quali.
Yeah, a process failure. We did a couple of laps of quali, new tyres, haven't run the car yet this year, so it was a bit of a sort of just check everything was okay. I was trying to preserve the tyres for the race, so I did 1 lap, came in, we saw we were well ahead, so we thought, well, we'll leave it at that, and we had a minor problem, so we set about fixing that, and then remembered we had to qualify for race 2 as well. So, but it's nice, you know, starting from the middle of the grid. Shame about the numbers on the grid, but I think the numbers will be a lot better next time, so really looking forward to the next round at Silverstone.
Much development on the car over the winter, or do you park it up and forget about it and do work to pay for this year?
Yeah, it's been a fairly quiet one on the car. I think, like everyone, it's a bit topsy-turvy at the moment. So yeah, but it's run really well today, and we had a few problems at the end of last year that we've fixed completely, the cooling, some porpoising issues, etc. So it was
topical,
in vogue at the moment. Yeah, well, I say that it actually came in right at the end of that race, which suggests it's a bit of a shock thing when they get hot. I don't know, but just at the end of the main straight, it was just porpoising as we hit the bumps there. So we backed off. That's why we backed off a fair bit after we did a couple of quick laps after we got past Andy, just to see where we were, and then obviously just took it a bit cautiously when we saw we had a good lead.
Your fastest lap was I think 2 seconds a lap quicker than race 1.
Yeah, that was, we saw the time in race 1. I thought it was okay, but then I realised we'd been here 2 years before and done a 45.6 in qualifying. So I was like, blimey, I've got to at least try and eat back into that. But yeah, like I say, first time out this year, so it's it takes your head a bit of time to dial into the speed of these cars.
Well, Mike, congratulations on 2 wins. We're going to grab a quick word with Andy. Thanks for chatting to us. Let's have a quick word with Andy. Oh, I was going to have a word with Andy. No, we're not. He's having a quick chat. And oh, here he comes. Look at that. Perfect timing there. Andy?
Yes. Hi there.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done. What happened in race 1, first of all?
Bodywork came adrift on the front. So I quickly pulled in, they taped it up, but it just came adrift again, so I gave up. So
encouraging in race 2, and obviously, is this the first time out for you this year?
Second time out, but not in this car. I drove this. I've only driven it once at Donington, and this is the second time I've driven it. So I'm very new to the car. So
Scott was talking about the X-Core livery still on it. Well, that goes on.
I've peeled a lot of it off, but I thought if I took too much off, it'll look a bit bare. So yeah.
Well, you're doing some pre-advertising online for them, so that's pretty good. Great car to drive. How does it compare with the Radicals you've driven before?
Chalk and cheese. Really? Yeah. I mean, this drives itself. I just hold on. So yeah.
Andy, good to talk to you. Well done on P2. I don't think we're going to have time to talk to P3 because the whistle's blowing. Congratulations. Have a safe year. Look forward to seeing you again. That's Andy Chittenden. We also managed to talk to Mike Genvy in the Genvy Gun, and we've got another race now, Mazda SuperCup. So back to Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good to hear from our ZEO Prototype racers just then. But now, as they were fairly entertaining earlier on, we thought we'd stick a second MX-5 SuperCup race on for you just because you enjoyed the first one so much. There's one of the drivers that got involved in the first incident, was caught the red flag before, that thankfully is back on the grid. Kevin Brent, that car's been patched up and ready to go. And of course the rest of this field, which hopefully should be, if they're all on the grid, all 42 of them, fingers crossed, are back out for another encounter. Of course, in race 1 earlier on, it was a dramatic end to the race where we saw James Cousins and Patrick Fletcher battling for the win. It was a contact between the damaged Patrick Fletcher's steering, which meant he couldn't turn left. He could turn right, and thankfully he was okay for the next 2 corners, which were both right-handers, the Bomb Hole and Coram. But he went to go through the left-hander at Murray's. The car basically went straight on, so thankfully it was at a low speed. It didn't hit anyone or anything, and so because of that, it kind of caught James Cousins off guard a little bit. Richard Amos snuck up behind him. On the sprint to the line, Amos beat him, so that was intriguing. So this is the grid set by the second fastest time to qualifying. So Lee Britton takes pole position for James Cousins alongside him. Adam Bessel and Tom Selden make up the second row of the grid, followed by Michael Nibbs and Colin Bysouth on the third row of the grid in 5th and 6th. Patrick Fletcher, hopefully his car's repaired, he will start in 7th alongside race 1 winner Richard Amos, who is back in 8th on this occasion. And then in 9th place it's then Tom Griffiths, and 10th place for Declan Lee as they round off the top 10 finishes. Top 10 second fastest times from qualifying this morning. Ali Bray starts in 6th row of the grid, 11th spot, alongside Will Morris in 12th. 13th on the grid is Alex Miller on race 7, alongside his Miller Motorsport teammate John Langridge. Regular drivers that share a car in club endurance racing around the country. And it's Christopher Richardson and someone who's an unknown competitor apparently, but I'll check that on the timing screen to see who that possibly is. Simon Fleet, who's top of our SuperCup Clubman drivers, alongside Will Blackwell Chambers, who's got some work to do back from 18th, but his pace earlier on suggests he could be quite good. Another unknown competitor apparently starts on the 10th row of the grid, alongside Jack Brewer, and that's Nick Grindrod and Martin Tolley, who come up on the 11th row of the grid. Followed by, so Nick Russ is one of the unknown ones. Nick also is Kevin Sylvain as well, who's in there too. So Grindrod and Tolley come up next on the 11th row of the grid. 12th row is Scott Wright and Dan Parron-Smith. And it's Xavier Brook and Simon Baldwin, who's one of our club class runners, who's also a Masters driver. 14th row of the grid, which is George Grant, of course the man himself, who is one of our championship sponsors, Clapham North. And Braden Fletcher, way back in 28th place, got some work to do there from the 14th row of the grid. Seamus Heaney and Stephen New on the 15th row of the grid. And that's just 30 cars. We keep on going backwards. Bruce Robinson, and that should be Christopher Ginn, but whether his car's repaired or not, I'll wait and see. There might be a blank space in 32nd. Kevin Brent is there, because we saw him on screen. He'll start 33rd alongside Matt Pickford in the bright yellow number 16. And then even further back, 35th place on the grid should be Andrew Flynn. Again, he was another one I think I got caught up, so he may or may not be there. Clive Chisnell will start on the 18th row of the grid. Another unknown competitor, which apparently is David O'Reilly. Again, he was involved in that instance. He might not be there. Robert Way, who's one of our Clubman SuperCup drivers, in 38th place, with Alex Jones and Liz Walton. And then finally at the back of the grid, we have Adrian Burge and Reginald Vincent. Yes, if they're all there, 42 Mazda MX-5 SuperCup cars. That is how popular this class is. Of course, it's MX-5 SuperCup and SuperCup Clubman cars. There are 4 of those this weekend to get them going for this first race. Meanwhile, the action is about to get underway for our second MX-5 SuperCup race. The red lights are on. Lee Britton on pole. James Cousins alongside him. Lights out, and we are underway for SuperCup once again in 2022 at Snetterton. Race number 2 is underway. Back 3 rows of the grid, a bit more tentative this time, trying to get underway without too many dramas. We're down towards turn 1 for the first time. Cousins takes the outside line and turns in through the right-hander. Oh, and there's one car off, and that's James Cousins off the road. James Cousins, I think he turned in and must have tagged either maybe Colin Bysouth or possibly Lee Britton, who was on the inside line. Either way, James Cousins exits stage right. Meanwhile, Lee Britton sideways at the hairpin. Michael Nibbs comes up the inside of Adam Bezel, who he was battling with, and I think Michael Nibbs might be leading by the time they come out of Wilson and Palmer. Talk about energy. Look at that. They were all over each other at the start of that second race. So, out of Wilson, out of Palmer, and it is Michael Nibbs who leads. So Nibbs then in front. But no, it's not. Forgive me. It's not. It is Adam Bezel by the looks of things. So we'll work this one out. Bezel does lead then. So it's Nibbs in second place. Amos is third. He's got Lee Britton trying to get back up the inside into 4th position. Patrick Fletcher, whose car thankfully is repaired for that race 1 contact, is in 5th position. More wheel rubbing there going on. I think that's Ali Bray and... can't quite tell who he's battling with just yet. I'll see how it shakes out, and we'll see who it is he was going side by side with on the run towards the left-hander. And I also noticed a very strong start for Will Blackwood Chambers. He started back in 18th. He's already up into the top 10. So he is definitely not hanging around. Through Williams for the second time. It's Bessel, Nibs, then Amos. And there you see Declan Lee scrapping away with John Langridge side by side. And they're both chasing Colin Bicester. And there is Will Blackwood Chambers. And he is, I work out, as 9th. So he did this before at Anglesey. He was about 30-something on the grid. He went up to 4th. So he was that's the battle I'm still talking about to this day. He reminded me of that at Silverstone. But he's doing it again here. 18th place at the moment, a bit higher up than he was before, which form suggests that this race he should actually win this race. But we'll wait and see what pace he's got. He looks up the inside. Declan Lee just shuts the door. And that now, in fact, in turn, it loses him momentum. And up the inside looks Ali Bray in the number 14 car, and also trying to shoot the gap behind them. I couldn't quite catch who that was. That's Will Morris. So Will Morris is up there too. He went off and parked it up here at Coram towards the end of the first race. Thankfully, that car's back to full strength. And that's the car that Ali Bray was battling with earlier on. He was going a bit of a hip and shoulder at the exit of Agostini, but he's managed to be able to get it up to full speed again and without too much trouble. So across the line, Bezel leads it then. Nibs in second, Fletcher third. So it's, no, sorry, it's Nibs' transponder must not be working properly because it's not showing him up as second place, but he should be up there. So I think he'll jump into second place in a moment's time once he's been inserted into the timing order in the second place. A couple of cars again running wide on the exit, using all the track and a bit more. So they turn out of the hairpin. Lee Britton there is battling with Patrick Fletcher. He's back up the inside of Patrick to hold on to third place. There's Michael Nibs. So he's now been slotted into second place on the timing screen. So he might have a bit of a temperamental transponder working there. So Michael Nibs, he's down to third now because he's now lost out that position to Richard Amos. So Amos up to second place now. As Bezel tries to run away. Bezel is a race winner in the MX-5 SuperCup. Took his first SuperCup win last year at Donington Park. So he's got that to try and build on. But look at this lead group just piling into Agostini almost as one together. Will Morris and Will Blackwood Chambers. Now Blackwood Chambers started 18th. He's up to 11th place. He was a little bit higher than that, and that was because he went to go and pass Declan Lee, backed out of it, and then lost out to both Ali Bray and Will Morris on the exit of the bomb hole heading up through Coram. So that's the reason why he's a bit further back than he originally was when we saw him inside the top 10 before the end of lap 1. They're still trying to run away now. He is in a Hills Motorsport prepared car. Of course, we saw how potent they were when Aidan himself got behind the wheel of one and was able to win all 3 races. And for those who didn't hear earlier on, or weren't here earlier on for the first race, the car that Ali Bray is running is in fact the Silverstone race winning car that won all 3 races in the hands of Aidan Hills. So Ali Bray's purchased it, and now in an effort that he has run a Mark III before. I think he ran Jack Sycamore for a while, but he hasn't actually raced a Mark III before. So his first weekend in this car, and to be up there towards the front, we know that Ali's quite a capable driver anyway. To be up there in the mix and to be inside the top 10 and battling towards the front straight away on his first run, certainly shows he's had quite a decent start to the season racing-wise, because of course he jumped into Kevin Dengate's car in the MX-5 Clubman Championship at Silverstone at the season opener, ran as a guest, and lo and behold, jumped in and certainly remembered all the tricks of the trade with the Mark 1 and was able to go in and win both races outright. As a guest, he didn't score any points, but it gave him a taste for racing again. Having a taste for third place there was Lee Britton. He's looking up the inside of Michael Nibs, as Lee Britton does take the fastest lap of the race on this first proper flying lap around here, around Snetterton. Mammoth grid of cars, and they sound like angry hornets coming down the pit straight. Whoops! And that's Lee Britton taking a bit of a punch into the rear of Lee Britton's car. That now gives Patrick Fletcher and Colin Bysouth a bit of an incentive to try and get through, but I have to say I've been quite impressed with Lee Britton's progress this weekend, and Tom Selden's. Tom's currently 14th, but his qualifying pace was very impressive. He's quite good in the early stages of race 1 too, so good stuff from them. Hard defending going on there from Patrick Fletcher, trying to hold back Colin Bysouth. As they turn into the hairpin, Bysouth a little waved on the brakes there through Agostini. He runs wide. This now gives both John Langridge and Declan Lee and Will Blackwood Chambers and also Ali Bray and Will Morris and Nick Grindrod. So just keep on adding drivers on top of that. To give a mention to SuperCup Clubman, Simon Fleek still leads that way in that race. He is currently 22nd overall, but he is top SuperCup Clubman driver. And then second place in that contest appears to be Robert Way in the purple car number 98, as Lee Britton loses a place to Colin Bysouth in the 88 car. But the next Clubman car is Reginald Vincent. The only car we don't have is David O'Reilly, after he was involved in the incident at the start of race 1 that caused the red flag. So Unfortunately, he's not out for this race. Didn't make it onto the grid. But we still have three of our Clubman SuperCup cars. This is their second race and their last race for the weekend, because the SuperCup, MX-5 SuperCup, the more longer established championship, shall we say, they will carry on tomorrow for one more race tomorrow morning to finish off their timetable for the weekend. Leaders out through Coram, in which they was getting very sideways. He had a massive twitch through the middle of Coram, but it hasn't lost him too much momentum or speed. He's right on the rear bumper of Adam Bessel. Michael Knibb still holding third. Lee Britton is down to fifth now. He's now behind Colin Bysouth. And also look for Will Blackwell Chambers. Now Blackwell Chambers is what looks like, I think, into, was it 8th or 9th? We'll look see where he is as he crosses the line. Cross the line they go, and he is in, if it updates, I think he's in 10th position, 9th. Ali Bray's dropped down to 10th. So, oops, running wide there was Lee Britton. He runs wide and now invites John Langridge up the inside. Likewise, Will Blackwell Chambers got a run on Declan Lee down towards the hairpin. So that might well all change. We'll get together. Britton punches the back of John Langridge's car, helps him around the corner and past Declan Lee, ironically. So he's passed two cars in one move. So Langridge then, the former Mark 1 MX-5 champion in this paddock, has been racing in the MX-5 SuperCup for about, this is his third or fourth, this is third season, I think he's in now. Started in 2020, if I'm correct. Here comes Blackwell Chambers, who was his old sparring partner back then in those Mark 1 days. Back up the inside goes Declan Lee. Doesn't make that stick. John Langridge says, nice try, Declan, but I'll have that back if you don't mind. So Will Blackwell Chambers now picks his way up into what should be 8th position. So Lee Britton, who's been was on pole position, been shuffled back down to about 9th. And look at Ali Bray also too in the white car as well. Here he comes, and very late breaking up the inside. That was a daring pass from Ali Bray up the inside, just to be able to hold wheel to wheel with Lee Britton. He forced him, kind of spooked him into giving him the room there. Into Williams' corner, there he goes. One car running very wide on the exit, kicking up all the dust. Who was that? I think it was possibly John Langridge? It might have been. If not, it might have been Colin Bysouth, because or Michael Knibbs, one of the two. Here comes Adam Bessel with Richard Amos all over the back of him, back towards Brundle and Nelson. But only just coming up to the half distance in this race. But there's been so much action, as you expect in an MX-5 SuperCup race. Like in this championship as being a modern day equivalent, although they're definitely not the same cars, but they've the same sort of ethos and the same qualities in many ways as this championship. I liken the MX-5 SuperCup to being a little bit of a modern day equivalent to the TVR Tuscan Challenge. Now some might laugh at that, but first and foremost because these cars are nowhere near as powerful. But if you think about it, there's lots of top quality club level drivers in this championship and some national level drivers that come and drop in. They're all very evenly matched cars. They're all very colourful, they're all very competitive, it's all very close, tight racing, very competitive, and there's so many top drivers that trying to pick a definitive winner or a definitive front runner is nigh on impossible to try and do in this championship, as it was back in the day in the TVR Tuscan Challenges. That's why so many drivers flock to this championship, because it's so competitive, it's so well run, and it's also so it's a great car to drive, the Mark III MX-5, so versatile, you can run it in so many different series, but this championship alone produces so many good drivers. I mean, Abby Eaton is one of them, of course, but you get like Tom Roach is coming through, Luke Herbert's a top driver, other drivers that have moved on and raced these cars as well. I think Jade Edwards has been in one of these cars before. But we had drivers like Paul O'Neill drop into this series, and I remember he's had a couple of interviews, he talked about the MX-5 SuperCup, and he did say if there's any drivers young drivers that he meets that are looking to go into the a GT career, or at least into the Ginetta ranks, he does recommend to them quite often, go to the MX-5 SuperCup, because you will learn a lot about single make racing and competitive close racing in these kind of small sports cars, and you can't really get a bigger advocate than that, alongside with like Abby Eaton and others who've raced in this championship before. So some notable names are quite fond of this championship, and for good reason. It does produce some very good racing indeed. A lot of fans and supporters it also gets as well, so great job so far. 9.5 minutes to go. Adam Bessel still leads, half a second over Richard Amos, then Patrick Fletcher in third. And in fact, he's actually caught up now to Bessel and Amos, so these two battling so hard has now brought Patrick Fletcher into play, and also if they're not careful, both Colin Bysouth and Michael Knibbs, who is giving Bysouth a friendly nudge towards the top three, might well get into the mix here. Further back, that is the yellow car, Jack Brewer. He's scrapping away with Braden Fletcher, the white car at the head of this group, and also Here's Chris Richardson, and just behind all of them, there's a quite wild driving style of Martin Tolley, who throws it sideways into the bomb hole, so he's going to try and hold on. Nibs is a bit wide through Murray's there. Next group is going to see Langridge versus Paul Blackwood Chambers, part 734, because they've done this before. Whoops! That's Daniel Parent-Smith off the road. Oh, and someone else. That was Seamus Heaney, I think, in the background. So those two must have come together. Just appeared from in the background with Seamus, and back onto circuit he goes. Braden Fletcher, meanwhile, continues on. He is in 14th place, and Jack Brewer, who was, if you watched the MX-5 Championship for Mark 1s last year, remember that he was one of the front-running contenders in the championship, and came runner-up, and he decided to move up after finishing that one to go through. Yellow flags, and also the slippery surface flag is out as well, and that is down on the exit of Brundle and Nelson, and that is because there is a piece of bodywork there. I'm not sure if that's either off, potentially, Dan Parent-Smith or Seamus Heaney or somebody else, because, dare I say, do I say the dreaded words? Do I say safety car? Because is that going to require a safety car for Marshall to pick that one up, or can they cover that possibly over a waved yellow? Simon Fleet, who was leading the SuperCup Clubman class, or the Clubman Championship contingent, out of the race. So that means that will now give the lead to Robert Way out of the cars that we have left for SuperCup Clubman. Meanwhile, change for second. Patrick Fletcher's got past Richard Amos, so change on for second place then. Patrick Fletcher in there now in that place. Should mention also Braden Fletcher. We talked about Braden Fletcher. I said he was quite far down. He picked up 12 places on lap 1, which is quite good to see. Good spot from Dan Blake there in the chat, so he managed to let me know on that one. And Braden continues to make his way up the order inside the top 15 now. His top 3 really have broken away now, and Colin Bysouth and Michael Nibs, you can see just the silver car and the red car with the grey car with the red roll bars trying to close up. Now, they're coming up to this yellow flag zone where they've got this piece of debris, and this is going to be crucial because you can't really make an overtake here to try and go side by side because you've got that debris on the driver's right. Just be careful not to do that. Oh, meanwhile, and that drama for the leads off the road. There is their fluid down there, so I think there is, because there was a slippery surface flag. There's several cars going off the road, running wide at the bomb hole, and I heard the commentators and the circuit getting quite excited. All three of these leaders getting all together. Bezel was out of shape, they're trying to get on. Now, has he got possibly some of that fluid on his tyres as a result of that? They're all skating off the road onto the grass. So, down Coram, and is that safety car? Well, Chris Richardson's off the road. They haven't thrown the safety car. It's still going at the moment. Let me check my timing screen. No yellow flag is being waved because of Simon Fleet's stopped car. So, in a matter of like 30 seconds, it all kicked off spectacularly. So, still the top 3 as it was. For 4th place downwards, we need to try and work this one out because there's been a big shuffle around. John Langridge came across the line as 4th. Michael Nibs is 5th. Lee Britton's back up to 6th. Declan Lee 7th. Paul Blackwood Chambers is 8th from 18th on the grid. Colin Bysouth is down to 9th. He was the biggest loser out of that shuffle around at Coram and the bomb hole. And 10th is our Nick Rindrod, who is the top Masters driver in the Pro class as well. So all action here in the MX-5 SuperCup. We've still got 5.5 minutes. Down towards Agostini. Still Fletcher leading the way. Bessel 2nd place. In fact, Fletcher now leads, of course, because Bessel had that mistake. So Fletcher now into the lead. I should have realised that. There goes Will Blackwood Chambers. He is now holding off Colin Bysouth with Declan Lee. No, Declan Lee's lost 2 spots. He was 7th. Now he's down to 9th because now it's Will Blackwood Chambers up to 7th place. Bysouth is now 8th. And Declan Lee's down to 9th. The British Racing green coloured number 12 car just there at the back of that 3-car group. Oh dear, that's Daniel Parent-Smith. Now he was off at the bomb hole before and with Seamus Heaney, so I suspect possibly either himself, and he's lost damage as well, so I think possibly it's not only the bodywork but also possibly some of the fluid that's come out that's caused a slippery surface flag that's come from Daniel Parent-Smith's car. So he's going to have to come into the pit lane to get that repaired for tomorrow. Meanwhile, the leaders, now remember this is the slippery surface area now, they've got to be very, very careful. Unless the marshal's gone to retrieve that whilst there's been a break in traffic. We'll wait and see. Now, is it still there? John Langridge very sideways. No, the damage is, the bodywork's still there, but is the fluid still there if it's down there as well? I'm kind of getting my cue slightly from if I hear Josh Barrett in the background of the circuit commentary getting excited. The slippery surface flag is out. And Bessel again wayward. Oh, that was Michael Nibs. Michael Nibs off the road at Coram in the background. That was Michael Nibs' car off the road. Back onto it he gets, but he's down to 10th position, or 9th at least, because Nick Rindrod was about to make that move. But Michael Nibs, who was at 5th at one point, is down to 9th. He lost out, and I'm not sure if that was some fluid that's possibly down at Coram somewhere. If it is, they've got to be very careful out there, because these cars, as I mentioned earlier on in the Mark 1 race in the Clubmans, that these Mark 3 cars, they are a bit heavy. They're about 150 kilograms heavier than the Mark 1s, and they have got more grip, so they are more planted. But when they have lots more grip, they are more prone to snapping the other way if they suddenly grip when they get sideways. So you've got to be very careful to catch the slide on these cars. It's easier to catch a slide in a Mark 1 than it is in a Mark 3. That's why the driving style is so different between the two of them, where typically it takes a while for a Mark 1 driver like John Langridge or Will Blackwell Chambers or anyone else moving up from Mark 1s into Mark 3s to get used to it. Some adapt to it quicker than others, but it takes, for example, Will Blackwell Chambers a season or so to just get everything to click into place, just to kind of understand the driving style needed and the approach needed to race a Mark 3 competitively. Some can go one way and then the other without hesitation or without any that much of a transition, that much of a learning curve. Others take a season or two to get to grips with it, but these Mark 3 cars definitely are quite a test of drivers' ability to handle these tyres that are incredibly grippy and get away with it without too much of a drama. Now, Will Blackwell Chambers has got past John Langridge. Now his next target is going to be Lee Britton, and this will now put him into 4th place. Now, I don't think he'll make the podium unless, touch wood, something happens with the top 3. If he does make the podium, I'll be very impressed. But this is another top drive from Will Blackwell Chambers, who is getting back towards the front. He's done this before, as I said, at Anglesey last year, which I keep talking about, obviously. But back into the top 5 positions goes Will. They're still covering that debris on the inside of the circuit with waved yellows. I think also the slippery surface flag, which is still out. So they've got to be careful. Now, they'll get one more time around this time, by. They've got 1 minute 50 on the clock as they come into Murray's. So, there goes Fletcher, Bezel, Amos. Then Britton, Blackwell Chambers. And then you've got Langridge under threat from the resurgent Colin Bysouth, who is back in 7th. Some work to do to pick that pace up again. Slippery surface flag is still out on the pit straight, so got to be really careful. Last lap board also goes out. I don't think there's been there's been a couple of warnings for track limits. Cars 10, 13 and 17 have all been warned. Car 17 is Will Morris in 9th place. Car 10 is Patrick Fletcher in 11th. And Tom Selden in 13th is car in 30th place. And that is Adam Bezel's the back of Patrick Fletcher. The leader gets tagged by Bezel. And up the inside goes both Amos. You might get past both of them again. This is the last lap in race 1 all over again, where the leaders made contact, and the ultimate benefactor was Richard Amos. So Bezel tags the back of Fletcher. They're side by side for second. Amos puts 2 wheels onto the grass. It is now Bezel back into the lead. I'm not sure the clerk of the course will look on that too kindly. And for actually, out of courtesy, Bezel realised he did wrong and lets Patrick Fletcher back through. That's quite courteous. Well done, Adam. Not many other drivers would have done that. He might have just carried on for the lead and tried to hope for the best, but didn't quite manage that. 67, meanwhile, that's Clive Chisnell. A bit further back in the pack. Clive is 27th at the moment. And running in the club class right now. And now and Tom Griffiths is quite far back in the order as well. He's way down, back in 28th place, so he must have got caught up with something earlier on in the race and dropped way down towards the bottom of the top 30. Now then, here's the scrap for 4th going on, and also for 6th, because John Langridge is not totally safe from Colin Bysouth, and neither is Lee Britton from Will Blackwell Chambers. I can see the leaders are also quite close as well. The debris is still there, so there's still yellow flags. Bezel, if he wants to make them, has to make it now around the outside. We've been here before between Fletcher and Bezel. Bezel goes down the outside into the complex, doesn't make it stick. Now then, this is complicated. Has he timed that to perfection? I think he has. I think he got the move just for the yellow flag. Amos gets put onto the grass trying to go around the outside of Fletcher. But I think Adam Bezel's pulled a blinder here. I think he's made the move just before the yellow flag zone. And if that sticks, that is a genius bit of driving from Adam Bezel, I have to say. Up to the complex, into Coram for the final time. Fletcher 2nd, Amos 3rd, but Adam Bezel, if he holds on to this, will have pulled off a brilliant move, perfectly timed, if he can hold on to the flag. We saw what happened in race 1. Is it going to happen again? 3 of them from the lead, up towards the checkered flag. It's going to be Fletcher, Bezel, Amos all together, side by side to the line, up to the checkered flag. Who gets it at the line? It goes to Bezel. Bezel gets it, and it's another photo finish by 34 1,000ths of a second. Richard Amos behind, top 3 covered by less than half a second. MX-5 SuperCup does it yet again. Incredible stuff at the front. 2 photo finishes in one day. Magnificent. So it's then Will Blackwell Chambers does get 4th. He took it on the last lap from Lee Britton. Britton 5th, Langridge 6th, Colin Bysouth 7th. Then it's Declan Lee, Will Morris and Nick Grindrod rounding up the top 10. Look at Seamus Heaney here, battling with George Grant. George is quite further down than he would like to be. 24th, he's battling over 24th place. He just beats Seamus to the flag. And I think the top SuperCup Clubman driver, I would think, is Robert Way, which he is. So he was 26th overall, and Reginald Vincent was 34th overall, because we lost Simon Fleet, and of course David O'Reilly didn't take the start after his damage. But MX-5 SuperCup proving why it's one of the best club championships in the UK, why it gets such big grids, such competitive drivers, and why the action is non-stop from start to finish. Brilliant stuff from these guys. They have one more race tomorrow, and I will have to wonder, with a slightly partially reversed grid, how that one's going to play out. That might even be even more intense. I have to say, given his pace getting up through the order, if he can get himself a good start and in amongst the front runners and stay out of trouble, I've got to say, I quite fancy possibly someone like Will Blackwell Chambers to be up there towards victory. It could be possible. So, another thrilling finish once again, and yes, you're seeing it right, another photo finish. So, Adam Bessel wins the second race of the weekend by 34 1/1000ths of a second from Patrick Fletcher in second place. Richard Amos is third, and that's top 3 covered by 0.4 of a second. Will Blackwell Chambers 4th, Lee Britton 5th. That was then followed by 6th place for John Langry, 7th for Colin Bysouth, 8th for Declan Lee, 9th for Will Morris, and then 10th place is Nick Grindrod, who's also the top Masters driver home as well. 11th place for Braden Fletcher, 12th for Tom Selden, 13th for James Cousins after he had the spin earlier on. He recovered well to 13th place after he started on pole on the front row of the grid. Then it's Simon Baldwin, who is 14th place, Martin Tolley 15th, Jack Brewer 16th, then it's Alex Miller, Xavier Brook, Chris Richardson and Ali Brave slipped down to 20th place. He'll want to get back up there once again tomorrow. Then Scott Wright, Stephen New, Bruce Robinson, George Grant, Seamus Heaney, Robert Way, who was the top SuperCup Clubman driver. Then it's Clive Chisnell, Tom Griffiths, who would be disappointed with 28th being that far down, Matt Pitford, Adrian Burge, Alex Jones, Walton Vincent, Nibs, Fleet, Power Smith and Brent, everyone else. Too many drivers to try and explain. Richard, down to you for what was an excellent second race for SuperCup. Brilliant stuff.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. So another photo finish with some classic Mazda racing in the SuperCup. Let's see if we can grab a word with our winner, who's over here. Adam Bessel, congratulations on another good win.
Thank you very much. Sort of made up for my 1st to 18th in the first race, and then trying to make amends for it, really.
It's one of the good things about a 3-race championship is that you can turn these things around. You got that opportunity, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a great race as well. We had a really good race at the end.
Photo finish.
I don't know what happened with there's some oil or stuff. We basically came around the corner. There was no flags out, and we just all drifted off the track onto the grass.
It was a flag.
Well, not when we got there, I don't think, because it was like...
No, it was out before you guys. I watched it on the coverage, yeah. So, but if you talk to the clerk, tell him you saw it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But anyway, you came through and photo finish at the end, but good clean racing from your point of view at the front.
Yeah, it was good, yeah. I did tag one of them, but I let him back through because he sort of stopped unexpectedly on the apex, so I let him back through, so... yeah, it was great. Really good race. So.
Obviously 2 races done, you've got another one to do tomorrow. Is there much for the car to do? Or?
No, actually, yeah, something's loose on the car. It sounds pretty bad, but apart from that, we'll be fine.
So, long way to go. Anyway, thanks for that. Well done on the win. And we'll grab our second place man, Patrick Fletcher. Is Patrick about?
Patrick's all the way over there.
Patrick's all the way over there. So Adam's going to go and talk to Patrick. We'll catch up with Richard Amos instead. Richard, second time today. So you're making a habit of the podiums, which is quite good, isn't it? Snetterton's a great circuit, isn't it, for a driver with a little bit of a break on the long straights and plenty of twists and turns for you to get to grips with. How does it rank for you as a circuit?
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's really demanding, and there's 3 certain points on the track that make it difficult to be close to the pace, and that's why the spread in the field is quite a lot bigger than most places we go to. But yeah, the track's brilliant, especially with radiator fluid on the track as well. It made it a bit more interesting. So yeah.
Did you see the slippery surface flag?
No, I think we triggered the slippery surface flag, if I'm honest, because all 3 of us went across the grass. Yeah, as we come through the bomb hole. So yeah, but yeah, luckily we all stayed on and kept in position. So yeah, it's all right. It's good.
That's good. So that's your day over now, and just look forward to tomorrow and the final race.
Yeah, 1 race tomorrow, so yeah, see how that goes. Reverse grid, so it should be interesting.
Do you know whereabouts you end up? Was it top 10 or top 8? Or?
I'm not sure. I think they just pull a ball out of the hat. I've never done it before, so yeah, I don't know. I think top 8 maybe reverse. But
Well, overtaking's not a problem here, is it? So anyway, well done, and thanks very much indeed for chatting to us. I was going to have a word with our Masters champion, who's not here. So I'm going to see if we can go on a Simon Baldwin hunt. Is Simon Baldwin here? He's going to be through the garage as well. Simon Baldwin, anybody? Simon Baldwin anywhere? Simon Baldwin? Doesn't look like he's here as well. Well, maybe Patrick Fletcher. Okay, we're a little bit stifled here. We had 3-2-1 in the classes before, so we've missed out on talking to Patrick Fletcher, which was a little bit of a shame. Next up on the grid are the Mini Miglias, so I know we've got a big build-up for that, and Scott will want to give them plenty of time. So let's go back to Scott and the build-up for the Mini Miglias.
I loved Richard there, kind of taking Adam Bang to rights. No, there was a flag out there, you just weren't looking. So, anyway, from Mazdas, there might be a bit of a clear up here, but onto a race which I think myself and hopefully quite a few people who are watching this are certainly looking forward to. If you like the Mini 7s earlier on, kick it up a notch, because you're about to see something else that's very, very special. Every time I've watched a race from this championship, it's always been nothing short of spectacular, and it is the Mini Miglias. The Mini Miglias and the Mini Libra category, and these are two very special sets of cars, which I know every time they've been out on track somewhere, whether they're supported on their own regular club weekends, or on weekends where they've supported the British Touring Car Championship or DTM in the past, there's never been a dull race from these cars. They've always been fantastic to watch, and I hopefully expect this will be more of the same. There's first of their two races coming up today, and coming into the weekend, of course, after two races that they had at Silverstone. In terms of the point standings coming into the weekend, I believe the person who was the championship leader, it should be Aaron Smith, I think it is. If I scroll up to find the points, which they are. Yes, so Aaron Smith took a win and a second place, and he leads the way with 39 points ahead of Rupert Death on 38. Andrew Jordan, who's the defending champion, sadly not here this weekend, but he's third in points going into the weekend. Chris Morgan is fourth, and then Jeff Smith, who have some of the Jeff Army in the comments on both the BRSCC and Mini 7 Racing Club live feeds that you'll have. And again, hello to everyone that are watching on the YouTube and Facebook feeds for Mini 7s. Jeff Smith fifth, then Colin Peacock, who is one of the main men who puts these championships together, and I think we do well to have a chat with him later on in the assembly area after the race. But we'll do that in a moment, because we've got the grid coming up here. So the grid for the first Mini Miglia Mini Libra race: Kane Aston on pole position, former champion, alongside Jeff Smith on the front row of the grid. Aaron Smith, championship leader, and Rupert Death, second in the points at the moment in the second row. Colin Peacock and Lewis Selby, one of my favourite looking cars of the weekend, we'll get to that in a second, in sixth. Ashley Davis and Ben Colburn, who is one of the regular Westbourne Motorsport drivers, starting in 8th on the grid. Then Rob Howard and Phil Bullen-Brown round out to the top 10 of the Mini Miglias. We move forwards down into row 6, where we see Darren Cox, who's person behind The Race and WTF1 and other motorsport media outlets. He's alongside Sean King on the 6th row of the grid. Mark Sims and Larry Waugh make up the 7th row for the Mini Miglias. And then we go to row 8 of this entire group. We have Tony LeMay and Kieran McDonald starting at the back of that mix. And then we go back to row 9, where we see Robert Humphreys and Darren Mason, who didn't set a time. And then I thought we'd have some Mini Libra cars on the field, but I think we possibly do. Yes, we do. There we go. So Richard Colburn in the Libra category is in 19th place on the grid. He starts on Libra pole alongside Peter Hills in 20th spot, and then Philip Harvey, and then Les Stanton, who didn't set a time earlier on. He starts right at the back of the grid. He's also Mini Libras as well, as also is Philip Harvey, who didn't set a time either. So 22 of our Mini Miglias and Mini Libras. And again, if you've watched these cars in the past, and I hope it's not an anticlimax at all, and I'm sure it won't be, get ready for non-stop action for 20 minutes, because these little buzzsaws are proper pocket rockets. They are brilliant to watch, and they're brilliant to drive, as I've been told, and the Miglias do add something brilliant. They have a fantastic look about them with the brilliant wide wheel arch. They have a lot more, slightly more of a butch stance to them, even though they are quite small, diminutive cars. They pack a real punch. and they do put on a great show. I've watched the highlights of them racing at Thruxton, at Brands Hatch, at Silverstone, and I'm sure with the long straights here at Snetterton, they will give us just as much top action as anyone else as well. So, on to the formation lap they go, weaving from side to side in the car. There is Darren Cox, who I think that's one of the I think that's the ex-Endaf Owens car that's been in this. Darren Cox, of course, who has been behind, he has worked for Nissan in their PR department. I think he was around in the GT Academy days, and of course nowadays oversees other media outlets like The Race and WTF1 and others on top of that. World's Fastest Gamers in there too, as well, which I've been privileged enough to work with. And certainly taking to mini racing quite prominently. Let's give you a bit of specs on these cars as well, because of course they are pretty spectacular, these Mini Miglias. So the Mini Miglias, they run a 1293cc modified A-Series engine. They can go from 0 to 60, check this out, a Mini Miglia race car, 4.5 seconds. They are absolute rocket ships off the line in terms of acceleration. They can do 125 miles an hour. They only weigh 660 kilograms. They're only 10 kilograms heavier than a Mini 7 car, which is pretty substantial. 4-speed manual transmission. They run on Dunlop tyres on 10-inch wheels, and a car that can cost between anywhere, on average, between 12 to 20,000 pounds in this championship, and running costs for one of these cars per season from about £6,500. For a car like this that goes that fast, is that good, and it looks that cool, and drives that well, that's one of the steals of club racing, I think, in some cases. And there's so many top drivers that come through this. Of course, we've seen other drivers that have been quite prominent in this one. Sam Summerhays has been quite good. Andrew Jordan, of course, who former British touring car champion, who was last year's champion. He was out at Silverstone, but not here this weekend, sadly. Also, we've had on Nick Padmore, who has been a regular racer in historic Formula 1 cars at the wheel of a Williams. Of course, has been racing these minis quite often. Also, we've had Lee Deegan, who has been quite quick in these cars before. He's been a former champion in Civic Cup and all sorts of other hot hatch championships across the last few years, and he's been in there too. And many other top drivers who have come and gone. But Kane Aston, who I remember covering some of his races before as far back as 2013 or 2014 when he was winning the championships, back at the front of the grid, and he was in quite stellar form at what I saw at Silverstone, but he'll be looking to try and build on that as much as possible. And then quickly bring up on my laptop in terms of who's in the front alongside him. So for this first race, it's been a bit of a change to the grid, because it's showing me that I clicked the wrong grid. I was looking at the Silverstone results, not the Snetterton one. So get the right grid, Scott, otherwise you'll be fool yourself as you already are. So anyway, it's funny because it's true. So Kane Aston then starts on pole position. Jeff Smith alongside him. I'm sure, as I say, there are plenty of people in the comments from the Jeff Army who will be cheering him on. Of course, Jeff Smith, I believe was last year's Mini 7 champion, if I'm correct. So he will then be keen to extend his advantage from those from that season. Yes, Jeff Smith won the points last year by 7 points. He won the Dunlop Mini 7 class, the main Mini 7 class. There is car 20 on the grid, which is Mark Sims, one of our Mini Miglias. And if I can, very quick note to the points. So as we talked about the Mini Miglias, the Mini Libras, for example, Craig Cox was top of the points coming into the weekend with 19 points. Hugh Turner with 17. Both aren't here this weekend, I believe, so Phil Harvey's the highest placed points contender who will be there. There's Dan Lewis, Les Stanton, Peter Hills and Richard Colburn from the Mini Libra category. So quick colour check. It is the grey and fluorescent yellow car of Kane Aston on pole on the left-hand side. The orange car of Jeff Smith on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side in second position. And then the next cars on the grid are Aaron Smith in his pink car, Rupert Deeth in the silver car with the orange arches, Colin Peacock in the red car in fifth on the grid, and then the Napa Racing UK livery, the brilliant-looking blue and yellow car, akin to the British touring cars that will adorn the same livery, starting in sixth for Lewis Selby. Right, Are you ready? Because this will be another 20 minutes of excellent racing for the Mini Miglias. Here we go then. Red lights are on any second now. Aston and Smith on the front row of the grid. Let's go Mini Miglia racing. Cracking stuff on the front row of the grid. Good start for Lewis Selby from row 3. He was trying to come past the second row pair of Aaron Smith and Rupert Deep, but down towards turn 1 for the first time. Smith on the outside. Kane Aston on the inside, and Smith turns across and cuts the nose off of Kane Aston to lead heading into Richie's corner for the first time. There's Tony Lemaine, car 69, gets a nice start from him. And now down towards the Wilson Hepper for the first time. Down the outside looks Aaron Smith, championship leader on Kane Aston. Can't get the move stuck. He's now under attack from Rupert Deep as they come through. And Lewis Selby is also dropped behind Colin Peacock. And the car that's moving along, I think, is car 87. And that's Ashley Davis is going to cracking start. He's now up to, I think, 4th or 5th position. And he started back in 7th. So he's got to move on off the lines to come down towards Agostini. And already you can see Jeff Smith trying to put some heat into the tyres. He's not weaving to try and block, I promise you. Just to get some heat into those little 10-inch Dunlop tyres he's got on that car. Into Agostini. He'll pile in. And again, you thought the Mini 7s leaned on their arches. These cars are a bit more extreme. There's Darren Cox, who just lifts the wheel into the left-hander. Into Hamilton now for the first time, back towards Oggies. A few more cars, spectators atop the spectator banks, just on the back of shot you saw there. But you see the tops of the windscreens glinting in the sunshine as we see Jeff Smith turning his way out through Williams. And look at them, this fantastic string of Mini Miglias, these beautiful little wide arch Mini Coopers, 1293cc engines, and again they go from 0 to 60 in 4.5 seconds. They are rapid little buzzsaws, and they are brilliant to watch. And already it's going to kick off for the lead because Kane Aston, I can see, is going wheel to wheel. Here they go. Kane Aston round the outside into the complex at Brundle. He'll flick right at Nelson. Over the curbs, Jeff Smith thumps the curb on the inside of Nelson. That gives Aaron Smith a chance to try and catch up. 4th is Rupert Deep. 5th now is Ashley Davis, and 6th in there too, not too far away. Looks like Colin Peacock and Lewis Selby, so they'll be in there too at some point, just lifting up the dust. We'll get a handle on who's leading in the Mini Libra category as they come across the line in a second, but into Coram for the first time is 6 of them together. I'll catch you towards the end of that as Jeff Smith gets a little sideways, really pitching the car left through Murray's as he tried to get the car turned around on the corner. There's Colin Peacock. Come across the pit straight, but onto the centre straight for the first time to end lap 1, and it's going to be Aston leads, but he's side by side with Jeff Smith. They kick up the cement dust after the oil laid down by one of the Mazda races earlier on, and you can hardly see a thing. It's Gorillas in the mist, more like Minis in the mist at this point in time. They are so quick, but as I hope they would, it's 4 of them for the lead, and they're all kicking off together. So down towards Wilson Hairpit, any of them will be in the mix of the lead. But it's going to be Jeff Smith who holds on. Rupert D sends it down the inside of Aaron Smith and says, right, my 3rd place, yoink, if you don't mind, and into the position he goes. But Smith has a little peek up the inside again to try and get him back, and can't quite manage it. Kane Aston, meanwhile, is letting those two scrap to try and chase after Jeff Smith again. And now down the back straight of the short straight of Agostini here, also getting in there too. Now that's the car in 6th position. Now that is on the back of that, looks like that is Ben Colburn. Ben Colburn in the green and orange car, just drives straight around the outside of 87 car of Ashley Davis. That was a pretty clean pass, good stuff from Ben. You can tell he's done stuff like, if I'm correct, I think he's done junior saloon cars and also Clio's quite a lot as well. And he's also, I think, part of the Colburn family that does a lot of historic racing in things like Austin A30s and I think also classic minis as well. So they're quite well versed in these small cars, and they do well to put these cars towards the front of the field. It's now becoming a 7-car train because Lewis Selby in the Napa Racing UK liveried car that's just at the back of that train. There it is, just the right shot you can see there. Back of the 7-car group. Colin Peacock trying to go with them as well, so it could be an 8 or a 9-car group, because also you see there is Rob Howard in the turquoise car at the back of that group. And it's this group, like any other sort of kind of close one-make racing, like Caterham's or anything else, this group will get bigger and bigger and bigger as the cars behind start to latch on and catch up. Through the bomb hole. Smith continues to lead a little way with their Badith. That now put him under pressure from the pink car. Aaron Smith in 4th position. Through Coram. Just watching these cars dance through these long left-hander, right-hander, and flick it left. And Jeff Smith is ever flamboyant. He knows how to pitch that car through Murray's because it seems to work. He seems to kind of throw the car into the corner into a direct, exactly in with, to have it end up when he throws it in to make it slide, so it quickly points the direction he wants to go, and so it actually seems to work. Jeff Smith then, fastest lap of the race in the first proper flying lap around, 2:13.042, and I saw Rupert Deep was going for 2nd on Kane Aston, so I'm not sure if he actually managed to make that stick, but we'll wait and see. Yes, he did. So Rupert Deep in the silver and orange car with the Mini Spares Union Jack on the boot lead. He's now up second place. Whoa, and round the outside looks Aaron Smith. Talk about ride him, cowboy. Round the outside looks Aaron. Can't get that one stuck, and he manages to sit back into the mix. He's going to hold on ahead of, looks, I think that's Ashley Davis, who has got back past Ben Colburn, if I'm not mistaken. No, but I think Ben Colburn is still in 5th position. So Ashley Davis 6th, Lewis Selby 7th, Colin Peacock 8th, the 72 of Rob Howard in 9th, and then Philip Bullen Brown rounds up the top 10. Darren Cox is also up there in 11th place. As for the Libra class cars, the only car I can see registering on the timing screen is the Richard Colburn car. So it looks like for whatever reason Peter Hills, Philip Harvey and Lee Stanton didn't tend to start, which is a shame, but if they can get those cars fixed, I'm sure they'll be back out for race 2 tomorrow. Best part about it, we've had all this action and there's still 14.25 minutes to go as Jeff Smith just lifts that inside rear wheel. I think if you hear the production crew laughing at this, it's fantastic to watch. It's such entertaining fun between these mini meters. They're a brilliant addition to the timetable. We're really pleased we have them on the timetable. We're going to go at it again in a second because here comes Rupert Deeth for the lead this time, and he does get the lead. So before they turn in, Rupert Deeth takes over the head of the field in this mini Miglia race. In through Brandon Nelson. Oh, big bite of curb there from Aaron's Jeff Smith. Always put it onto 2 wheels there. You can tell he's pushing. Aston 4th. Third, I should say. He's got 4th place car, Aaron Smith, right behind him, championship leader. And Ben Colburn starting to leave Ashley Davis behind now. He's closing up to these top 4 as they glide back into view through Coram. Back through the left hander. They flip left through Murray's again. Not so sideways on the exit of the corner there with Jeff Smith, but now he's going to get a good run here as he tucks in underneath the boot lid of Rupert Deeth. And now here they come back towards Richie's again. Ken Aston still 3rd. It's then Aaron Smith 4th. Deeth sets the fastest lap of the race despite being in clear air. Turning in. Car moving around beautifully. It's fantastic to see them just... Oh, and that was really wide for Rupert Deeth there through Richie's, and that might give Smith and Co a chance to get back past again. There's going to be 3 of them all together for 2nd place. Deeth does hold on. Jeff Smith again lifts the inside rear wheel through Wilson. And now, all that battling has brought Ben Colburn back into the mix now to 5th position. He's now in there too. Davies still 6th, Selby 7th, Peacock 8th, Howard 9th, and Bullen Brown 10th. And it's still Cox, Sims, King, LeMay, War, Richard Colburn and the sole Mini Libra in this race. And then Humphreys back in 17th position. Now then, 3 abreast for 3rd place. Here we go. And it's Ben Colburn. He's going to take 2 for the price of 1. Up the inside. Don't mind if I do, chaps. See you later. He's up into 3rd place. Brilliant stuff from Ben. Great stuff on that move there. And that's, again, they're that small that you can go 3 wide. And it doesn't look that dramatic. If it was any wider cars out there, 3 abreast to Agostini would be an absolute no-go because they're quite small. Even with the wider arches, 3 abreast looks like a normal race for them. They can do it all day. Great stuff. So top 5, top 6 in fact, pretty much all together. And now it's Jeff Smith's turn to try and... I suspect Jeff Smith is in 2nd place at the moment, but if Ben Cole was probably sat there thinking, if you can't get the job done, Jeff, move aside, I'll have a go if you don't mind. So, down the back straight, weaving to try and break the toe if they can. Kane has to get shuffled down to 5th after he started on pole position. Here they go again, down the outside. This time it's Jeff Smith's chance. He just swings around the outside to get the move done. Can he get it stopped though? He's almost way too fast, but he just about gets it anchored up. And he gets back into the lead. So an impressive run from Jeff Smith. He's really trying to pull about a gap or so, of a car length or so from Deeth and Co behind him. Ben Colburn now in a bit of a catch-22 here. He's going to try and pressure Rupert Deeth in front of him, but also resist other pressure, this time from Aaron Smith. So he's going to be very careful he doesn't find himself in a tricky situation. Kane Aston still 5th, Ashley Davis still 6th position, and the next group behind them has broken away a bit because Lewis Selby still, I think he still heads it, but I thought I saw a red car at the front of that next group, so it could be that Colin Peacock has got past Lewis Selby. And also getting in there too, looks to be Rob Howard in the turquoise car. Ben Colburn with the fastest lap of the race, so the top 5 all together make their way in towards Richie's. And there's no change in the order, there's lots of jostling around and fighting for position. And I think Deeth's going to try and make another move back down towards the hairpin. But instead finds himself severely under attack from Aaron Smith, who goes right round the outside of Ben Colburn and said, "Think you can pass me at Agostini 3 wide, can you?" Whoosh, straight back down the outside he goes. And again, the brilliant thing is we still haven't hit half distance. We're just hitting it now. Still 10 minutes of action in this mini Miglia race to go. So, top 6 as it was. Smith, Deegan, Colburn, Smith again, Aaron Smith, Kane Aston and Ashley Davis. Here's a scrap for 7th going on. This is Colin Peacock in the red car, number 14. There is Selby in the Napa car, the blue and yellow machine, number 18. And then Rob Howard in the turquoise car in number 72. This is over 7th, 8th and 9th of this second group of leaders. Doesn't look like any change in the foreground. Still Aaron Smith hustling Rupert Deef at this point. And I suspect that Jeff Smith's pace is quite strong to the point where he's being allowed to pull away here whilst everyone else is getting through. But in perfect synchronicity, all 6 of those mini-minis in the lead group just lifted their inside rear wheel in tandem through there. These are the delight to watch and the delight to commentate on. And I hope you guys watching at home are enjoying this too, because mini-medias are putting on the best possible kind of show, as they always do wherever they go. Back into the complex, under the bridge. Deef back into the lead now. He's managed to get the toe out of Williams, but Jeff Smith will try and get him back. It's Smith's to the 4, because it's 2nd and 3rd now for Jeff and Aaron, respectively. Colton still 4th, Aston 5th, and Aaron Smith had a look up the inside of Jeff as they came into the right-hander at Corum. Almost endless right-hander. Just get the sense that any time that someone gets into the lead, there's an air of kind of nervous laughter, thinking they're laughing because they're in the lead, but also nervous that they're about to lose it any second coming up. Case in point, here comes Jeff Smith again, down the outside. It's almost 2 by 2 like NASCAR at Daytona down the pit straight. Brilliant stuff. And here comes Deep, has to go one side then the other. Where can he defend? He's got Aaron Smith to his right-hand side, Jeff Smith to his outside on his left, trying to get through. But somehow puts the car in the middle of the road and still maintains the lead by the time they exit Richie's corner. Whether he stays there, we'll have to wait and see. Here comes Kane Aston down the outside of Ben Colburn for 4th position. Can't get that one stuck and loses a gear and loses momentum. That now gives the chance for Ashley Davies to get through down the outside from 6th position. Just see towards the right is shot that Ashley Davies' car's trying to go side by side. There he is in the background, going wheel to wheel with the former champion. And Aston, if he's not careful, because you can easily pass around the outside of these cars, we've seen several times before in this race, might lose the position. But Aston, being the champion that he is wise to that and manages to hold on. 7th, 8th and 9th all together. There is Rob Howard's brilliantly coloured turquoise Mini Miglia. Back towards Oggies once again. Just looking at the results from Silverstone, as we look back here and see 28, that's Robert Humphreys. He's running towards the back of the field. I think his own pace, I suspect. He's 4th and 5th. So Kane Aston is still holding off Ashley Davies, but I suspect the fact that they are battling that much is losing them time to the 4 cars in front. So these 4, even though they are scrapping, have got the ultimate pace to hold on. And Kane Aston just sent it round the outside to defend anything from Ashley Davies. Not on your life, sunshine. Whoosh, straight through he goes. So into the bomb hole again. 7 minutes left on the clock, and Aaron Smith getting very racy. Took a little bit more inside curve than Rupert Deef did. Deef in that distinctive silver car with the orange wheel arches is definitely doing everything he needs to hold on to the place as best he can. All 6 of them close back up again. And Aaron Smith pitches it in, as does Jeff Smith and co. Look at that, he's in the perfect position. Latched right onto the rear bumper of Deef, and I'm certain with the momentum he's got, he will start to get a slingshot down towards turn 1 again. End of another lap. And they're starting to spread out a bit more here. It's becoming not like pack racing in NASCAR, more like tandem drafting now between these two. Everyone's kind of picking a drafting partner and thinking, right, let's all work together and see if we can get towards the front. And they are doing it. Look, you can see Deef and Aaron Smith are together, Jeff Smith and Ben Colburn are together, and then you've got Kane Aston and Ashley Davies are together. So that all 6 of them are kind of pairing off. As up the inside, that's Tony LeMay battling with Darren Cox, and also in there too, I think, is possibly the 20 of Sims. And that's a battle that's going on for just outside the top 10. I think they had Phil Bull and Brown in front of them as well, so that was 10th down to about 13th or 14th place. Leading 3, back into Agostini again. You just sense, again, they're having a great scrap, but possibly waiting for the last couple of laps to really see this race come alive, but more than it already has done. It's 6-pack all together. Back into Williams. Sorry, into Oggies. I keep getting Oggies and... it's not even Oggies, it's Hamiltons. I keep getting Oggies, Hamilton and Williams all mixed up, but I should know better because I'm a commentator. But Well, supposedly at least. But anyway, coming through Williams onto the back straight again. 5.5 minutes to go in this first Dunlop Mini Miglia race, supported by Mini Spares. Smith here, a good chance to get through. You can see him just darting around the back of Rupert Deeth's car. Now, will he go outside line? Of course he'll go to the outside line. It's a Mini Miglia race. Where else would he go? Round the outside, job done. Or is it? Because Deeth will try and get the undercut if he can, and he tries to go around the outside, but leaves the door wide open, and Jeff Smith says, thank you very much. You're going to make it that easy? Not quite, because Deeth tried to turn into the corner. Jeff Smith forced him wide, and now that puts him on the back foot to come under attack from Ben Colburn. Kane Aston's getting back involved, and Ashley Davis is looking back in 6th. Aaron Smith is trying to make a break for it. He wants his 2nd win of the season. Just took a win and a 2nd place at Silverstone. Deeth took a win and a 3rd place last time. That's the reason why there's a point gap between them, rather than being level on points. And then the next highest driver that's in this race is Jeff Smith, and he took, looks like, a 5th and a 4th place. So he's looking for his 1st win of the season. Last year's Mini 7 champion. Of course, former British touring car racer as well. And of course, his other half is Joe Polly, who races in the Mini 7s as well. And of course, Brett Smith has come through the likes of touring cars and also raced Mazda MX-5s as well. Look at this quartet going at it. Tony LeMay's in there somewhere, as is also Darren Cox. And I think we've also got in there too Phil Bull and Brown. And Sims, King, Cox and LeMay, so that's also going to be, rather than Tony LeMay and Darren Cox, you've also got in there Mark Sims and Sean King. So that's a battle of the card which may started just outside the top 10. These 6 definitely didn't, and up the inside looks Jeff Smith, big late braking move into the Agostini, gets the move done, but how long will that last? Because he goes straight to the inside line. Aaron Smith says, right, you're going to make that difficult? I'll go around the outside like I've always done at several places. And Jeff Smith is really giving it some now. A big dive up the inside line, really late on the brakes. Here's the scrap going on for 11th place backwards. Great battles most all the way down the field, wherever you look. Our leaders come back through Williams again. All 6 of them together. This race really is living up to the kind of race I hoped it would be for the Mini Medias. And here they go side by side again. Look at them, the 2 Smiths going wheel to wheel. It's the pink car of Aaron on driver's right. On driver's left, it is Jeff Smith in the orange car, and now look at this. You've got Deeth getting into the mix. Kane Aston's got the toe, so is Ben Colburn. They've all got to sort themselves out somehow. Under brakes through Brendan Nelson. It is Jeff Smith who turns in. They clip the curb, so Jeff Smith now leads it. It is Aaron Smith 2nd. It's then Rupert Deeth in 3rd. Ben Colburn 4th. Kane Aston 5th. And Ashley Davis 6th. Ben Colburn a bit wide to the bomb hole. That will give the opportunity for Aston to get up the inside for 4th. But as we know, Colburn can stick it round the outside if he wants to. I'm sure he will if he's got the momentum and the grip to do it, which he tries to, but I think he has to capitulate and give Aston the place turning into Murray's. Yes, he does. So down to 5th goes Colburn, up to 4th goes Kane Aston. There is 2.25 minutes to go, but as David Anderson once said, someone hide the checkered flag. I don't want this race to end. And neither do these guys either, but someone's got to win it, someone's got to be 2nd, someone's got to be 3rd, and etc. So, side by side, the Smiths into the right-hander, wheel to wheel. Neither of them wants to give an inch at all. They both held each other up. Rupert Deeth almost sneaks up the inside of Aaron Smith and says, oh, I better back out of it, otherwise I'm losing my front end. Now down towards the complex again. And they're both trying to outbrake each other. Jeff Smith, they're both looking at each other, trying to outbrake each other, and they both missed the apex completely. Jeff Smith holds on for the moment. Aaron Smith is giving it some. And as I hopefully anticipated, the chat is enjoying this as well. I can see it on YouTube as well, and rightfully so. You should be, because minute and a half to go, and it's anyone's guess for victory. Here they go. Rupert Deeth is still in this, as is Kane Aston. He's up to 4th now. Oh, 3 abreast almost into Agostini. Deeth fires it up the inside of Aaron Smith for 2nd place. Aston can get in the mix here as well. He can still be on the podium at this rate after he started on pole. How ironic would that be? Gets down to about 6th in this league group, and then at the flag, if he turns up winning it, he's got to get past Jeff Smith and Deeth and Aaron Smith to do that. Not done just yet. Now this might well be the last lap, in fact, I think, because we've got 15. Wait and see. We've got roughly 40 seconds or so, 40 seconds left to go. So if they're quick enough, which they tend to be, we might get one more lap. We might not. But if this is the last lap, now they've got to try and make their dive for victory, because all 6 of them are together, and it could be anyone's guess. Any of them could win this one. It's side by side again. Here comes Aaron Smith looking around the outside, but Deeth holds on to the position. I think this will be the last lap of the race. So action all the way to the flag now. Pick your moment, make your move. You've held it for the last 19.5 minutes. Now you've got to make it stick. Now you've got to make your move count. Jeff Smith clips the inside and picks up a little bit of dust. 4th place now for Kane Aston. And can anyone beat it? I suspect we could potentially get a photo finish here as the clock ticks down. It will be the last lap. It will be the checker flag this time by. And into Burries for the final time. They all three-wheel their way through Burries corner up to the checker flag on the pit straight. It's been a magnificent Mini Miglia race from start to finish, as I anticipated it would be. Up to the checker flag on the finish line. And it will be Rupert Deeth who takes his first win of the season. It'll be almost side by side for second. It's Aaron Smith in second, Jeff Smith third, then Aston, Coleman and Davis as you like. Top 6 covered by 1.9 seconds at the flag. Magnificent. Great stuff for Mini Miglias, as I hoped it would be. 7th place for Colin Peacock. 8th for Rob Howard. 9th for Lewis Selby. He dropped back a little bit. He was a bit of no man's land in the end. And the scrap for 10th and 11th backwards. Look at this. 2 or 3 abreast across the line. And it will be Sims ahead of King, ahead of Cox. And we lost Tony LeMay a little further back. So he was in that scrap. So there might have been some contact possibly. But Tony LeMay dropped back in that one. But again, if you're in the chat, like you did with the 7s, if you enjoyed that, give them a round of applause. Give them some clapping emojis in the chat if you enjoyed that. Mini Miglias never disappoint when it comes to racing action, and they certainly didn't right there. That was epic stuff at the front. And any of those 6 drivers, any of them could have won that race. It was that close and that competitive. So well done to all of them for putting on another fantastic show from the start right to the very end. And I can tell you that Richard Colburn did actually, of course, make the finish, and he came home in 16th place overall, was the sole Mini Libra driver. But hopefully, the other 3 cars that would have been out with him, Peter Hills, Philip Harvey and Lee Stanton, if they can get their cars fixed, hopefully will be with us tomorrow for their second race. And if they can be a slightly bigger mini grid, and that will be quite entertaining in itself. So, I need to take a breather for a second there, and I think I'll get that in a moment when we hand over to Richard, but we'll go through the results in a second once we get the finish. The only car we haven't had across the line yet is the number 28 car, and that's of Robert Humphries. I think that's the one waiting for. Here he comes, running at his own pace it seems, but enjoying himself nonetheless. Here comes Robert, last car across the line. Here he comes, and in home safe and sound. He comes just, so we actually lost Tony LeMay on the last lap, it seems, so he's obviously stopped somewhere on circuit for some reason. But after a thrilling Dunlop Mini Miglia race, supported by many spares, here's the result. Rupert Deeth wins by 0.2 of a second from Aaron Smith, with Jeff Smith 3rd, Kane Aston 4th, Ben Colburn 5th, and Ashley Davis 6th. The top 6 covered by actually closer than that, 1.5 seconds at the end. It was a bit closer than I thought it was. Colin Peacock 6th, Rob Howard 7th, Lewis Selby in 9th place it was, so Peacock 7th, Howard 8th, Selby 9th, Bull and Brown 10th, then Sims, King, Cox, War, the sole Mini Libra of Richard Colburn, and Robert Humphries round out the 16 finishes. We lost Tony LeMay on the final lap here at Snetterton. Well, magnificent stuff all round from them, and I think we can now hand over to Richard, who I'm sure has some very excitable drivers from that first Mini Miglia race. He's down in Parc Ferme.
Very definitely, Scott. Thanks very much. Rupert Deeth, many congratulations on taking a fine race win. It's never a mini race, is it, unless you can grab it on the last lap. You led early on, then it was taken back, you got it back, taken back, got it back again. That's mini racing at its best. And what strikes me is, A, you're looking very cool after a frenetic race, and your car is still immaculate. That's how it should be.
That's how we like to bring it home. Yeah, no, good race. I got my pit crew to hang out a sort of a two lap before the end, because I thought I'm not going to do the 1 lap dash. Yeah. And yeah, it paid off. So yeah, very pleased with that.
It was nip and tuck on the timing as well, wasn't it? With I think we were worried there might have been an extra lap, but you guys were quick enough to get the checker out.
Oh, well, that worked in my favour then, didn't it? Yeah, no, cracking race, and yeah, you know, to bring the car home clean in one piece, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
It's nothing major to do overnight.
No, hopefully not. We'll give it a check over, and hopefully we'll go again tomorrow.
And everybody stays with this formula. It's such a great, you know, staying power. I mean, you're a former champion, and everyone just loves it and stays with it.
Yeah, I think what it is like driving a mini touring car. The grip levels and everything. People just can't understand how the little minis go around a corner as quick as they do. But yeah, keep coming back and again, and yeah, I do love it. Do enjoy it.
Fantastic. Well done, Rupert. Thanks very much. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well done on the win. We're going to grab a word with Aaron Smith, I think, in just a minute. We're also being told to find Colin Peacock as well, so see if we can find Colin. I'll tell you what, we'll grab Aaron here. Well done, second position. What a race that was, absolutely mega. Yeah. And thank you all for putting on a great show for us. And again, you've hardly broken sweat.
I know, it's to be fair, the racing is amazing, and this track lends itself to slipstreaming, and down the back straight there, it easily, when you get 2 cars in front, you can almost try and get past them both. So yeah, it's good fun racing.
But wherever we see the minis, I mean, I was privileged to do mini racing here, the mini festival at Brands Hatch. Wherever you are, the racing's always fantastic.
Yeah, we never fail to put on a show. There's always something going on up and down the order, and a little race taking place. So yeah, no, it's good fun.
Okay, I'm going to have a quick word with Jeff Smith. Well done, Aaron. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's grab a quick word with Jeff in P3. Well done, Jeff.
You're right.
Nice move down Agostine to grab the lead, but you weren't able to hang on to it.
Yeah, blimey, that was late on the brakes, that one was. Just about got it stopped. Darren just about gave me enough room, and I didn't actually realise that was the last lap. I thought, that's all right, I've worked that way, we're a bit quicker than them.
Timing-wise, I was just saying to Rupert, it was nip and tuck there about whether you were going to get an extra lap or not.
My time has still got time, and as we went over the line, so I thought, great, we're going to get another lap, brilliant, and we didn't. But no, it was really good fun, really good fun. So
great bunch of people and really good clip. I mean, I was just saying, look at this. There are no scuffs on any of these front cars, and that was the closest racing you can see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good respect. Certainly at the front. I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but definitely good respect. I've seen some crazy mini races in my time, certainly in the MiGs, but there was a lot of respect there and just enough room for each of us to do our business and not touch, basically. So it was good. Really good.
Obviously with the 2 formulas, and Jo doing well in her season as well.
Yeah, it's a good job I moved out of Se7ens. I'd have made myself look an idiot, wouldn't I?
No, not at all. It's great to see we've got cars on track. Jeff, thanks for that. Good luck for tomorrow as well. So that's it from the Mini Miglias for today, and we've got another race with the Mazdas coming up. So let's go back to Scott with the grid and the rundown.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, magnificent stuff from the Mini 7s, and I'm sure the Mazdas will try and live up to that as much as they can, because we've got our second race of the day and of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship coming up now, of course supported by Downforce Radio, the nation's motorsport station. So, looking back at race 1 earlier on, it was a win for invitation driver Tom Langford, who picked up the victory, of course, but the maximum championship points, as it were, went to Matthew Fletcher. So, in that instance, Matthew is now, of course, taking the maximum 100 points, and certainly he would have taken the championship lead after Harry Storer finished back at about 8th or 9th position as a result of that. So, come up for the grid now. This is, of course, as a result of how they finished in race 1. So, with that in mind, it is Thomas Langford who starts on pole position, race 1 winner. Alongside him is Matthew Fletcher. Then it's Declan McDonnell and John Pethick on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is Chris Dawkins and Charles Boniface. And then it will be row 4 for Neil Chisnell and Alan Hawkins, with the top 10 completed by Harry Storer, who had a bit of an off at the Agostini at the final corner, running wide. He starts back in 9th, defending champion, and came to the weekend as championship leader. And then Chris Lovett will friend up with top 10 starters. Kevin Dengate starts 11th in car 178. Alongside him is Kevin Bird in the first of the 2 Steel City MX-5 race cars. Then you have Tom Mallet and Graham Rumsey in the in 13th and 14th position. And that's then followed in row 8 by Michael Pearce and Nick Ledoyne, who dropped back a little bit, but he wants to try and pick himself up into the top 10 if he can. Peter Higton and Aaron Danapala are on the 9th row of the grid, and then rounding up the top 20 is Cody Jackson in car 13 and George Grant, who has been a busy boy this weekend. He's actually racing in 4 series this weekend. More about that later. He starts in 20th in his Rob Boston prepared Mark 1. Then it's William Bream and Robert Green's 5th. He's got some work to do. He had a spin in race 1 and not really on the same pace he wanted to be in that first race. He's back in 22nd with a lot of work to do from there. Tim Storer and Jamie Turner are on the 12th row of the grid in cars 50 and 9. And then we have Del Pace and Peter Williams. Del Pace had a spin in race 1. He recovered to start 25th alongside Peter Williams. Then Tom Cannon and Chris Thelwell will come next. And then Jason Acebert, and then the only non-finisher from race 1 after he tangled with Neil Chisnell on the back straight, and that is Marcus Bailey. But given his pace this weekend, he qualified in the 2nd row in qualifying this morning. I can probably guarantee you he will not stay in 30th. He will pick his way through, and I'm certain will at least get himself into the top 10 by the time they get towards the end. So cars have been making their way off onto the formation lap. It's quite a long formation lap, in fact, because they haven't come around just yet, but they are making their way round onto Coram. at the end of this lap. Another 15 minutes of racing. Just a reminder, the MX-5 Clubman Championship, exactly the same cars that you find in the more longer established as Mazda MX-5 Championship. All Mark 1s, all 1600cc engines. They all run gas shocks, they all run Avon tyres, and they all run all have a maximum horsepower of 105 brake horsepower. Weight-wise is about roughly, I think it's about 600 kilograms or so a decent pound-to-weight ratio. They do lean quite a lot sometimes. They are quite sort of fast cars. They sort of sit quite low down. Whilst they are quite lightweight and a little bit skittish at times, they are quite, once you get them on the limit, they are quite easy to handle in terms of getting to grips with them. But they're quite easy to get to grips with, but they're quite difficult to master. And only a few of those have managed to get to the point where they truly are MX-5 masters. It's been, of course, the second year of racing for the MX-5 Clubman Championship. The first year was last year. They started a bit tentatively with 12 cars at Croft, but of course they built as high as grids of 30 plus at places like Brands Hatch and Silverstone in particular as well. And then from that, it's now, of course, grown into, it's essentially becoming a proper championship in its own right, where it's growing its own identity, where, yes, it's one of the Mazda MX-5 Paddock series, but of course it is now becoming a championship in its own right, with its own drivers, and some drivers who are coming across into this series, or this championship, to give it a trial, to do double duty, as many are doing, to get as many as 5 MX-5 races for their money, which is fantastic to see. So, reminder, Thomas Langford is in the white and blue car in pole position on the left. It's the dark blue car with the yellow wheels is Matthew Fletcher. Watch for John Pethick and also Declan McDonald in the black car on the second row of the grid. So the 5-second board has gone up, the red-green flag at the back. We wait for the red lights to come on any second now. It's going to be Langford and Fletcher with again a sprint to the turn 1. And we are underway for our second MX-5 Clubman race of the day here at Snetterton. Decent start for the first couple of rows. They're 3 abreast for 5th position. That I can see outside my commentary box window. It was a good start from Alan Hawkins in the Jigsaw car in the middle of the picture there, 722. But into turn 1 they go for the first time. Looks like Langford will get the whole shot, and Declan McDonald was peeking up the inside to try and get second from Matthew Fletcher. And oops, that's one car very wide on that. I think that was possibly the red line racing car towards the back. But either way, whoever that was way out into the potato field. It's not quite where you want to be. Some lock-ups in the midfield somewhere, so everyone tries to avoid each other and stop making contact. Almost 3 abreast here. But if that's Alan Hawkins up in 4th, 5th position, he's had a rocket start from what was he back in 8th on the grid. So I think it is as they come down towards the short straight. Yes, Alan Hawkins is there. He's on the inside of the man in 4th place at the moment. And that's John Pethick. So it's now McDonald who leads, Langford in 2nd place, Fletcher 3rd, Pethick 4th, and then it's Alan Hawkins in 5th position, followed by, I think Chris Dawkins is up there in 6th. Harry Storer, when he started in 9th, I think he's up 2 positions into 7th. So that's something we can keep an eye on there as they go through. And then out of Oggies they go, and still I think McDonald holds on to the advantage, but McDonald, of course, I believe that might well be. It might be the whoops, as you see there, John Pethick and Alan Hawkins getting into it, and also now so are both John. I'll get back to the Declan McDonald car in a second, because they're going to go 3, nay 4 abreast down the back straight. Look at that. That's Neil Chisnell, who is pushing. I think I'm trying to work out who that was. It was pushing Harry Storer down the back straight. So Harry's made about 3 or 4 places in one move. In fact, he's gone up to 4th place. So incredible inadvertent teamwork there between those 2 cars, and pushed themselves to 4th and 5th. So it is McDonald from Langford from Fletcher, but Harry Storer, the defending champion and points leader coming into the weekend, gets a brilliant tow. Amazing piece of teamwork there. Inadvertently from Neil Chisnell, it benefits them both, and they go up from 4th to 5th when they come onto the straight about 7th or 8th. It's a great job for both of them. Alan Hawkins is now in 6th position, 7th for Pethick, 8th for Dawkins, 9th for Kevin Bird. Good start from him in the white and orange car, and 10th there is Kevin Dengate. He was a double winner last year at Cadwell Park. There's Nick LeDoyne's also making his way up to York a little bit. He's now got behind him at the 550 of Thomas Mallet. To come across the line to end the first lap of racing. McDonald leading then. And I think now that they've helped each other get past those 3 cars, I think that temporary truce between Harry Storer and Neil Chisnell has now been severely axed, because they're going at it for 4th place now. As now you see Matthew Fletcher just sends it into the hairpin. It doesn't quite make that stick. And yes, I was absolutely right. Storer and Chisnell are now going at it for 4th position. See here Chris Dawkins battling with Kevin Bird to his outside. That's driver's right. Chris Dawkins in the Kent MX-5 entered and built car. And Kevin Bird is in the white and orange Steel City MX-5 machine. His teammate Rob Greensmith, who started back in 22nd, is up to 17th. He's made up 5 spots already from where he started. So that's good progress for Rob. I'm sure he'll want to move forwards. Cups a little bit further back. Kevin Dengate there is getting stuck in here, but Kevin Berg gets forced out wide onto the exit curb and on the grass next to Agostini. Another car running wide also. I think that's Jamie Turner, I think, has gone wide there too. But both Charles Boniface and the 178 Kevin Dengate have both made their way past Kevin Bird, so it means now they are up a couple more spots. As they head out of the left-hander, the right-hander at Williams. There's the Bentley straight again, more slipstream aplenty on the sprint towards Brundle and Nelson. Here comes our leaders, still McDonald in there, but now side by side for second place, the 2 men that went at it for the win overall in race 1 earlier on, and it's now Matthew Fletcher completed the move on Langford. But look at this, you can see both Harry Storer and Neil Chisnell. Now they're out of the traffic, because I think that's what held them up in the race 1 earlier on, but they were so caught up in the traffic battling in the car behind them, cars behind the leading group, that they actually lost touch with the leaders. And by the time they tried to make some substantial progress, it was too late, because both Langford and Fletcher had worked together to pull that gap of several seconds. But now you see that both the number 1 car there, the Go For It Racing car of Harry Storer, and Neil Chisnell in the silver car with the green stripes, they've both started to latch onto the leaders. So it's now become a quintet for the lead rather than a trio. Across the line they go, and the fastest lap trades places 3 times. First McDonald, then Fletcher, then Storer. So Storer has it now, 2:23.495. Whoops, and Langford goes up the inside to make the moves on Fletcher here. Fletcher runs a little bit wide on the exit, but he's going to be forced that wide a bit more. He can just hold on. And Fletcher now is going to lose another place as he runs out wide, I think, by the looks of things, to Harry Storer. But he loses 1 spot. Looks like Langford actually lost that position. So Langford actually Fletcher held onto his place, but it's Langford then came under attack from Harry Storer, and then Neil Chisnell, who's involved in that too. Chisnell now on the inside of Harry Storer looking for 4th, but Storer cuts off that avenue. He locks up big time into the hairpin, almost makes contact with Thomas Langford. Also getting to the fun now is another 3 cars in this leading group. It's Alan Hawkins in the Jigsaw car number 722. You've also then got John Pethick in 150 and Chris Dawkins in 22. So it's now 8 cars in this lead group, which is brilliant to see. Big spit of flame there from the exhaust of Matthew Fletcher's car as he dumps a bit of unused fuel through the exhaust. To see these cars moving around as much as they are. But Declan McDonald, who I was going to mention, I'm certain is in the ex-Joe Wiggin car that won the title back in 2020, because it looks very similar to that. It's obviously a black car, but it looks like that just with some of the bright yellow and pink fluorescent decals that was on the car before. It was a striking looking car, it was a great looking car. I think Declan's gone for the more subtle approach with that delivery. He's got the yellow sort of indicator light colours. Now going to head up to Brundle and Nelson, but look at them all together. At least the top 5 are all together. Looking further back, look at this. Lots of skirmishes and battles going on in the midfield. 62 is in there, which is looking strong. 62 is Chris Lovett, just ahead of him, I think, just behind him, or ahead of them. Got Graham Rumsey's in there, battling with Marcus Bailey. Now, I said what to watch for Marcus Bailey. He started at the back of the grid in, was it 30th position. He's now up to 16th, so he's going to have a couple more places there. And then his next target, I'm certain, would have been Michael Pearce and then Thomas Mallett. Thomas Mallett's in the black and red car 550. Top 3 across the line. McDonald sets a new fastest lap of the race, which then gets stolen again by John Pethick, 2:23.262. Here comes Fletcher to defend the inside line from 75 with Langford. Langford, I remind you, is in Ollie Allwood's title-winning car from last year, so it's good to see that car's back on form and back in a race and back towards the front of a race. Now that Ollie has moved on to Pastors New. Meanwhile, Neil Chisnell wastes no more time in getting past Harry Storer. That's the move completed for 4th on the defending champion. And Alan Hawkins, who really has started enjoying and properly taken to this MX-5 Clubman Championship ever since he moved across. He originally started in Mark 1s, then he went to the SuperCup, then from the Super Cup, it then went to back to Mark 1s again, and then from Mark 1s it went to Mark 1 Clubman. So he's sort of switched around a bit in the Mazda paddock, but he's certainly enjoying his Mazda racing, and it is one of my favourite liveries in the paddock because it's quite a unique one at that. They've got a multicoloured jigsaw car. It's a plain white car on the base. But enough about liveries, there's more racing to be done, particularly as Marcus Bailey gets slightly shoved out wide. And the car behind him actually was the one that went off wide on the exit of Richie's corner. I need to figure out who that is because it might. I think it's Cody Jackson because it looked like a red line car, and I think it is Cody Jackson because I'm certain he's in a red line car for this weekend. So Cody Jackson getting stuck in a plenty. Here's the battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th. This is Nick Ledoyen up the inside of Charles Boniface, who gets run out wide on the exit of Williams. That now gives the opportunity for Kevin Dengate to get a run on the back straight here. And also trying to close up now looks to be the likes of Tom Mallet and Graham Rumsey. It's just less than 6 minutes to go here in this race. Now again through the complex. Wide there for Bird, all over the curb on the exit. Everyone trying to use all the track a bit more. Doyle's literally got Boniface welded to his rear bumper through the bomb hole. I'm not sure that Nick wants that close attention from Charles. Let's head through Coram. There go our leading group all together, all 8 of them. Yes, I did say 8 of them. And then the next load of cars coming through was headed by Kevin Bird. You've got Kevin Bird in there, Nick Ledoyen, Charles Boniface. You've got Kevin Dengate's in there as well. And then a bit further back as our top 8 are going across the line. You've also then got Thomas Mallet, Graham Rumsey, Marcus Bailey, Michael Pearce, Chris Lovett's in there as well, and not too far away from them also was Aaron Danapala. So 2 big groups of MX-5s here, all scrapping amongst each other, and regardless of positions, they're really going at it. Case in point, Kevin Dengate tried to sweep around the outside and really forced Charles Boniface to the inside. But Charles was having absolutely none of it and held his ground, as he's entitled to do. Dengate just tried to turn across and technically almost left him no room. Dengate tries again and tries to run him out wide, and because of that, it now puts Charles on the back foot to come under threat from the 550 of Thomas Mallet, the black car with the orange roll bars. And also watch for Graham Rumsey. Meanwhile, up at the front with the leaders, here goes Matthew Fletcher. McDonald leaves the door wide open. He has nothing. He had no choice but to capitulate and let him through. And Matthew Fletcher, who took maximum points from race 1, looks like he could be on set to do it again if he can hold on for the next 4.5 minutes. Top 3 all together in towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. Langford now on the attack. It's his turn. He looks to the inside line. McDonald defends. He defends by going on the attack of Matthew Fletcher. But can't get that done either. Oops, there's a car gone around there. That's Marcus Bailey. So for the 2nd time today, Marcus Bailey involved in incidents. Thankfully, he's got going this time, rather than the first occasion, when he made contact pretty much here down the Bentley Straight with Neil Chisnell. And the contact saw him retire from the race. And as you might have seen on the stream earlier on, when he threw his gloves down in disgust, it was definitely wasn't happy about that one. McDonald looking back round the outside of Fletcher, but Fletcher's not really giving it too much, but he has to on this occasion. So McDonald back into the lead with 3.5 minutes to go. Neil Chisnell, he's got past Harry Storer, he's closed back up to the top 3. He really is going for it now as he turns in with his right-hander. And now the top 4 or 5 all together. Now Charles Boniface, is that him recovering from a spin? He's wiggling the car, so it suggests that something's happened. Also, Marcus Bailey's going slowly on the back straight, so that's obviously a legacy of whatever contact he had, or whatever spin he had as well. So not all is well with the 54 car. 3 minutes to go. So then we're going to get possibly 2 more laps as they come across the line here. So McDonald, Fletcher, Langridge, Chisnell, Storer all together. And the small gap back to Hawkins, Pethick and Dawkins. So 1st to 5th altogether, 6th to 8th altogether. No change just yet. There's Chisnell. And that's in his dad Clive's X Mark 1. Now that Clive has moved on to Mark 3s. The Super Cup grid. Look at this, they're going at it again. And this now, right, that's Chisnell's got up to 3rd place. He's made a big dive up the inside. So there must have been a massive sort out just off camera from between these 5 cars in this group, and now it's found Neil Chisnell up into 3rd place. He's passed Tom Langford, and Harry Storer still at the back of this. And just since maybe Harry's just sitting back here thinking, I'll have my moment in a moment shortly. Just wait for you 4 to get amongst each other and cause a bit of a fracas. There's Langford back up the inside. And again, with these three, Pethick sends one up the inside of Hawkins. So Hawkins actually has lost out to both John Pethick and Chris Dawkins in that sequence, because he crossed the line last time in 6th. And he's now 8th, so he's lost 2 places since he crossed the line between there at Agostini and the start-finish line a few corners earlier. A bit further back here, we've got a couple more battles going on. I think that's the Kevin Dengate range. You've got Dengate, Rumsey, Pierce is in there, Mallet, Lovett, and Anna Parler in there too. Well, I thought for a second that Harry Storr was going so close to the tyre stack he was going to clip it, but using all the road and more, as he's entitled to try and do, because he's not extending track limits too much. There has been a warning to car 14 for track limits. That is Charles Boniface. So whatever happened to him, he's dropped back down to 23rd. So I suspect it was either a spin or someone helped him round, but we saw him just recovering at the end of that, just end of the beginning of the Williams Bentley straight at the end of that, about a lap and a half ago. So these 2 lead groups go through the challenge. It's been a change for 9th by the looks of it, because Nick Ledoyen's got past Kevin Bird, and then further back with that group we were looking at. Here's 45 of Graham Rumsey, 62 of Chris Lovett. And then you've got the 70 car, that is of Michael Pierce. He's now dropped behind both of these 2 cars. So the 62 car, which is Chris Lovett, that's the one that also not only went wide, but also try to get into the mix of that battle going forwards. Right, last lap coming up. No, 30 seconds to go. And truthfully, any one of these 5 MX-5s can win it, but they're going to go on to the last lap of the race in quite a battle here. Langford's got back up to 2nd past Chisnell. They have a stack up there, because it looks like Langford hit the back of McDonald's car, who in turn got hit in the back by Chisnell. Here comes Fletcher to the inside line. A typical close MX-5 race, and here they go. They all send it down towards the hair, but who's going to get on the brakes first? McDonald does. Here comes Fletcher back up the inside to get 2nd place. Chisnell bumps the curb. Langford's down to 4th. There is the 70 car of Michael Pierce chasing after Chris Lovett, who in turn is chasing Graham Rumsey, who in turn is chasing Kevin Dengate. So all sorts going on. That's a bit further down outside the top 10. Meanwhile, leaders who are still all together, and those 3 cars behind are still scrapping over 6th, 7th and 8th. That's still Pethick now ahead of Dawkins and then Hawkins as well. The brakes, they just squeeze their way through Agostini. Langford looks round the outside to take 3rd back again from Neil Chisnell. Can't quite make it stick. The clock is hit down to 0, so this will be the final lap of the race. And they're going to have to sort it out somehow. So McDonald versus Fletcher for the win, and to get the maximum 100 points, even if Langford stays where he is, it'll still be 3rd place points for Neil Chisnell. Of course, Thomas Langford is a guest, so he's invisible for points. He'll still get a trophy from this race if he finishes on the podium. He won't get any points at all, and he'll be act as if he's invisible. So he's definitely not invisible to Neil Chisnell though, because he's right on his rear boot, on the rear boot lid of the ex-Ollie Allwood winning car, and they're both going to push each other here. I wonder, is this exactly what he did to Harry Storr? Is this another tactic for Neil Chisnell to push himself to the front? It seems to have worked a little bit, because Langford gets a little bit closer. Now he's all over the back of Matthew Fletcher. It's like it was in race 1. But Declan McDonald is holding back the tide here as they come up through Brandon Nelson for the final time. 5 of them all together. Now the short sprint towards the bomb hole. Just after this 2 more corners to go. We've had 2 MX-5 SuperCup races with a photo finish. It was close for the MX-5 Clubman race as well. Are we going to get another photo finish in this MX-5 Clubman race in race number 2 this afternoon? Through Coram. All together, nose to tail, all 5 of them. Langford runs out a little bit wide. It might open the door for Chisnell on the run towards the checkered flag. Is it going to be a chance for Fletcher to get the run on McDonald off the final corner? Out of most for the final time, up to the checkered flag. McDonald got a podium earlier on. He'll be Masters winner, but more importantly than that, he will be an outright race winner. It is another race winner here in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. McDonald wins race 2 here at Snetterton. It's Fletcher 2nd, Langford 3rd, Chisnell 4th and Storr 5th. Top 5 covered by 1.4 seconds at the end. Brilliant racing once again from the Mazda MX-5s. And not far behind them, we had John Pethick in 6th, Chris Dawkins 7th and Alan Hawkins in 8th. Followed by Nick Ledoyen in 9th. And then it will be Kevin Bird in 10th position. The rest of this battle is going over 11th that comes across the line. It's then Dengate from Pierce, from Rumsey. Sprint to the line between, looks like, Lovett and Dana Parler. And that was won by Lovett only just at the flag. It was 0.137 of a second between them. Jamie Turner comes through next, as William Bream also will come through to finish the race in 23rd behind Charles Boniface. Shame for Charles, because he was looking quite strong in that second group, battling over positions, but couldn't quite get a top 10 out of that one. He'll be back next time, I'm sure, at the next round. That's the last couple of the cars making their way up to the flag. I think Tim Storer is in there in car 50. Car 65 is Peter Williams. So here comes Tim Storer. And a couple more cars towards the back. That is 577, Chris Thelwell, and also Aisbett as well in 74. They've been battling towards the back all day, but it's Thelwell who wins that battle. And I'm afraid to say, I think he lost. Yeah, Marcus Bailey came back into the pit lane once again, so it really has been a day to forget for Marcus, I'm afraid. And we also lost, I'm afraid, Robert Greensmith. Now, I wonder, because it shows Robert Greensmith is being stopped. I'm not going to presume anything too much, but I wonder if the retirement of Marcus Bailey and Robert Greensmith, maybe it might be related. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but I wonder if that possibly could be the case. So, cars already heading in through Park Fermi through the gates, just midway through the straight towards Agostini. Here's the result from the second MX-5 Clubman race of the day at Snetterton. Declan McDonald takes his first win in the championship from Matthew Fletcher in second and Thomas Langford third, but of course he's invisible for points being a guest. So it's Neil Chisnell who get third place points. Harry Storer is fifth overall, then it's John Pethick, then Chris Dawkins, Alan Hawkins, Nick Ledoyen and Kevin Bird rounding out the top 10. Kevin Dengate finishes 11th from Michael Pearce, Graham Rumsey, Chris Lovett, Aaron Danapala, Jamie Turner, Tom Mallet, Cody Jackson, George Grant and Peter Higton round out the top 20. And then Del Pace, Charles Boniface, who had that issue earlier on, I suspect not sure if he jumped or if he was pushed, but 22nd for him, William Bream 23rd, then Tim Storer, Peter Williams, Chris Thelwell, Tom Cannon and Jason Aisbett, with Marcus Bailey sadly retiring and also sending Rob Greensmith as well, and Neil Chisnell gets the fastest lap of the race. Right, down to Richard. He'll have our top 3 from that second MX-5 Clubman race in Park Fermi, including, I'm sure, a very happy Declan McDonald.
Thanks very much, Scott. Well, it's the top 2 actually, because our third place man got waved back to paddock, but no worries. Declan, well done. Congratulations.
Come on, tell me I'm a master again.
You're the winner of the Masters class.
The master, not the master.
Oh, both. Well, the overall winner and the Masters class winner. So, double bubble. You get all the trophies.
Oh man, that was that was tough. That was very tough. We made a big change to the car between the first and the second one. And
what was that?
I'm not saying what that was.
Come on.
I'll tell you when the camera's not going. Yeah, just brought the car alive just in the middle part of the corners where I was really struggling in the first race. And yeah, I got a good start again. And I think Thomas made a mistake again coming out the first hairpin, second to third. I managed to get past. I pushed him through at the hairpin, or we followed him through rather at the hairpin, and then he made a mistake on the exit. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to stretch him out here. But I felt there was pace in the car, there was pace in me. And yeah, wicked, loved it, absolutely loved it.
Good weekend, isn't it?
It's been brilliant. I mean, sun's out and the racing's been mega close, as always, with MX-5s. BRSCC do a stunning job of laying this on, and it's been brilliant. Yeah, so great for me.
When do you start thinking about championship titles and things like that? Is it far too early?
I'm not doing all the rounds. I'm only doing my son races in the mini challenge show weekend. Okay. So we've got a few conflicts with those, so I probably won't do all the rounds. Which is why I'm doing the Clubman rather than the open category, just to do ones, get it done in one day. But I don't know. When you start winning races, I might have to start looking at that calendar again and see what happens. So it will. I don't know, but that's our priority. This is supposed to be just for a bit of fun when you're in the car.
The guys who want to see you out as well, because they want to beat whoever's doing well. That's the key thing about motor racing and competition in sports generally. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, the pace for what is a Clubman series is pretty good at the front, and the racing's close and fair, and yeah, it's what we want to do at the weekend, isn't it? So it's brilliant.
Declan, well done. Pleasure to see you today.
Thank you very much.
See you at the mini challenge as well as some more Mazda races as well. Matt Fletcher. Matt, well done. Yeah, I love this. I just love the fact that everybody is like smiley and, you know, Matt P2, but you're happy with that race?
I mean, that was just awesome again. A completely different race to the first one, but some amazing battles. What a drive by Deck. He managed to fly up the inside on that. He got an amazing start.
He made a change apparently after race one, so he won't tell me what it was.
Well, he clearly kept that one from me as well. I'll have a word with the team afterwards on that one. But yeah, no, it was just brilliant. The whole way through was just awesome. Loads of chopping and changing. You know, started the last lap in 4th place. You know, battling for first, and thought, right, brilliant. This is not quite how I thought it was going to end. Managed to see an opportunity, dived up the inside, got second back, and yeah, really stoked with that. So very happy.
That's great. Many congratulations. See if we can grab a quick word with our third place man. We'll see you again. See you at one of the next rounds. So look forward to that one. And Thomas as well. Very quick one. Nice. Third position. Cars are on the grid, so it's going to be a quick one. Good weekend.
Yeah.
brilliant weekend for me. Wish I could do more racing, actually.
Yeah, we wish you could as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mega race. I'm a bit disappointed with third. I felt like I could have moved forward. The two guys in front of me worked well together. So I just need to learn a bit more about how to get by, really.
A podium in these is superb, and a win earlier on, of course, as well. So not a bad day's work.
Yeah, it's my first race weekend in MX-5s, so I couldn't have asked for more, really. Maybe an extra win, but I'll take third.
Well, we hope we see you again. Well done, and we're going to get on to the next race. Tom, well done. Thanks for chatting to us. So there we are. Our Mazda MX-5 Clubman's complete for the day, and indeed the weekend. They get 2 races, so they get to go home. A lot of them are going to stay on and spectate for tomorrow's races. Obviously, we've got the rest of the SuperCup races. We've got the Mark 1 Championship races as well, plus the C1s tomorrow, and 2 more mini races tomorrow as well. But before we really start thinking about tomorrow, we've got the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy, and great variety of cars, Super Series that BRSCC initiated a few years ago, and a cracking entry of all age ranges. A little bit more on that as we get to the racing a little bit later on. So that's it for the Clubmans, for the MX-5s, and we'll hand you back to Scott to introduce the next race.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, I think Declan McDonald, keeps on winning races. He might have to rethink that partial season. But one more race left to go for Saturday, and for those who are fans of this series might think Saturday is usually Sunday, but good reason for that, which we'll get into at the end of the race. But the cars I can see out of my commentary box window are heading off the grid, because we've got, I know, a favourite with many fans of BRSCC racing, particularly those within Club Motorsport. It is our 45-minute race for our brilliant BRSCC Clubsport Trophy, which is our mini endurance pit stop race. And quickly we can go through the grid and who has got what. So it's a pair of BMWs on the front row of the grid, Liam Crelly in the Z4 Coupe and the Sheedon Edison Compact on the front row of the grid. Then it's BMW E46 of Mark Burton and Paul Hinson's BMW Compact on the front on the second row of the grid. So BMWs in the first 4 spots. Martin Cully's bright yellow Seat Leon Cupra R is on rows 3 alongside the Seat Leon of Alistair Lindsay. Then Louis Hounce on Alfie Jeekins and a pair of Jeekins Racing prepared Honda Civics on the 7th row of the grid. It's all pairs of manufacturers here, mixed with a pair of Mazdas. So we've got Steve Andrew and 3-time SuperCup champion Luke Herbert in a Mazda RX-8 alongside Brian Chandler in the first of our Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophy cars in P10. Then we've got Tom Selden in 11th place in his MX-5 SuperCup car, and Sam Listener in his Honda Civic Type R. Feroz Billamoria in his VW Scirocco comes next alongside the car in 14th place in the grid, which is unknown for some reason, possibly because it's either not starting or not on the grid properly. Then we've got Joel Argelez and George Grant in a Renault Clio and a Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Richard Brunning in the debut of the brand new BMW 1 Series SuperCup car from Bad Obsession Motorsport. Then Chris Maris, who is 78 years old on the grid, former TVR Tuscan racer. He shares that car with Johnson in 18th place in the Honda Civic. Andy Bailey, who drives his Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophy car in 90th alongside the Gilliman Jordan Nissan 350Z. Then Brendan Murphy and Chris McGinley in a pair of BMW Compact Cup cars come next, followed by David Payne in his Volkswagen Golf and Matthew Groom in a Renault Sport Clear 172. Row 13, David Weinberg in his BMW 116, and then the first of the 2 Mazda 2s, which is the Neil Shaw and Nick Dougal car in 26th place on the grid. The second of those cars, with Jones and Oates, starts 27th, alongside Colin Whitehouse on the row 14, on 20th position on the grid, and that makes up the 28 cars that will take the start for this final race of today, and the first race of the season for the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. So, for the benefit of those who are watching for the first time, what is the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy? Well, it's quite simply basically an all-comers type 45-minute mini endurance pit stop race. So you have a 5-class structure, all based on power to weight ratio, a maximum power to weight ratio of 235 brake horsepower per tonne. So you get a wide variety of different Clubman race cars that can take part in this. As you can see, there are BMWs, there are Hondas, Honda Civics, there are Seat Leons, there are Renault Clios, there are Peugeots in the mix as well, BMWs, typically sometimes Ford Fiestas, lots of Mazda MX-5s, all sorts of cars can compete in this series. It's 45-minute races. There is a mandatory pit stop as well in a mandatory pit window. You can have either a solo entry or a 2-driver entry, so you can share the drive if you wish. There is also, I'm trying to think of anything else in this series as well. I think that's just about it really. It's a Very simple series, but it is a series of race, so again, no championship, but you get so many brilliant cars that turn out and race in this series that come out and have some fun. And for BMW fans, you've got 4 to pick from the front of the grid. In fact, I like how it's paired up. You've got a pair of BMWs ahead of a pair of BMWs, and then a pair of SeAts, and then a pair of Hondas, and then a pair of Mazdas. So the first 5 rows of the grid, it's all pairs of manufacturers, but ones to watch out for should be towards the front of the field. A few cars to watch out for, as I mentioned. Watch out for the 2 cars in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. That's Brian Chandler in his silver and purple example, and the car just went to the bottom of shot, which was the white and the red and white car of Andy Bailey. That's the Porsche prepared car. And also keep an eye on the red and white BMW 1 Series in the pack. That's been driven by Bad Obsession Motorsports' Richard Brunning, who's in that car, and that is the first ever build of the BRSCC BMW 1 Series SuperCup, which is starting off this year with its initial build. There's build kits available for these cars. Of course, Rich is putting this car through its paces in its first proper race start and race event. So, Liam Crilly, who won the opening race of BRSCC Clubsport Trophy last year at Croft, starts on pole position. He's in the silver and grey BMW Z4 Coupe, and a familiar sight for those watching races on in Clubsport Trophy, the Sheeden Edison BMW Compact on the front row. He starts, that's M3 engine, watch out for that. The black and red BMW E46 330 Ci is in there too, and also watch out for Paul Hinson in his black and yellow compact. So, all set then for 45 minutes of BRSCC Clubsport Trophy action to include the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy and the BMW 1 Series Super Cup. And watch for the red lights. Standing start, then red lights are on, and for Clubsport Trophy 2022, we are racing! Not a great start there. Oh, not a great start for one of the SeAts. That's stalled on the grid. That's the car that was the car that started in 6th position, so that car hasn't moved anywhere. And everyone had to try to scatter around it, but even so, it is BMW's first to 4th to turn in towards the right-hander, and Richie's for the first time. Everyone else appears to have got through okay, and that SeAt that did stall did actually manage to get away properly, and it is there, but towards the back of the field. So House of Richie's for the first time, and as the sun starts to set a bit lower in the sky here this afternoon, everyone pitches their way through the hairpin at the Wilson for the first time. And bring up the grid so I can just figure out obviously who was what in terms of drivers. The car that stalled was the Alistair Lindsay Saxon Motorsport prepared car. So that car, I'm afraid, had a problem off the line, it seems. But as they come down the back straight towards Agostini for the first time, it's side by side for second between Mark Burton's 330 Ci E46 BMW and the Sheeden Edison BMW, which is the M3 engine compact. Didn't have a great start for the front row of the grid, as Dean Crilly got the better one from the right-hander. Now there's a flag that's being prepared. I don't know if it's the reverse, but it looks like it's a black and white flag. What was I say? It's a black flag that's being prepared. I've not seen that for a while. So a black flag's being prepared for somebody. I can't see who it is, but a black flag has been shown out for somebody. Whether it's an out of position start or something that's happened somewhere, but it's a rare occasion you get that these days. But a black flag has been shown on the pit straight. I'll be able to see what number it is possibly if they come across the line. I don't know if our camera guy can possibly find out who it is. They might be in pit lane. But someone is really in trouble with the stewards for something. Liam Crilly, meanwhile, leads the way. The Sheeden Edison BMW is second. More cars pouring their way through. A couple of the Clios in the mix there. That's the Joel Argales car battling with George Grant in the 69. And also in there too, there's Richard Brunning, you see, in the BMW. We've got the Z4 there having a scrap with one of the Hondas, number 96. And that is the Chris Maris and Johnson car. Chris Maris is 78 years old, former TBR Tuscan racer I know him from, but he spends his time these days running in Honda Civics. As again, more battles going. There's 350Z going right round the outside, the 350Z car 77. And that is, yeah, Gilliam and Jordan in there in this 350Z. Now, again, I need to look at the timing so we can see who that black flag's possibly held out for. It's for car 69. That's the George Grant MX-5. Now, for what reason, we don't know, but George Grant's MX-5 has been given a black flag for something. Now, I don't know if we can maybe if we get to any pit stops at all, whether or not possibly, maybe Richard can find out. But scrap there between two more of the Honda Civics. Sam Lister, I think, was battling there with the Maris and Johnson Honda Civic that just got past. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 that leads the way. Sheeden Edison in the BMW Compact is second. Then it's the Mark Burton BMW in third. And then Paul Hinson's Compact is in 4th place. 5th place for Martin Cully in his bright yellow Seat Leon Cupra R. And then an impressive start there you can see in the background. Well, it was 6th, it's now 7th, because up into 6th place now has come Feroz Billamoria in his VW Scirocco, and I've seen him before racing a bright white Mini Cooper. So he's changed cars for this maybe the season, at least for this race. And there is the RX-8. Now I've heard that car testing yesterday, and it sounds like a rotary should, a proper throaty sort of buzzy rotary sound as it goes around. If you could hear a person to hear it, that'd be quite extraordinary. Black flag is still being held out, and as I say, the only person it's going out to is car 69, which is George Grant, but there's no indication on the timing screen as to why he's been giving a black flag, so it must be something quite severe if that's the case. He did qualify. He qualified in, let me look back to his grids position, he qualified in, I'll find it on here, Clubsport Trophy, he qualified in 16th place, so whatever it is quite extraordinary. It must be something quite extraordinary for him to be receiving something like that from the very start of the race. Seeing Tom Selden here in the ex-3-time championship-winning MX-5 Super Cup car, which was driven by Luke Herbert. Of course, his team boss is sharing the Mazda RX-8 with Steve Andrew. Of course, is the husband of Mandy Andrew, who is the one of the main coordinators in the Mazda MX-5 paddock, particularly the Mark 3s these days. She's relinquished Mark 1 duties over to Emma Palmer, who now looks after the Mark 1s mainly as their coordinator, both the MX-5 Championship and the MX-5 Clubman Championship. Her day's work has just finished. So there's Feroz Billamoria in the, I think that's the Zest engineering car, Zest Racing Engineering prepared Scirocco. I recognise the ZRE on the windscreen strip. Look at the order then. So Liam Cree leads the way by 0.8 of a second from Sheedon Edison in 2nd place. It's Burton in 3rd, Hinson 4th. Billamoria is up to 5th now in the Scirocco. 6th is now Cully in the Seat Leon Cupra R. Down to 7th has gone Steve Andrew and Luke Herbert in the Mazda RX-8. 8th now is Alfie Jeekins, who's a graduate from the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's now gone into a Honda Civic this year. He's one of the 2 Jeekins race preparation prepared Honda Civics. There he is, just behind the Andrew and Herbert RX-8. There he is, as Alfie Jeekins, 754. And then Tom Selden comes next in the MX-5 Super Cup car in 9th. And then Louis Hansel, who is the teammate of Alfie Jeekins, he's rounding up the top 10 so far. Top of the Mazda MX-5 Mark 4s, that's Brian Chandler, former MX-5 champion himself. He's 11th overall at the moment. And he's ahead of the Gilliam & Jordan Nissan 350Z. And as for the progress of the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car, Richard Brunning at the moment, he started in, when did he start? He started in 17th place, and he's now currently running at the moment in 16th. So he's up 1 spot from where he started. So good solid run so far in the opening minutes for the new BMW 1 Series Super Cup car as well. So here's our top 2 in the Clubsport Trophy race. Liam Crilly's Z4 versus the Sheedon Edison BMW. That car has taken a win outright at points. I think it won outright at Donington Park last year, if I'm correct. So always stalwarts of this series are Sheedon Edison. I think ever since they first properly joined, they've always tended to come along and take part, and they've pretty much made it. That car turns up in a lot of all-comers type endurance-based series. It's also done some races in the Track Attack Race Club when they were racing with us at the BRSCC last weekend at Brands Hatch. So that car with Frankenstein down the side of it, I never really noticed that until now. But very, very regular drivers on BRSCC paddocks, both in Track Attack and also, as I say, in Clubsport Trophy. They do tend to like this series quite a lot and race with it quite a bit. Mark Burton BMW is looking quite good. Of course, there are multiple classes in this series, of course, which I believe we have cars in all 3. Yes, all 5. Yes, we do. So I believe we do anyway. Yes, we do. So in terms of class, someone's run wide there in front of the Gilliam Nissan 350Z. And I can imagine that was either Brian Chandler or Tom Selden, one of the 2, because they were the cars immediately in front of the Nissan 350Z. Here's one of our BMW compacts. This is Chris McGinley in his BMW Compact Cup Spec compact. I think that car was out racing last Saturday at Brands Hatch in the opening Compact Cup rounds. Seeing here, this is now the Martin Cully Seat Leon coming under threat from both the RX-8 of Steve Andrew and Luke Herbert, but also the Alfie Jeekins Honda Civic that's in there too. So 3 slightly different cars, big spit of flame. Steve Andrew was telling me about the flame spitting that this RX-8 was doing, and I've seen it both from all 3 cars in this pack here. The Se7ens done some, and so has Alfie Jenkins' Honda Civic. So plenty of fuel going through the exhaust on the overrun. As we see our leaders once again, the 2 BMWs nose to tail. Of course, remember they will have a pit stop. And for those who are running 2 driver combos, like Sheet Edison, for example, I believe there is a minimum pit stop time they have to do. I think it's 2 minutes, so it's 2 minutes minimum pit stop, pit in to pit out. So it's from pit in line to pit out line. So the moment you cross the pit in line, that's when the time when your pit stop starts. And so as long as you exit the pit lane and your pit stop is not shorter than 2 minutes, then you'll be absolutely fine. I think anyone that is short by a certain amount of time, they serve a stop-go penalty or a time penalty, which is akin to the length of their pit stop was short. Buys up the inside, looks at Sheet Edison BMW. An almost robust move up the inside of Crilly there, but these two have taken overall wins themselves, and now managed to avoid it without just about hitting each other. So Sheet Edison then, the BMW, up into the lead here at Snetterton for this first BRSCC Clubsport Trophy race of the season. There's the 1 Series SuperCup car. Let's look at that for a second, because that's Richard Brunning of Bad Obsession Motorsport back in the Clubsport Trophy. His first Clubsport Trophy race since the 2020 season, when the cars for the City Car Cup were taking part in that. But what a car this is. So there's the 1 Series. And that's a brand new series car. It's been in development for over a year with the BRSCC, and I think credit has to go to the likes of Greg Graham and the guys at Essential Motorsport, which is Simon Toolan, and guys like SW Motorsports, EBC Brakes, and ProFlex Suspension, and everyone else that's been helped to put this car together for over a year. And so the plan is to make this work. Now then, George Grant has come into the pit lane. Again, haven't worked out the reason why he has a black flag, but he's now come in, and now he's got out the car, now he's getting back in again. So I wonder why he was black flagged in the first place. That's quite odd. I can't see anything obvious on that car which suggests that why it would have been, unless it was something to do with noise. But if it was noise, or it's something mechanical, then it would have been a black and orange flag rather than a straight black flag. So that is slightly odd. I don't normally see black flags that much in these days, but that is a shame for George, because I know he obviously quite enjoys competing in this series. He does with anything. It's not just Mazdas he's racing. He's also racing in the not just Clubsport Trophy as well. He's also competing in the C1 Racing Club race tomorrow, because he managed to find himself a drive at the last minute. So incredibly, he's racing in I think 4 different series this weekend. So hats off to George for definitely making a weekend's worth of racing out of it. I haven't counted yet how many races that is, because he would have done 3 Super Cup races, 2 Clubman races, the Clubsport Trophy race, and then the C1 race was. That's 7 races in total, and of course the longest one being the 5-hour enduro for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series tomorrow. Here at my comments box window, the shouting rotary engine of the RX-8 in the background. That's the Andrew and Herbert car. Now, George Grant goes back out again, seemingly having served and satisfied the whatever the courts, having satisfactorily resolved whatever the cause of the black flag was, as our leading pair of BMWs continue to hold the advantage at the front of the pack. Still Sheet Edison ahead of Crilly, and then it's now Mark Burton third, Feroz Billamoria fourth, Paul Hintzer. The Billamoria VW has now split the top 4 domination that the BMWs had at the front of the pack now, because Feroz has now managed to get himself into P4, and he's only about 6/10 ahead, so that has changed between those 2 cars. Cully's now 6th. The Alfie Jenkins car, which is the Honda Civic, has got through into 7th place. So that's the Andrew and Herbert car down to 8th. Still quite close together though. This is Cully, Jenkins and either Steve Andrew or Luke Herbert. Big spit of flame from the exhaust of the Honda there, as I think Alfie was trying to just change down to get to the left-hander at Hamilton. I thought for a second there was a problem with the Sheet Edison BMW, but it was just the line he was taking to get the car stopped in a straight line. So still no change there. There's the 1 Series Super Cup car, and George Grant has just rejoined between it and the Joel Argelez Renault Clio. That's the red car to the left of this 3-car shot. The BMW, the aim is for it to develop this season, hopefully get a few more out there this year racing on the Clubsport Trophy grid. Then eventually at one point in the future there will be a standalone grid for these 1 Series Super Cup cars. And I have to say, the first time I've seen it actually, I haven't seen it in person at the circuit yet, but the first time I've seen it properly running in a race situation, it does look the part. It's a brilliant looking car, and again, credit has to go to Greg Graham and Simon Toolan and Sean Woods and everyone else that was involved in putting this car together, because it looks the business, and I'm certain it's impressed quite a few people and those that have tried it. And I'm certain we will get a decent grid of these in the future one day, because it is a brilliant car and it deserves to have a full grid of cars in there. So if you're interested, there is information on the BRSCC website for the 1 Series Super Cup, so be sure to take a look at that. There it is. It does look a little bit like a what was the 1 Series NGTC touring car. It looks like a mini touring car, which I guess is the idea. Meanwhile, Mark IV takes Mark III. That was Brian Chandler getting past Tom Selden, or defending. Now there's Chris Maris. As I say, I've said it a couple of times, but I'll say it again. 78 years old, and still racing like it was yesterday. So, oh, that was one of the Hondas. That was a lock-up, or that was an engine blow-up. One of the two. That was hard to tell, but it looked like possibly more than just a lock-up. It looked more like engine smoke to me. And that car immediately behind, was that Louis Hounslow, I think it was, maybe? No, it might. It was one of the Hondas. Yeah, because Chris Maris's car has come through now. I think one of the. Yeah, that is. It was engine smoke, and it was Louis Hounslow's car that's come to a stop. So that's engine problems then for Louis Hounslow's car. That's come to a stop on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. Now then, where that car is positioned. Oh, and that's the Aston Lindsay Seat Leon Cooper that's gone for, I think, a spin. That looked like it was recovering from something, so I didn't quite catch who he was with. But yeah, you can see the engine smoke from when that car blew up, just in the background there. Now I wonder, because the pit window's not far from opening, I don't think. So if they're going to throw a safety car because of this, I wonder if that's possibly going to mean that we're going to get a mass of pit stops coming through. The Sheldon Edison BMW sets a new fastest lap of the race, 2:10.688, 81 miles an hour average speed. And Louis Hounslow's car, well, Louis Hounslow out of the car. He's okay, he's got the helmet off, but where that car's parked, now has he parked that, if he's parked that right on the inside of against the barrier, I think it should be okay for the moment whilst they kind of make sure everything's in position. It's Martin Cully though, he's kind of looking his mirrors thinking, right, come on now, if you're going to come past, let's make it happen. So the RX-8's in there as well. This is a good little battle developing here. This is now the Seat versus the Honda versus the Mazda. They're coming up to lap one of the Mazda 2s in the field. They sweep past it, and the Seat's got enough legs on the straight, but coming with a threat now still from Alfie Jeekins as he turns in through Ritchie's, and the RX-8 keeping with it. I can't tell exactly who it is in the car. My suspicion, potentially, it means it could be Luke Herb at the wheel of this car, possibly, but he's doing well to keep up with these two. But it could be Steve at the same time, and Steve is not a bad peddler himself, even though I think his other half man, he might jovially say otherwise, but no, Steve's taken 1 or 2 class wins before, I remember, in other sort of mini-endurance, club-level sort of mini-endurance races, so to speak, pit stop races like this. So he's fairly decent himself in terms of a driver. Now then, here comes Alfie Jeekins, slides up the inside, thank you Martin, and just the ever of the opportunist, the RX-8 thinks, right, you're going to leave the gap open, yoink, I'll have that as well if you don't mind. And Cully will try and come back at him. He's looking up the inside into the left-hander at Hamilton, but the RX-8 sweeps around the outside and holds onto the place. So no change there for the moment. Now through Williams again. Here's our leader. And then there goes Liam Crilly, thumping the curb in the BMW. Yeah, no stranger to Clubsport. He turned up at Croft last year at the season opener. What was a very mixed condition circuit, left it's wet dry. I have to say, with Clubsport Trophy races, we've not really had that many which have been totally dry conditions. Or sort of maybe half and half. We've had a few races where it's been quite damp. I mean, we had 2 races last year at Snetterton for Clubsport Trophy, one of which late into mid-year with quite murky and wet and overcast conditions here, where we had the other race we had in October last year. Not as big a good as we normally have for Club Sport, but that was quite pleasant sunshine towards the end of the day. Of course, the difference with this year's Club Sport visit for Snetterton is that it's on a Saturday rather than a Sunday, because of course we've got the C1 Endurance Series competing tomorrow for 5 hours, so that'll be entertainment for tomorrow afternoon, as of course the Clubsport Trophy is for today. Now I need to remind myself, the rest of sounding slightly unprofessional, as to what the when the pit window opens, because I think it opens not too far until we get to pit window opening, I don't think. So Liam Crilly turns his way out through Oggies. And I remind you, with the pit window, it is quite simply you have 2 minutes for when you cross the pit entry line to cross the pit exit line. Now that's the Brian Chandler class. The pit window has opened then. First few stoppers are into the pit lane. That's Brian Chandler in one of the 2 Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy cars. We were set to have 3, but unfortunately one of the cars we had racing has unfortunately overheated, so I'm afraid unfortunately he wasn't able to fix the issues in testing yesterday. So just the 2 racing, but the plan is to have a few more of these Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs out, and eventually again they will have their own. They're having a mixed series this year, so they're having a few races in the Clubsport Trophy on their grid, and a few races where they're sharing with the Mark III MX-5 Clubman SuperCup. So a mixture of races for them, a 45-minute race and some more quicker sprint 15-minute races. There's Feroz Billamoria's VW Scirocco. That's doing quite well so far. That's currently up in the moment in 4th place overall, and currently holding 2nd in Class B. We should probably give an idea of where we are in terms of class leaders, because we are getting to that point for the pit stops. So the Sheldon Edison BMW leads Liam Crilly, and that's a Class A12, so that's the fastest class out there for a maximum of 235 brake horsepower, as Feroz Billamoria brings the number 27 VW Scirocco into the pit lane. The leader in Class B is the Mark Burton BMW E46 330i. That's currently 3rd overall. And Feroz Billamoria is still 2nd, but he was 4th overall. But he's now coming in to make that stop. The leader in Class C is the Richard Brunning BMWs. He's at the moment on course, at the moment at least, in a position to win Class C, and he has got the Joel Argales Renault Clio for company just behind him, about 6/10 behind him. Class D has got a leader of, if I can find him, Tom Selden by quite a margin in the MX-5 Super Cup car, and then Class E at the moment is being led by Chris McGinley in his BMW Compact. So 3 different cars in there are leading their classes. Right, now that'll be some respite for Richard Brunning, because the BMW 1 Series has now seen Joel Argales into the pit lane. Here is the BMW. Give it the screen time here, which is looking quite superb. And again, looking to get a few more of these out on the grid. There are build kits available for this car, so if you want to give it a try, then head to the Formula Car. Oh, that's the Alistair Lindsay Cooper at Sale, which has had quite a lot of trouble today. It's stalled on the grid, then had the spin, and now Alistair Lindsay's now put the car into the tyre wall on the exit of the bomb hole. So I suspect, even though it is quite far in, that might well be a safety car. That's not something we've seen, that I've said pretty much at all today. To be fair, today's race has been relatively well behaved, but not really had anything which is needed a safety car. So we'll wait and see. It might need a safety car, depending on the fact that it's quite far off the circuit. It might not, but what I find is quite extraordinary is what kind of incident did he have which saw him go off the road that far and all the way to the tyre wall. So those stopping right now will have a big advantage, I think. That's the 518, which is the White House car, I think. Yeah, that's the White House BMW E36 next to Compact. Alistair Lindsay's out of the car, but it's a shame for that. He was running in 7th in Class A. There's the Joel Argales Clio, Spaniard, running his pit stop. And I wonder, I mean, either those who have stopped might well get an advantage here. Also, those who haven't stopped, if they can get in quick enough, those who haven't stopped yet, if they can do it under the safety car, they'll also get a bit of an advantage. So this is going to be really interesting to see who does what here. that's if it's a safety car. They haven't seen anything yet in terms of any signals that suggests it might be or not. There's a black and white flag going out. So, and the pit window opened about 7 minutes ago. So it'll be open, I think, for the next sort of few minutes or so. There's a black and white flag gone out for the Gilliam and Jordan Nissan 350Z for track limits. That's currently running in 8th overall the last time it came across the line, but it's now in pit lane making its pit stop. So just want to sit, keep out. There's Martin Cully. He's now in the Seat Leon. So he's got now to the battles that he was having with Alfie Jeekins and others. There is Martin Cully sort of just chilling out for a second at the wheel of the Seat, I think. He's running in Class 8. Now here's another one of the BMWs here. This is the, I think that's the, I want to say 4040 BMW. That's a David Weinberg car. He's now following Alfie Jeekins in the Honda Civic. There's Brian Chandler. He's completed his pit stop, so he's now out for the rest of the race and can carry on trouble-free. There's the BMW. That Weinberg BMW currently sat in second in Class E behind Chris McGinley. So, oh, one car running wide there, just in front. Who was that? It's the car that's immediately in front of the 1 Series, obviously. There was quick light refreshment there for one of the drivers in the pit lane. Now that's the Golf that's in the pit lane. That is car number 3. Oh, that's the 45. That's another one of the compacts in the field. That's 45 that's off the road and had a spin. That's Murphy. He was in 9th overall. He was in 2nd in Class C, and oh, he's got to be careful because Chris McGinley, who was the Class E leader, and Feroz Billamoria both came a cropper on that, and if he possibly left that a little bit later, that might have been a different story. Right, liquid refreshment has now been completed for the Golf, so that's the 3 of Payne. I think that is. So the 3 of Payne is now in for completing his pit stop. Out goes Martin Cully, I can see out of my commentary box window in the Seat, in the yellow Seat, so he's now completed that stop. Across the pit straight now goes Alfie Jeekins, and he has not stopped yet. He's currently 4th overall and at the moment leading Class B. So there is Alfie. There goes the Nissan 350Z. Let's have the warning for track limits. So Gilliam and Jordan back out on circuit. Their driver change complete. And that car's rejoined in 15th place. Of course, there are still cars, as we say, that you get to pit. Right, just the background I also saw, the 1 Series SuperCup car is also in for its pit stop, so you might want to possibly take a look at that, making it stop as well. But as the time ticks down for the number 3 Golf, there goes Richard Brunning going through to make his pit stop. And he parks up, and he will be stationary for as long as he needs to be. There's Liam Crilly. Now, the top 4 currently in the race haven't pitted just yet, so still got some time to go, and still quite close between these two. The gap, well, the gap was 4.8 seconds between Sheedon, Edison, and Crilly, but that's not 4 seconds anymore. And that's simply they hadn't pitted yet, so something's happened where there was a big gap, and then it's closed back up again. So, are either of them pitting? Yes, Liam Crilly's coming in then, so he brings the BMW Z4 into pit road to make the stop. There goes Sheedon Edison. So they're carrying on for another lap. Liam Crilly, meanwhile, brings the Z4 in to complete his 2 minutes. There you can see also just in the foreground the Richard Brunning BMW 1 Series SuperCup car making its stops. As for Sheedon Edison, they can carry on at the moment relatively unchallenged, but of course they've got to make their pit stop as well, so that's be crucial to see exactly when they figure that one out. So, can't really go. We'll wait until the pit stops are shaken out to see where everyone is class-wise in terms of position. But so far, Sheedon Edison BMW, apart from briefly losing at the start, has been one of the cars to beat today. Took their first overall Clubsport Trophy win at Donington Park, and things are going. They're quite a formidable pair, and they might well get to the point where they're going to be in contention for a good result. There is one of the 2 Mazda 2s that's racing with us this weekend. Out goes the BMW 1 Series SuperCup car, and another car being called in here, and that is, I can see, oh, that was one of the, that's the Jeekins Honda Civic. That's the one of the 2 Jeekins race preparation cars that's left, because Louis Hansell's car, of course, expired going through the Wilson hairpin. And here is the Sheldon Edison BMW. Yeah, we've got two Mazda 2s racing here. I think run by the 2 Racing Squad. So it's good to have them on the grid too. Quite a few different cars that are appearing from other areas, making their debuts. Now, the Aston Lindsay Cooper is still there in the tyres, but I think possibly that Senior Clerk of the course, Tony Weatherly, thinks that that car's far enough off the road that it's not going to cause a problem. So, by his better judgment, he decides that it will be okay. Now then, is the Edison BMW going to come in? Yes, it is. So, classic pit stop strategy fashion, do the opposite of what the guy in front, the guy in front's doing, the guy behind's doing. So, if Crilly's car was going to pit, then he wouldn't, as Chris McGinley's car pops out, so he's now completed his pit stop. And he came in, if I'm correct, he came in as class leader in, yeah, still as class leader in Class E. He came in, well, he came in second in Class E at the moment, I think, because he's been carrying on for a while. Because the class leading car now, the reason why he's second is because the David Weinberg car has not pitted yet. Yeah, there's only a couple of cars that haven't pitted yet. That's the Paul Hinson. As I say that, it was Paul Hinson's BMW, but he's now just come in for his pit stop. It's just ticked over to say he's made one pit stop. I mean, he's just come in. And the other car that hasn't pitted just yet is the David Weinberg 116 BMW. It's currently sat in 16th overall and leads Class E. And I think that is now, yeah, that is now Steve Andrew with that RX-8 now. He's battling away with Martin Cully. I can hear the RX-8, it's brilliant. It's coming out of the pit straight in the background, the rotary engine RX-8. And he relinquishes position to Martin Cully in his Seat Leon. Just saw one of the Renault Clios, that's the number 7 Renault Clio of Groom coming out, and also I think Alfie Jeekins has completed his pit stop also. Now the Sheldon Edison BMW just completing its stop too, being timed. Pit window is now closed, and I think, now then, the Weinberg BMW has not pitted within the pit window, so I think that's going to be a penalty incoming for the Weinberg car, sadly. The Paul Hinson BMW is making its pit stop. I think in terms of pit stops, you're okay as long as you are in the pit lane. Yeah, now the Weinberg car's come in, but that's going to be a penalty, I think, because that car came in when it now says on the timing screen the message pit window closed. So I thought for a second there, unless that's just some cement dust from some oil that went down, I thought for a second there was a problem with the Sheldon Edison BMW, but I think it was just simply either some exhaust smoke a little bit just clearing out something out of the system, or it was just some leftover cement dust from one of the earlier races where there was some trouble with some oil or fluid laid down. It just hit that and kicked it up into the air. So now that we're going to let another complete lap go through so we can just kind of shake out who is where, what it has now done is, I think what it's done now is it's now given the Sheldon Edison BMW a lead of about 5.5 seconds now over the Liam Crilly BMW Z4. Then you've got the Mark Burton E46 330 Ci that's currently in 3rd place. So it's BMW's 1st, 2nd and 3rd. You've then got Firoz Billamoria in the VW Scirocco. You've then got Paul Hinson in the number 25 BMW Compact. So BMWs are 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th at the moment, only broken up by the Billamoria Volkswagen. So going on here, but these two were scrapping with the RX-8 a while ago. Now it's Cully versus Jeekins again. And it's now round 2 for these guys. Seat versus Honda. So, head down the pit lane. So as the race now carries on, I think we can head down to Richard the pit lane. He's found one of the drivers who has jumped out after their first stint. He's in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Malcolm Peterson, superb first session. Many congratulations, and talk us through that crucial part of the race.
Well, the bad part was the start. It's only the second time I'd started the car, and it's a bit of a beast. So I didn't get a very good start, but soon hooked onto the back of Liam, and Liam was 2 seconds a lap quicker in quali, so I thought I'm just going to follow him. Yeah. I know Liam from old, but he was starting to overdrive a little bit, getting a bit squirrely. So I thought, well, no, I'm not going to sort of sit behind. I had to go into turn 1, made it, and then I pulled away, which sort of surprised me, because Liam's a handy racer, you know, and got a good lead. I didn't even see him in the mirrors, and then I made a Probably an opportunist move into turn one. I thought the guy had seen me with the blue flag, but I dived down the inside, but he came across. Just a bit of contact.
I think he'll be...
Bit of drift skills coming in handy there. But lost about 4 seconds, but the car's good still. Yeah. And I can't see a mark on it, so it was only light contact.
Do you get a chance to communicate any?
Apologies for that small interruption in that interview. Hopefully we can go back to it. We can, but just looking at one of our, I think it was chat there, I think that was to David Sheed he was talking to there, who just handed over the race-leading BMW to Malcolm Edison. There's Brian Chandler, who's in the Mark IV, comfortably the top of the two Mark IV trophy cars that we have out there this weekend. We're supposed to have Ben Taylor as well, as I say, but had overheating problems in practice yesterday, couldn't get them fixed and sadly had to withdraw last night. So I'm afraid it's just the two here, but of course there are more Mark 5s around, and there will be Mark 4s around, and they'll be heading out throughout the season. But there is Brian, very striking car. That nice combination of chrome, purple, and silver on that car. Good to see. And as they now turn out through right hand, we look at our leaders here. Now then, this is interesting. Now that pit stops are shaken out, this is intriguing now because Malcolm Edison is now at the tip of that car, and I mean it's in the politest way possible. I don't think he's on the same pace as David Sheed was, because Liam Crilly has caught up quite quickly. The gap was about 5 seconds, but on the last lap, yeah, Liam Crilly did a 2-minute 12.258 compared to, I'm sure it's Malcolm Edison's 2:16.8. So there's a difference of about 4.6 seconds there in lap time, and Liam Crilly is all over the back of the compact now as they come up through the bomb hole for the it's now the 15th time. Such a long lap, being 3 miles. They haven't done that. Now, there was a David Weinberg car, but here comes Liam Crilly looking around the outside. Edison shows him the edge of the track. It was ambitious from Crilly, I'll give him that, but at the same time, Malcolm Edison was not interested, thinking, what are you doing, Liam? Why are you going around the outside at Quorum? That's not possible. Get out of it. And so he's decided to just let him sit back for a moment, but I think that Liam will definitely be back for more in a second. There's George Grant's car still going after he had that black flag for reasons I still know not. And he's currently in 20th place. Again, I suspect the car immediately in front of them is a car that I suspect has a penalty incoming, which is the David Weinberg BMW 116. In fact, he moves completely out of the way because he does not want to get involved in anything to do that is a lead battle. So he respects the blue flags. But yeah, that car stopped as far as I could see after the pit window closed message came up on the timing screen. So I think that's possible because of that. I'm afraid it will get some kind of time penalty applied to that car. Now here comes Liam Crilly then, and again Edison, who, to be fair, you could argue was moving out to get in front of George Grant. Now it's under big pressure again from Liam Crilly as George Grant quickly tries to move himself out of the way, which he does. And now he's coming under threat for. Now you've got the Maris and Johnson Honda Civic now that just gone past. It looks like Chris Maris has handed over to Johnson, or vice versa. Now continues to put the pressure on. Arguably, I think what I think is helping the BMW, although unless that's just cement dust smoke, that car's smoking a bit more there at the back, but that car possibly has a bit more pace on the straights, which is probably helping it out of the corners and allowing the BMW Compact to remain in front of the Z4, possibly in the corners where maybe Malcolm is not as quick as David is, arguably. Liam Crilly's certainly trying everything, using all the curb and all the road that he can. He's got 8 minutes left to try and get himself around. Well, it looked a bit wayward there from Edison on the apex. He did miss the apex a little bit, I think, through the bomb hole. Now through Coram. And Crilly's got so much more confidence around and again Edison just parks the car straight in the middle of the road. He's not doing anything wrong as far as I can see. Whoops, that's one of the Mazda 2s. Quickly getting out of the way, thinking, what, no pass this battle, get out of the way I get. And again, the BMW Compact has got quite a bit of punch in the straight line, so it can hold off, for the most part, in a straight line, Liam Crilly's Z4, but Liam knows that he and the car is that bit better in the corners, at least at this point in the race, when it's got than Malcolm Edison at the wheel of that compact than it was with David Sheed. But of course the two of them wouldn't have won a race at Donington Park if they both weren't decent pedallers. Mark Burton third in the BMW. There's our fourth placed car, which is Feroz Billamoria. Now that they've shaken out a bit, we can give you some of the leaders again in classes. So we know the top two, they're both battling in Class A. So Sheed and Edison lead Class A ahead of Liam Criddy in second place. And the third place car in Class A is the Paul Hinson Compact. That's going on there. We'll get back to that in a second because the battle for Class A lead and the overall lead might change in a second because, again, the traction's good, but I think possibly Liam Criddy might have got this done or not because, again, the power of the BMW Compact with their M3 engine is enough to keep him in front on acceleration off the corners and also on the straights too, so it has to be somewhere in the corners where Criddy has to get this done because he knows at this stage, I'm sure lap time was on an entire lap, not just straights. He's got the pace measure, it seems. He just needs to find that right opportunity to get through. And he knows on the straight here, he might not get it because, again, that M3 engine in that compact is quite potent enough to allow him to maintain the gap. They're pretty evenly matched on the straight. Criddy has the slipstream, but he's not able to put himself alongside just yet. So looking here, this is another one of the Civics. That is car 30. That's Sam Listener. There's the 7, which is the Groom Renault Clio 1.72. 1.172, I should say. And then we've got the Gilliman Jaw 370Z. There's traffic here, which was not going to help Edison at all. But Creed's much stronger around the outside on the corner. And again, Edison shows in the edge of the road. He's held up under traffic because there's 3 cars in front. He's got Joel Arger. This is Renault Clio. They're all trying to stack up behind them. Oops! And now, I don't know if the Nissan did that by himself, and Liam Criddy gets shown the edge of the road again by Malcolm Edison. That was a bit cheeky. I'm not quite sure the clerk at the course will approve of that one. Other couple of moves that he's done to block have been okay, but that was a bit... Liam Criddy did have to end up on the grass there, and Edison quickly moves his way through, and that won't help Liam either, because look, he's got the 2 clears going side by side, and he makes it 3 abreast quickly. The Joel Argelez, they're all going off the road this point in time because Joel Argelez thinks, right, exit stage left, off on the grass. That's the easiest way I can do to get out of the way and let a faster car through. So hopefully he's not damaged anything on that car. I'll get back to the class leaders because we had Sheed and Edison at the moment lead the way in Class A. But ahead of Liam Criddy in second place in the BMW and third place Paul Hinson. So at the moment it's a BMW 1-2-3 in Class A. Class B is Mark Burton's BMW, another BMW in the field in third place. Second is Feroz Billamoria's VW Scirocco, and third in Class B is Alfie Jenkins in the Honda Civic. Class C, this is the leader in Class C, which is the Richard Brunning BMW 1 Series SuperCup car. There it is, and he is leading from the car we just seen go off on the grass at Ritchie's, which is the Joel Argelez Renault Clio. And then third place is the BMW of Murphy, car number 45, and that car is currently at the moment, in 20th position. So that's currently third in there. Might give me some first names actually. So the Murphy BMW, that is Murphy. He started. I'll find Murphy on the screen. I'm sure I can. He must be somewhere. Brendan Murphy, there we go. I think he's another BMW Compact Cup car. It's a modified Compact Cup car, one of the two. Class D, if I go back to the Class D leaders, Class D is currently being led by Tom Selden, who we're seeing on screen here. So we've got 2 of the class leaders here. We've got the Class C leading BMW 1 Series Super Cup car and the Class D leading Mazda MX-5 Super Cup car of Tom Selden. That's had a busy afternoon, having 2 Super Cup races today. Tom's had a pace-wise overall, the results might not have gone his way, but pace-wise, he's been pretty strong today. So, Tom, I think, and the Luke Herbert team can be proud of today. I think for Tom and Lee, they've had a cracking day of pace so far, and they can try and do the same again. They'll actually might do a good job. There's the 518. That's Colin Whitehouse and his BMW Compact. Currently circulating in 24th position. I noticed the car we've lost in the field. We've lost the number 3. Golf of David Payne that was in the pit lane. He was the one getting the sports drink refreshment in the pit lane when he was having his stop. Sadly, that car stopped out on track somewhere a couple of laps ago. That's a shame. We're getting back to class leaders. So, yeah, Class D is being led still by Tom Selden by quite a margin. And then it's George Grant, who's still in second place despite the black flag in Class D. And then the White House BMW you just saw there is third in category. And then Class E being led by Chris McGinley in the BMW Compact. Second place for David Weinberg in the BMW, but again, he might still get a penalty for pitting outside the window, I think. And then the Neil Shaw and Nick Dougal Mazda 2 are currently third in Class E. And that rounds out the top 3s for all 5 classes. We've got 2.25 minutes to go. And still the Sheehan Edison BMW leads, but he got an enormous amount of good fortune, I think, from that mix of back markers that they came onto a couple of minutes ago. And I suspect that as they come through here, nice timing by the camera work, because look at that, just as we left the battle between Brunning and Selden, here comes our scrap, and again, Critty's got a good run off the corner. They're going to come onto the last lap next time by, so if Critty's going to make this one stick, he's going to have to find somewhere to bamboozle Edison at some point, because I suspect it's going to be a case of, so long as the Edison car's in front and has a chance to get himself about half a car length's worth of a gap on the straight, he will have the advantage power-wise. He looks again through Brundle and Nelson, but he's still not going to get through. So a thrilling finish here to this BRSCC Clubsport Trophy race here between these two BMWs. The M3 engines compact to Sheehan Edison and the Z4 of Liam Crilly. And just for the record, these two cars are battling for position, the BMW and the Mazda. 10th and 11th overall, both class leaders, so that's 10th and 11th positions going on. And I can hear something, they're side by side for the lead, and again, Malcolm Edison sweeps round the outside, and once more Liam Crilly can't get the job done, he can't do it. He's got one more lap to go now, a minute left on the clock. One more time around the 300 circuit for today's action. It is now going to be Compact versus Z4. One of them has to win. While one or two have been a bit questionable at times, I have to admit, the defensive effort that Malcolm Edison has put up against Liam Crilly has been absolutely Herculean. And Liam will feel like he's thrown everything at him at this rate. Came across the line 1.1 seconds separated, so he's only going to hold on for one more lap, but that's easier said than done. As the phrase goes, it's never over until the fat lady sings, or in racing terms, it's never over until the checkered flag flies. So that could certainly change in a heartbeat. There's the David Whitehouse, because of Colin Whitehouse BMW, forgive me. And he's got the Gillam and Nissan 350Z in Gillam and Jordan. That started back in 20th place, and that car's risen up to 14th. That's not too bad in their efforts. You can tell Crilly is pushing as hard as he dares because he's using all the curb and a bit more. But maybe with the gap as it looks right now, unless he pulls in an incredible last half lap to find somehow a way to get through, dare I say it, I can't see him exactly finding a way through here. And again, I think that's not smoke or steam, I don't think. I think that's just him touching a bit of the some of the cement dust that's still left over on the circuit. But onto the back straight for the final time in this race and in today's action here on the live stream. And hopefully you guys have all enjoyed it today that have been watching. And, this is interesting. This is the Richard Brunning in the 1 Series SuperCup car. He's just behind Steve Andrew in, of all things, a Luke Herbert run Mazda RX-8. Just ahead of Tom Selden there. Now then, coming up towards it. They're coming up to these back markers now. Are they going to play one final twist in this battle for the lead? Up through the bomb hole. This is not done yet. We've still got 2 more corners, Coram and Murray's, but it might well change in the blink of an eye. These 3 cars will carry on to do their final lap of the race. And Crilly looks for one last time. He's off to right a shot. Is he going to get through or not? He gets to the outside line. He tries to get the cut back if he can, if Matt Edison can't get the run. But I think with the power he's got on the straight line, he might just hold it. It's been a great first race of the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy, but up to checkered flag. It's been a BMW 1-2, but David Sheehan and Malcolm Edison will just hold on to take victory here at Snetterton. Second place to Liam Crilly. The finishing margin at the end was a mere, across the line, half a second in it after 45 minutes. Brilliant stuff from both of them. And third place and a confirmation of Class B victory will go to Mark Burton in his BMW E46 330 Ci. Great stuff from Mark. Well done for him for winning the class. Now the Class C and D leaders are still going to go for another lap because they crossed the line ahead, I think, or most of them did, ahead of the leaders. So I think crossing the line has... Well, Tom Selden has crossed the line, so because he got past before he got to the line. So it's Class D victory for Tom Selden. Class C isn't done just yet. Richard Brunning will come across the line to win that one. There's Andy Bailey waving at the cockpit, so he was the second of the Mark IVs. We should mention that Brian Chandler has won the Mark IVs out of the 2 cars that are out there. So Brian Chandler 8th overall in his Mark IV. Froze Billamoria in the pit lane before he even gets to the checkered flag. See, we misjudged it a lap earlier or a lap late. And the Class E win, still waiting for Chris McGinley to come through in the BMW Compact. So he will come through to collect Class Honours. Yeah, we've still got 2 more Class winners to welcome across the line in a second. So we'll get to them shortly once they come through. But what a day it's been of racing. Lots of close finishes, lots of tight racing, photo finishes as well. And a really energetic end to that really energetic end to that Clubsport Trophy race. Half a second in it. That's one of the closest finishes that we've had. There comes Martin Cully. He will come through 4th in Class A. Behind Alfie Jeekins. He'll be pleased with that. That's 3rd in Class B for Alfie. Flash of the headlights. 6th overall for Alfie. 7th place for Martin. Well done to both of them. Here's our Mark IV winner. He's yet to cross the line as well. So here comes Brian Chandler. 8th overall. He will take the Mark IV trophy honours. And we'll certainly see more of those cars out as the season goes on. More Mark IVs appearing. It's come across the line. So that is a win for the Mark IV trophy for Brian Chandler. Great job from him. And we're still waiting for McGinley and Brunning to come through now. There's Chris McGinley. Class E victory for him in the BMW Compact. And I think literally the 2 cars we've got left to come across the line are literally the Andrew and Herbert RX-8 and the Richard Brunning BMW 1 Series car. But of course, the RX-8 will come across as 4th place in class, whereas of course it will be a win in Class C for Richard Brunning. So, and that actually is his 2nd win in a second class win, if you like, in a Clubsport Trophy race, because he did win the City Car Cup class in the Silverstone race back in 2020 when he drove the Bad Obsession Motorsport car that he and Nick built, Citroen C1. Still haven't had Richard Brunning or the Andrew and Herbert car come through, so I presume they're still going and just make it around the end of the circuit, because they're not showing us cross the line yet. So I hope they didn't take the checkered flag as them taking it and finishing, because if they haven't, that I'll be intrigued to see if see where they get classified after that. Yeah, they're still showing as not having finished the race just yet. So, and certainly been more, I'm sure, than about 2.5 minutes. So I don't want to suggest that they haven't finished, but yeah, they're still showing on the timing screen as being 9th and 10th, but haven't taken the flag, which is odd. I noticed Ferro's Billamorios didn't take the flag properly. He came into pit lane right on the last lap, so he's actually classified as 8th. So, intriguing. I'm not quite sure what's happened there to Herbert, Andrew and Herbert, or to Richard Brunning, but I wonder if they've possibly mistaken the fact that they're still shown classified as 9th and 10th, so that's an interesting one, that one. But anyway, I think no results just yet. I think we were waiting on results because technically there's 2 cars that haven't finished according to the timing screen. So I'll be intrigued to see how that one plays out. See, just across the way in the Parc Fermé area, plenty of all the cars are gathered up in Parc Fermé now, and just everyone having the usual conversations and chats. All right, now there it is. They're the 2 cars. I wonder if they've realised that, at least according to the timing screen, they haven't quite finished the race. So I think, or at least if that's just a glitch on the TSL, I'm not sure. But the timing screen tells me that they haven't crossed the line. They haven't got a checkered flag symbol next to their names. So that usually tells that there's still a car that's circulating out on track. So, but they're not. So I'll read through the. Just quickly before we can go down to the top, the winners, quickly read through at least the top 10 of the finishes, at least the class winners. So, Sheed Edison in the BMW Compact wins the first BRSCC Clubsport Trophy race of the season. Just half a second ahead of Liam Crilly's BMW Z4 Coupe in 2nd place. That's Class A 1st and 2nd. 3rd place in the Class B win goes to Mark Burton in the BMW 330 Ci. 4th goes to Paul Hinson. Here we go. So that's the confirmation of the results. So, Sheed Edison win and take Class A victory ahead of Liam Crilly in 2nd. Mark Burton is 3rd. And also Class B victory ahead of Paul Hinson in his BMW Compact. There's Alfie Jeekins, who picks up 5th position. Now that's interesting because it looks as though, that's interesting because it showed us not finishing. And so therefore, I think unfortunately, it looks as though they're not classified as finishers. I'm afraid they might have come in a lap too early. So anyway, for how it shows, I think we've got Cully in 6th position, 7th place for Chandler, 8th for Billamoria, then 9th and 10th for Brunning and Herbert. They're showing us a lap down and not finishing. So that is really odd, and hopefully, well, Richard Brunning still showing as being a class winner in the BMW 1 Series, but that caused a bit of confusion there. So quick run through again. So we've got Andrew and Herbert was showing as 9th and 10th, but it might well be Selden and Listener. So yeah, Sheed and Edison 1st, Crilly 2nd, then it's Burton 3rd, Hinson 4th, Jeekins in the Honda Civic 5th, Cully 6th in the Seat Leon, 7th, and the winner of the Mark IV Trophy Mazda MX-5 is Brian Chandler. Then supposedly 8th is Ferro's Billamoria, and we think at the moment 9th is Andrew and Herbert, and 10th is Brunning, but they're showing us exclamation marks. So have to work that one out, I think. But we'll go through the rest of the results. You'll see it on TSL. I think for the final time, we can now hand over to Richard, who's going to have a chat with our, supposedly, all of our class winners if they're down there. Richard. Apologies for the small audio issue there. Between that one. But yeah, we can possibly have a look at the other ones. Go back down.
They do call me One Take Dave, you know. I mean, this is really spoiling my reputation.
Dave, they call you One Take Dave. I think we're on the second take for this, but a fantastic win and under a lot of pressure from Liam as well.
Oh, really heavy pressure from him, yeah. He was quicker than me in a couple of places. As I said, we put Malcolm in the car first because we knew he was quicker than me to try and get me a little bit of a lead, which he did. So it limited how much time Liam had to actually get on my tail. And a couple of the back markers worked in favour for me as well. So, yeah, but a really hard battle, a little bit of body contact and that, but in the nicest way, you know, proper close racing, you know, and it was really good, so fantastic. Very pleased with that.
Excellent, well, congratulations. Are you looking forward to more of these events over the course of the season?
We're booked in for Silverstone, the next one, okay. So you'll see us there.
Well, thanks for chatting to us and for your patience as well, hanging around for us, and well done, David. No, I know that, but some celebratory libations, I think, for you a little bit later on. Yeah, lovely. Cheers for that. We need to catch up with some other class winners. So I've got Mark Burton, if we can find him. Now, can anybody direct me towards Mark Burton? Let's have a quick look around. If we can't get a Mark Burton, I'm going to go up that end and find Chris Marries. If we can, let's have a look. Oh, there's Chris over there with Paul McCullen.
Hello, Dad.
Congratulate Chris.
Thank you very much.
I think one of our elder statesmen, and this is one of the things. And you're racing with your grandson as well. I was going to grab a quick word with him if we could get him in here. But
yeah, he's got the Marries gene.
Has he? Now,
yes.
Remind me, because I'm sure I've commentated on a few races with you in over the years. What would they have been?
They would be not mad-headed, but competitive and determined to keep pushing. And that's it. That's it. I mean, this is his first race of his second season.
Oh, is it?
And he's only driven that car 3 times.
That's fantastic, isn't
it?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. I'm proud of him. He's a real good lad. He wrapped it because it was a black car. Yeah. He's put all the wrap on it, and I buggered it.
You know, our apologies to that, viewers, for that one, but you know, it's a truism that we get, not as bad as a lot we hear these days. No. Motor racing is very much, for me, about the people, and when it's a family sport as well, it's even better, isn't it? So to have granddad and grandson, absolutely superb. It's a shame we can't get him over here. Can we get? We're going to go in. I'm going to drag Jeremy over and grab a quick word. So. Jake, your granddad must be an inspiration to you, mate.
Certainly is. Yeah, I wouldn't be here without him. So it's yeah, top.
And you're saying you put a lot of work into the car yourself as well.
Oh yeah, countless nights in the garage. Re-wrapped it, painted the inside of it. We do all the work ourselves. So
I'll make a good gaffer now.
Yeah. He's the boss and I'm the lackey. So it's nice to finally get out in it.
Did racing skip a generation? Is there a generation in between that we missed?
Well, his mum, my daughter, could well have done this, but she had to sign off because of her mother. She was not allowed to do it. I had her at the racing school at Alton Park in a Escort that long ago, and a single-seater. And I had to tell her in the single-seater to do it for herself, because everything I said to her, coming round Druids in an XR3 they were, and I said, just keep your foot in, we're coming out of there at 90 miles an hour, and I thought, she's got to go on her own now. And she managed, she did, but no, she was never interested in it. And neither's my son. But this one,
It's a great bit of bonding, isn't it? Look, guys, thank you very much for talking to us. It's a really lovely way to wrap up our interviews, and we look forward to seeing you at later round. So thank you very much, Jake, and to Chris. Just that age, the biggest age difference on the grid that we've got there, Chris Marries and his grandson Luke. So absolutely superb. More generational racing tomorrow. Not time to talk to our other class winners, unfortunately, Scott, but I'll hand you back to wrap things up, and we look forward to everybody's company again tomorrow.
Magnificent. Thank you so much, ever the professional Richard Donnell. Fantastic job all day with the interviews, as always. Would you expect even less? Of course, he's fantastic at what he does, Richard, and pleasure to work with him as always. And hopefully you've enjoyed today's action. Of course, it's been fantastic, brilliant weather, brilliant racing, non-stop action from start to finish. And you can see just in the background to the left there, the Clubsport Trophy podium finishers are getting their trophies as well. So let's quickly run you through what's happening tomorrow. There's only about 5 races, I think, but there's a good reason for that, because 6 races, because we have the first race of the day is the second of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Then we have the second race of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship. Then the third of the race for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, the second race of the weekend for the Mini Miglias, and then we have the third and final race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And that's all that racing done for the morning. Then we're lunch break, and then we get into tomorrow's main event. For the first time ever on a BRSCC race weekend and on a BRSCC live stream, we bring you the first round of the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. There are just almost 60 Se7ens C1s, all identical specification. They'll be out endurance racing for 5 hours worth of racing to kick off their first race of the season. All of that is to come tomorrow, but I think we can possibly go quickly back to Richard, who can give us a bit more words down in the assembly area, or in Parc Fermé.
Hang on. Go nearer to each other, gentlemen. Nearer to each other. Go.
Richard Brunning, so great race for you.
Thank you.
And tell us about this. So this is a new project, isn't it, that BRSCC are introducing?
Yeah, the new BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. So it's the first time in competitive situation today. I was very proud to be allowed to take it out, and we brought it back without a scratch on it. It's been fantastic all day.
Absolutely brilliant. So tell us a bit about the spec of the car and what we can expect over the next few months.
Well, it's 235 horse, 1600 turbo, three-way ProFlex suspension, custom-made diff. It's got all the bells and whistles. It's a terrific car, and it pulls like a train. It's really good. I'm just so chuffed with how it went today. It didn't miss a beat.
And is this an ongoing project for the rest of the season with a view to running I think the great thing that we see with BRSCC is that if there's a new initiative, they have racing like this where you can bring it in as a class and then it will migrate into a championship on its own right. So the logistics are very sensible.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, with Clubsport Trophy, it's a fantastic place to put this car because it's competitive with lots of different ones. Yeah. And over the course of the year, we'll fine-tune it, or they'll fine-tune it. I've just been lucky enough to drive it today, and make it better. But the platform is fantastic. Really, really chuffed.
A great looking car, and we look forward to seeing more of that, and hopefully more of you on the grid as well. Richard, thank you very much indeed. Cheers. So Richard Brunning there, just giving us the update on new ventures coming through BRSCC. As I say, this championship very well placed and very well structured to enable new products to come through. So that was a late bonus interview. I'll hand you back to Scott to wrap things up. Apologies for that, Scott, and catch you later. Thank you.
No apologies needed at all. Always good to hear from Richard, and of course from the new BMW 1 Series Super Cup car that we talked about throughout the season. So again, to quickly recap on what we've got for tomorrow then, we've got the 2 more races for the Mazda MX-5 Championship and a race each again for the Mini 7 Championship, the Mini Miglia Championship and the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and then again 5 hours of endurance racing coming up in the afternoon for the first time on a BRSCC race weekend and on a BRSCC live stream, the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Championship. Nearly 60 Se7ens C1s out there racing for 5 hours, and some notable names out there, including the likes of Patrick Watts and his daughter Amy and others. But we'll have more stories as all that develops tomorrow, of course. Richard will be back tomorrow, as will I and everyone else here. So from myself, Scott Woodward, from Richard Donnell in the pit lane, from everyone here at Snetterton, thank you for watching. If you haven't already, hit the like button, hit subscribe, and hit notifications so you can be told when we go live tomorrow morning. We'll be live at roughly around about 10 to 10. So be sure back here for more action once again with the BRSCC. But for all of us here, have a fantastic evening. We'll see you for more action tomorrow. Bye for now.